That almost slipped. That's what she said. Oh, fuck balls. Hi, rat! Oh, wait. Can I do something to the rat? Ah! Apparently I can't put the rat in the bowl. What do I do with the rat? How do I put the rat down? What? I have a rat. What do I do with it? I don't want it. I picked it up, but I... You're mean! That was so mean! That didn't even make you jump? That was so scary! Little laptop would die trying to load this title screen, right? Sucker for a pixel game since it's been so cute and fun. Look, that's just it. So we get stuck on these crazy... Oh, it moves the beard! Oh! I'm sorry, things I didn't know. Brilliant. Onward! Nothing means anything in that sense, right? That's not creepy. No, it's not creepy. Nothing means anything much. Exactly. I agree. Bitch! Suck my nut! Oh, fuck. Hi, my name is Carrot. I'm a variety streamer. I can stream some art stuff. Look, that's Joe. That was Joe. And I stream some game stuff. I'm currently doing a playthrough of Elden Ring. It's my first ever playthrough, and Timo, it's going well. Are you still... So you're doing Resident Evil 4, the new the remaster, right? It looks so good. It looks absolutely incredible. I played the demo. It looks so freaking good. You're cute. Cuter. Yeah, cuter. Yeah, look, it's Joe. But if you have any questions for me, don't be afraid to ask. If you don't... Eclipse just straight up murdered Tiff. Straight up murdered Tiff. Oh my god. Eclipse and Tiff despise each other. Yeah, they do. Tiff's dead. Oh wait, shit. I never did that. It's fine. Oh, look, see? Gem parts. So I think that those are gonna like come in use for something eventually, right? Ah! It's a new week! Hello! How are you? Is my mic working? I think I'm yelling into it. It's making it yellow. It's making it yellow. Yellow. Baldur's Gate! I know, it's very exciting. It's very exciting. We'll get into it. We'll get into it, I swear. We'll absolutely swear. Hi, Leaky. Hi, Dahlia. Hi, Zykas, Alcarda, Impy, Icy. I don't know who all is here. Gorgeous, thank you. Yeah, I now have, I made it actually into... I did not make it into anything. I thought I did. Oh wait, did I change it? Oh, I think I made it something else. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look. I need to look. I need to actually look. Because it's on my thing now. I know I made this a bit redeem and I have to update that. Anyway, hi! I hope everyone's weekend was good. How was your weekend? How is it going right now? What is happening? Holy shit. So yesterday was a holiday. I don't know what holiday it was. If you're in Canada and you happen to know what holiday it was yesterday, please let me know. Wait, you got... No! Fucking shit. You should not be getting ads. You should not be getting ads. What the hell? What the actual...
I did Psy T.
You did it! I did Psy T. I don't know what that means, but you did the Psy T. Thank you so much for subbing! Enjoy your emotes after viewing your sub badge. By the way, Streamlabs kind of has like a boss bar thing where like Subs and stuff make it a bar, but it doesn't have any numbers on it. I was hoping for numbers. Civic Holiday name tells me nothing. So Civic Holiday, I believe this past month, Leaky, it's one that depends per province. But seriously, thank you so much for subbing, Icy. It's so nice to have you. It really, really is. So I'm pretty sure it depends per province. Hold on. Refresh. But I'm not 100% sure, to be fair. I'm not 100% sure, to be fair. Yeah, so 69 has asked me about my wiener. Did I change? I don't fucking know. Oh, it's 333. It's no, so 333 is no longer birthday, bitch. It's now ooh. Hi, Bumbies. That's what it is. Hi, Rain. Hi, Carta. You love this big thanks. Yes, I am playing the game that everyone says I should be playing, that Dazla has been playing nonstop. That he's sad that we both don't own it because then we can't play together. And I'm like, actually, it's probably a good thing because then we're gonna spend hours on it. It's gonna be great. Hold on. I have to change my things. Hold on. Wait. 1 second. 333 is now ooh. That's what it is. Look at you. Well, I'm not there yet. We'll get there. 69. It is 69 bits. I changed for my birthday. It's no longer one of my favorite songs in the whole wide world, and it's now asked me about my wiener, so it's fine. Character creation will take hours. Yes, I definitely know that character creation is going to take hours. I figure today's full stream is just going to be character creation. I do have no show nudity. I'm going to put that setting on. 1, I do understand that you can kind of get around it with TOS, but 2, that way if you are lurking for work, just in case, I'm sorry. It's just, I'm streaming it. I am streaming it. So I'm gonna turn off show nudity because I understand a lot of people lurk for work here. Hi, Psycho. Right, so no showing nudity. I just want to make sure. Click high close, don't be a coward. I am streaming, and I understand that technically it's part of the game and you can get around it. Hi, Cran, you're doing so good in Last of Us. By the way, I spilled my coffee fucking everywhere today. My mood went from great to just okay. I spilled coffee everywhere. I'm so sad. How's everyone gonna know you pick? Well, I figure if you really want to know, I will go ahead and we can choose options. And if someone really wants to know which one I choose, we can put a picture in Discord in the game photos. Okay, if we really want to know which one I choose, we can put it in Discord in the game photos and y'all can have a look there. But this way it's not on the screen. Are we thinking of getting it? Cran, same. This is Dazla's, so we can't play together. But it is, I keep hearing good things. Stay. I keep hearing good things. No, I don't want to be a gnome. Can I not be a gnome? Hold on. So I'm also trying new things. So guys, at the beginning of stream every day, I used to have it on the auto record. Can someone remind me to hit record? I'm trying a new thing where I have a separate setup. I have a separate setup for recording that doesn't have sound alerts and stuff on it, and I figure I'm going to do that for the entire Baldur's Gate playthrough, just in case I actually get my shit to do things. Nudes to your bot, and just went, I mean, that's a good idea, Bumbies. That's a really good idea. If someone asks to see my bits, I can just be like, don't worry, we pick these bits and make it a command. Brilliant. 10 out of 10. I fucking love this. This is great. Gnome Dwarf, Halfling are your choices. That's so rude. Hi, Studs! How are you? Roll initiative. I am so excited. Hold on. So I'm gonna click recording. says I'm doing a new thing where I have a separate window for my recordings now, so it's not automatic. So I need a reminder from chat every day, probably, to help be like, hey, Kara, reminder, your recording is no longer automatic. Get your shit together and make sure you're recording. Because this is the first playthrough of Baldur's Gate. I'm very excited. Let's see how it goes. Have you ever played The Last of Us? I have. So I've played the first Last of Us. I played the first one. Gamer! Hi, love. I played the first one. Classy! Winter! Started every stream with Mix It Up. That's a fucking good idea. So I have it on, so like when I press stream, like, so I have like the streamer button, right? It auto starts my recording, but because it's 2 windows now, it gets too confused. It doesn't know what to do. So it usually does the wrong one. It usually does my streamer one and starts recording my stream version. And I made a separate one that has no sound alerts and stuff like that to make it and like no overlays to make it easier to, if I want to make this a recording for Baldur's Gate on YouTube and actually do something with my content, because I could be that bitch one day, I now have it separate. So that way it's not like all over the place. I know it's not that big of a deal, but at least it's there. But it just doesn't do it right. I could be that bitch. Hey guys, this is the start of my Baldur's Gate 3 Let's Play. I'm really excited. I know nothing about it. Chat has been trying to teach me what Baldur's Gate 3 is for the past month as the hype has come up, and every single time my brain has gone blank 5 seconds later. So I am that bitch trying Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time. Don't worry, nudity is not on. It is safe for work, kind of. If you really want to know what I choose, we can look up photos afterwards. Oh, bumpies, I am so mad. I am so mad. Guys, fuck that bear. Okay. If you haven't seen, there is an NPC that says, hey, yeah. Nudity is not on. This is just attention. Hi, Nick. 2.5 hours to edit a single TikTok. So, okay. The Eclipse thing was working really well for me and was auto coming up onto my TikTok last week. The past 3 days, nothing has been sent to my TikTok. It's all been going to my YouTube shorts though. And my YouTube shorts are popping off, but nothing has been going on to my TikTok. So I haven't been able to make any TikToks for the past like 3 or 4 days. So I need to fix, I think there might be a setting. It might like have lost, you know how like you have to be like, yes, the authority. I would shut up. No, I think like the Eclipse app lost the authority, like the thingy. Yeah, like the authorization to auto do it. So yeah, I just need to probably approve those again and go in again. Authorization, that's the word. Thank you, studs. Pleasure of playing the first. I haven't played any of them. Dazla was really into it. He has the Baldur's Gate 2 CD collection, so he has all the discs so he could play on his computer. I don't think his computer has a CD player anymore. But he's like, yeah, it's really, I'm fucking so excited about it. This is why he's got the early access. This is why I have access to the game. Respect by authority. Eclipse, okay, exactly. Eclipse with a K, which is funny because we have an Eclipse in our community. Baldur's games are on Steam. Yeah, but he's got the original CD version. He's got the original CD version, which is absolutely amazing. But yeah, could you imagine if I got shot about? No, but look, I mean, honestly, it's so funny. The YouTube shorts get a lot more views, but all of them are trolls. They get a lot more views, but all of them are trolls, which is really funny. But literally, like, I'll have one that's like 5.3K views, and then all the ones on TikTok are like 200 to 300, which is usually where they don't, like, it means that the system hasn't rolled it out to the right people. So I don't know how to get it to the right people on TikTok yet, but apparently it's hitting the right group on YouTube. So I don't fucking know. I have no idea. It's very confusing to me. Anyway, it's fine. They're there. They come up for sale for Switch? Baldur's Gate? Wait, Baldur's Gate is on Switch? Like the original ones? No fucking way. How was everyone's weekend, by the way? I hope you're doing good. I hope it's good. Gotta get real weird with the TikTok. Apparently I need to do better at the TikTok hashtagging. I'm being too simple, like Twitch clips, gaming clips, maybe, and then the game name. 1 and 2, Plansky Torment. Oh! 3 eclipses this easily. We'll see how it goes. Like I said, that today's gonna be interesting. Today's gonna be interesting. I have questions and concerns and so many different things. It's gonna be absolutely great. Absolutely great. How in-game music? Yes. In-game music, yes. I'm assuming like that's gonna be the best choice. Hold on. Yes. Good. Thank you. I'm gonna need all the help today. Folks have been staying with me. Be X. Oh, you were saying that. Oh, I see. That's so lovely though. Alabama Brawl. I don't know what that fucking even means. Hate any swearing certain keywords regardless of context. Well, I don't type any. And I blocked the one that had cursing. I blocked. Alberta Brawl. I mean, I am in Alberta. I mean, the one on YouTube, it has cursing, the suck my nut bitch. That's literally like 5,000 views on YouTube Shorts. And that's the one that says suck my nut bitch. And one of the comments is like, how? Question mark, question mark. And I'm just like, try harder, come at me. And I think someone else is like, oh, you're like, you know, so cringe. I'm like, yeah, thanks for the comment and helping, you know, my algorithm for commenting that. I know I'm cringe. It's fine. What did I walk into? Hi, Commander. I'm gonna have a massive fight happen. This dude comes out with a chair, WWE sounds. Oh, God. Apply to that comment with it. Hold on. Can someone clip this? Can someone clip this? Hold on. There you go. Social media goddess, trying so hard. You're welcome. I appreciate it. There you go. There's the clip of me just being fucking confused. I also tried to make GIFs for Discord. So using the GIFs that Mercy made, I tried. So how do you? So I uploaded GIFs onto Tenor. So Tenor is the GIF thing that's in Discord. And I put it so that way I put my usernames, so that way hopefully I'll be able to find them if they got accepted. And they got accepted, but I can't find them. No worries, Bumpies. I appreciate your lurk, love. You're looking for novelty run. Doing especially specialists. Slap super hard. Oh, yeah. Is the GIF integration that almost never works on Twitter. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Tenor. But so Tenor is the one in Discord. So I uploaded it onto Tenor. And it said there that they're accepted, and it looks like there's like 5 shares of one of my faces, which is fucking weird. I'm just putting that out there. But I made it so that way one of the search terms is Kara Unscripted, so that way hopefully I could find it. And does it not go into Discord? Do I have the wrong Tenor? Do I have the wrong GIF interface? It's not Twitter anymore, guys. It's shitter. Remember, X is pronounced as SH. it's sorry. Probably like that'll work. But wait. Oh yeah, wait. Question. There's a new. Isn't there another game? Remnant 2. What is Remnant 2? Talk to me, show me who you are, speak to me like sugar to my heart. No, it's just I'm getting a lot of stuff for Remnant 2, and it's got like really the sequel to Remnant. I don't know what Remnant is. Wait, is a game that's similar to Dark with guns. Oh, Remnant 2 is an over the shoulder boulder holder. Third person dungeon crawler. So in other words, this would have been my vibe pre-stream. Got it. It's a zombie game. So it's a zombie over the shoulder boulder holder Dark Souls. Remnant 2 is a zombie over the shoulder boulder holder Dark Souls. Adding it to my wish list just in case. That's what I'm getting out of it. That made more sense to me than when you guys tried to explain Baldur's Gate 3 to me. Boulder holders. Wait, I want to get a dog. I heard that you can play with your dogs in Baldur's Gate 3. I heard you can play with your dogs.
You can play ball in the camp with the dogs. I'm very excited about this. First one is very good and cheap if you want the vibe. Ooh, Carta, thank you. Appreciate that. I might actually have a look at that real quick. Hold on. Just while I'm chilling for a second, because I apparently am putting off getting into the game. Remnant. From the Ashes. Best played with multiplayer. That sounds accurate. Primo doggy content in Baldur's Gate. Play a druid so you can speak with the animals. If I play a druid, is there like, do you wear like a wolf hat? Because if so, we're going full on and I will wear a wolf hat every single time I play this game. We can make the character look like me. Is there a possibility for a wolf hat? Antlers are more common. I don't own antlers. Hi, Jinja! I don't own antlers. This is the problem. I don't own antlers, but I own a wolf hat. I own cat ears. I own elf ears. I own elf crystals. I own a skeleton spider. You don't have antlers? No. Antlers go to my dog and get chewed up as a treat. Cow ears? I actually would be so okay with cow ears. I would be so okay with random ears, but I would have to add things to my wish list because I'm not purchasing random ears for just the sake of it. Like that's not happening. Anyway, I'm adding Remnant from the Ashes there. Druid NPCs with antlers. Told you how far the character creation goes. Yes, I do know how far the character creation goes. I've already said we can do hide clothes because I'm turning off showing nudity for stream, so no one has to worry about with work. This is a safe for work stream. In that there will be no penises or vulvas randomly on the screen. Do not worry. I know that's not as exciting, but it does make it better for if you're lurking while you're working. You won't have to worry about that being shown up. However, Bombi's had this idea, Jinja, where once we make the choice, I'll make a command. If someone comes in asking what junk my character has, I'll tell them what like vulva B or peen D or whatever the fuck choice we decide to make. And we'll have that as a command so they can go check themselves. Can you ship Peen on stream without being yelled at by Twitch? Technically, yes. So the main thing with terms of service is that it has to be avoidable and not brought massive amounts of attention to. That can't be the main point. So technically there can be nudity on the screen. However, you can't like focus that attention onto it. The other thing I brought up with Dazla is that even if I was like, you know what, I'm not going to bring up attention to it or anything like that, I know you guys will. You guys will. And therefore, there's going to be attention brought to it. So you do have to kind of make sure that if you do, and like you're kind of bringing up the nudity and everything else, it's a quick little, all right, here's what my character looks like, cover it back up again, and then move on from the situation. You can't put focus onto that nudity. If you think you saw Peen, no, you didn't. Yeah, exactly. Stud as good. Yeah, good. It's fine. Side conversations. Who was? Yeah, you. Oh, I saw that, Jinja, that some should be like Dex, Charisma, etc. I thought that would be hilarious. Like if it actually affected the gameplay as well. Like same way that your class and your race actually gives you boosts to your score. Like if you're gonna make a choice, why not have it make a choice? Like, and it's all of it be positive. Like all of it do something positive, right? So none of it is like you chose this blah 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 look like fucking whatever, that means you have negative points. Like everything has a positive thing, but it's a difference. It's a different one. So like this one means that you're more dexterous. This one means more charismatic. This one means that you have a higher wisdom save. I don't know. Because reduced combat high. Well, it doesn't even have to do anything reduced, right? Charisma subtract, but that's what I mean. Like I feel like you wouldn't want anything to be subtracted because that's going to imply negativity about different body types and things. So you would want it to be all positive, so that way it's a positive interaction for every single one. Stat buffs. Yeah. Anyway. Shit, my game's not up. Shit. Fuck. My game's not up. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Game capture. Baldur's Gate. Judgmental about the wiener. No, Donkers modifiers. I'm sure there'll be a mod. I'm sure there's gonna be a mod. Hi, Jim. I'm sure there's gonna be a mod at some point about it, right? I'm sure. Oh, hold on. Let me go ahead and pause my music. Sir, I'm just gonna delete that. Deleted. It has been removed. Smallest comes with no, you know what? No more penis. I'm removing all of it. No, where the fuck is my game? I'm removing all of it. I don't need this shit in my life. See, this is why I have it where nudity is not on, because y'all can't handle yourself for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Hold on. Checking this. No. I'm deleting it! Twitch on my Fire Stick. Can you now watch it on the big TV? Fuck yeah. Deleting everything. See, y'all can't handle it. This is why. Where the fuck is this? Guys, is there something that capture third-party overlays? No. Use anti-cheat compatibility hook? Is that what I have to... Do I have to turn something off? Or is the game not technically up yet? It should be up. Right? We can't handle... Jesus. Do you see what I mean? Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see this? There's no game. 18 plus the majority of middle schoolers, pretty much, honestly. Like, that's literally what it is. That's 100% what it is. But do you see this? Do you see this right now? Like, what the fuck is this bullshit? There's so many dicks in the entire game. That's literally what it is. It's literally what it is. Hold on. Let's game capture. Baldur's Gate 3. Capture, okay. What if I do capture any full screen application? You fact do not see, right? Like, I don't see the black screen unless the shadow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, you too. And that, like, that's so fucking cool. I'm so glad to be like that you're that you can you make me see. It's fine. I don't, guys, I'm actually allowing is it anti-capability hook? I don't capture specific window? Capture match title? Easy anti-cheat. The game is running. Yeah, the game is running. It's already up. I broke it, guys. I broke it. Back later. No worries, love. You're all good. You're all good. Hold on. Hold on. Should just have a screen capture. I mean, the main thing with screen capture is then you get like the little like window down below that tells people, like, I need to get my Steam notifications to stop coming up. How do you make it? Question. How do you make it so that way my Steam notifications don't come up? Full screen windowed? Maybe. Are you hearing the audio where your volume's down? Yeah. The audio is there. How do I make it so that way my Steam notifications don't come up? Because y'all don't need notifications that like people are playing games. Fun just playing solo. Yeah. 100%. Disable the stream overlay. Just how? Enable Steam overlay while in game. Ha! Found it. Literally, Winter. It's so funny how many times I see you go to game. I'm like, oh look, Winter's playing a game. It's like, oh look, Dassel's playing a game. It's like, oh look, Juji's playing a game. And I'm like the creep that's on invisible mode. Like, y'all. Like, I'm literally the creep that's on invisibility mode. Just being like, nah. All right, I think I set that. Let me just real quick. Let me do a window capture game Window. Don't make visible just in case it does the wrong one. Capture method, automatic cursor capture. Yes. Take this, move that down below the camera, and have that here. And then transform. Fit to screen. Okay. Hi, Edgar. How are you, love? If you're a cool guy like me, everything's fun solo. Doesn't care as long as work is done, but still always on visibility but on my Steam. Exactly. But also, hi Edgar, how are you doing? Wait, hold on. I need to also now change my camera. For some reason, I'm like really far to the side and it's really annoying me. And I don't like it. So we're just gonna... The fuck? Oh, I have like a big old thing. That's fun. Ah! Why is it doing that? Why is the whole thing moving? Why does the whole thing moving? Why is it doing that? Guys, I don't understand. Why does the whole window move? I don't understand. What the fuck? Love invisibility mode, then people can't judge how often I play Dink Up. Exactly. That's 100% what it is. I don't want people to judge me. That's literally what it is. Oh, right. Crop a group rather than the camera itself. No, I'm trying to crop the camera, not the group, but the camera is in a group. So maybe that's what it is. It's a character creation that spend 10 minutes. It took you an hour and a half, but you look good. Yeah, I'm just gonna spend the time. All right, Baldur's Gate 3 character creation. This is going to last hours. I might make an edited version for YouTube, maybe. Like I said, guys, I'm planning on trying to be a proper streamer, proper YouTuber, proper creator, and putting an edited version on YouTube. So that way, if you don't have the time, you can check stuff out later. But maybe I'll put a full version of how long it actually took me to make a character creation and then an edited version, just so that way you can see how long this will probably take. but I am taking input from the community and everything. I do have the overlay on when we actually get into the game, so you can vote on different dialogue options and everything like that, and different choices that we have to make. So I know that's not on for character creation, but I promise to listen to you guys. I promise. I'm very excited. If I have the stuff, so like I said, if there's a wolf hat, cat ears, elf ears, whatever, if I have the stuff to be able to look like the character as I play, I will grab it. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to like add it to like a wish list or something. So we shall see. Even wig wise, color wise, like my plan was to have pink hair, but if we make a pink character and then like change the hair color, I can see if I have a wig that matches instead. But let's get into it. I'm excited. I'm excited to see all the choices. By the way, no saying no is an options chat. No saying no? What do you mean? I'm allowed to say no. A couple days ago, the top clips discovering the hide close button. Oh, I already know. No, I know. Like, it's funny how many people did not know. It's so funny to me how many people did not know the hide close options. I've already turned nudity off. Like, it's literally the first thing that comes up. Do you want nudity? Yes or no? I'm sorry, those clips are fake. I'm talking to you streamers. Those clips of people hiding clothes and not knowing what it was going to do is fake, because the first thing that comes up when you open this game, show clothes on, show clothes off. Like, or show nudity on, show nudity off. That's the first thing that comes up. Those clips are fake. Fake view farming. That's literally... Watch out for those fake view farming videos where people say hide clothes and they get surprised. That's fake surprise. It is the first option when you open up the game to actually show nudity or not. Just saying. If you turn off genitals, you should get achievement. My job is just speech. Is that an option? Oh, fuck. That would be hilarious. Ken doll it up. Basically, we ain't saying no to anything, just giving knowledge. Don't play this. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate knowledge. Make sure to highlight that option for stream. Exactly. Exactly, Jinja. Didn't Cyberpunk 2077 have a nudity toggle? Yeah, they have a nudity toggle as well, studs. The Cyberpunk didn't have it come up right away though. You have to go, so for Cyberpunk, you still have to go into options first and turn it off. You do not have that option, like literally before this gamma screen, there is an option, show nudity, yes or no. Cyberpunk does not have that. You are good enough. All right, so barely visible, right? Let me just, barely visible, right. That would be so funny. I think that's, it's not visible for you guys on stream. So, it's visible for me though. So that I'm accepting. Oh, look how pretty. It's broken. What the shit? Guys. Game capture. Off. Game window. Capture method. Windows? There we go. It was doing 8-bit. Baldur's Gate 3 was taking enough shit for bugs. They weren't gonna add a TOS violations. Exactly. Who's broken? No. The window was paused. I think so I was using automatic capture. I think it was using 8-bit, not the Windows, so it just wasn't updating itself. So it could be too bright for you guys, and I wouldn't know because it apparently wasn't updating. Got nail breakers. But I mean, like, that's the thing. There has been a lot less bugs notification for Baldur's Gate 3 than I've had for a lot of other games, for sure. So that's actually really, really interesting to me. Activate cross save. Cross save automatically syncs your latest 5 save games between any platform on which you play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not playing on any other platform. Also, how's the game volume? Is it okay? Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud or anything. I'm not... Don't hear the game, but I would do cross save. You're not hearing it? It's so... Wow. Okay. Let's go ahead and up that game sound then. You can hear it. Volume's good. You can hear it. What's that? Pull saves if you get another computer. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you, Commander. Perfect. It's just me. It could be the range. Frodo's about to fight the Balrog. Dude, Frodo never fought the Balrog. What are you talking about? Frodo ran from the Balrog. It was Gandalf that fought the Balrog. Are you on crack? Volume's low, but it sounds like they're haloing it up. All right, accept. Okay. Supposed to come out on place. Oh shit, really? That's actually pretty soon after the initial drop. Like, I mean, I love things that come out with that, like the cross-platform right away, but it's kind of nice that they're coming out at least soon. 1 and 2 was told fly, you fools. Yeah, online visibility, friends only. Autosave is on. 25 autosaves. 25 quick saves. That's fine. Cross save is on. Show genitals is off. Cinematic nudity is off. Private moments is off. This means that multiplayer other partner players cannot witness your private moments. If you leave this option disabled, you can toggle each other's. Have you humped the bear? Danny, I just started. I haven't even met the bear yet. There's no bear here. Why are you so mean? Also, hi. Gonna be a save scrubbing. Well, there's apparently a lot of death, so not save scrubbing, but if I die, I'm not gonna start over. Is that what you mean? Like, what? Valley Skates. Oh my god, should this be how my character? Because I was gonna try and do a little bit of voice acting, a little bit. Is this how my character should voice act? Oh my god, guys, like, what are you talking about? Don't hump the owlbear. That's just gross. Please. Are you saying you wouldn't want your character to talk like this? I refuse. Anyway, I think everything's good. I think all the settings should be fine for now. It seems to be running pretty smooth. If it's not running smooth, I'll change the settings for graphics and stuff. Don't, you see people be like, I don't like that roll. Oh, no, classy. If I get a bad roll and I don't die, we get a bad roll. Right? Like I said, I have the, so question, if you're on PC and if you hover over the stream, you should see that there's the overlay. You will not be able to use the overlay until the character creation is done, but it should be there. I'm pretty sure. Overlay seems to be up. Kara Girl redeem. Like 3 minutes. Should I add that to my wheel? Should I add that to my wheel? Because I'm keeping the wheel up where it's 2 subs or 500 bits or $5 dono. Should I add Kara Valley Girl there? Kara Girl. Anyway, new game. Are you excited? I'm so excited. I'm so excited to click the new game. I'm so excited to click the new game button. I'm so pumped. I don't know what's gonna happen, what character I'm gonna choose. There's gonna be so many things. Ugh. There's an overlay. My other Twitch player won't. Oh no! Yeah. So there's an extension. There is a Baldur's Gate 3 extension for Twitch. It has it where chat can vote on dialogue options. So it doesn't automatically choose. It shows the streamer the percentage about what chat is choosing. So also like 44% want this option, 10% want this option, 9% whatever, like to add up to 100. The other thing it does is if you are wondering what spells I have, what armor I have, what my party has, it will also show you all that information on the overlay so you don't have to constantly ask. So you know how with Elden Ring, it's like, what weapon are you using? What spells do you have loaded up? What level are you at? It's there in the overlay. I am so excited about that. So it's just like literally all you have to do is like be on PC and have the overlay loaded up, hover over, bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. Easy. Also, Tiff, I fucking love you. Anyway. Anyway, let's go ahead and new game. New game? Okay. Explore a narrative experience, placing story before combat, a balanced adventure full of challenging choices, tactician, a tough campaign, emphasizing strategic combat. I think balanced. I am a balanced player. Now I just get harassed by mobile. Well, we are already gonna make a command for what type of genitals I choose. We decided we're gonna make a genital command. So if anyone comes in asking which one I chose, we'll let them know. So maybe we can like also have a quick command for maybe important information about like my race and the genitals, my race, class, and that kind of stuff. Just so that way, if there's a quick thing, junk. I like it, Leaky. That we don't have a junk command, so that's perfect. Behave quite poorly. Thank you very much. 69 bits. 69 bits. 69 bits is thank you. Ask me about my wiener. Just if you wanted to pay me for the privilege. Thank you very much. Thank you too. This is the first game played in ages that you haven't spoiled before playing. So once you get through character, that's totally fine, Edgar. That's totally fine. I will definitely say, because there's so many options, it is going to be, I feel like, quite flexible in your gameplay, but I definitely understand wanting to miss a lot of stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and get into it. I'm saying balanced because I want combat, but I don't want it to be a tough campaign emphasizing strategic combat. Tanae's bullying me. No bully. It's Tiff's allowed to do whatever the fuck she wants. No worries, Ginger. Go ahead and burp. Go ahead and burp. All right, balanced. Let's get into it. I am pumped. Firewall, allow access. It's easy meat. Wait, basically it's oh. Hold on. Let me get my mouse. I remember seeing this character. I also know romantic option. I do know this. Holy fuck, cute as shit. Should I get nails that long? Genocide to get her to want you. Oh. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. No worries, T. I love you. No. 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 Ow, stop! Stop! Oh my god. Okay. Edgar, I'm sorry, there might be spoils. No. No. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck right off. Are you kidding me? No! Ah! Apparently I missed some. Apparently I didn't get any spoilers. Apparently I didn't get any spoilers because I didn't know that was a thing. Creative use of first person since you haven't seen your character yet, right? So no nudity. What about body horror? That's why there's still the mature setting, right? Which is clear. One or two. Would you prefer a different bug in your eye? Is this bug better or this bug better? Just let us know. Which bug is better for your vision? That was disgusting. That. Oh my God. Okay, accept. Yeah, we're gonna have tutorial pop-ups on because this is my first time playing any Baldur's game. That's right. This is my first time playing any Baldur's game. So we're gonna go ahead and accept pop-ups. Oh, she's already cute. Game starts with you getting, like, seriously, game starts. Here's a bug for your eyeball. You and your friend have a bug in your eye. Have a good time. See you later. But yeah, I did hear that pretty much sometimes you really gotta watch what you say to NPCs. I thought it was in-game. I was wondering why I was reacting to it. Nope. Yep, there is a overlay. How are you doing? Okay. So origin characters. Well, we're gonna have a custom. So there's a randomized race, class, background, appearance. I just figured I'd click this a couple times and just have a look. Told one NPC I wouldn't rescue them and they just disappeared. Oh my God. Mind players are awful in Nethak if they successfully melee. Really? Hi, Meme, welcome in. More like you gotta watch what you say to NPCs, right? That's what I heard, that you literally have to watch what you say to NPCs all the time, which is why I have Twitch integration. You guys can choose for me. It's gonna be great. Aldrich, yeah. I know. So I will not know the locations and stuff like that for D&D lore. However, I do have a lot of knowledge about different origins, races, classes, about spells, cantrips, and everything like that. Again, I'm not someone who's ever played D&D. However, I am an obsessive listener to D&D podcasts. And of course, played a lot of different Oh no, I'm not picking this one. No. Like I said, I want a character where I can kind of look like that character. But seriously, welcome in, Meme. I hope that you're doing well today. Oh, this is Mimi. I'm so sorry. Anyway, like I said, I wanted to have something where literally I could at least have something where I could dress up a little bit if I wanted to. I do not have the ability to dress up like a draconian dragonborn at all. I don't have the ability to. I feel like I should have started with the I refuse. I fucking refuse. I don't want to be a gnome. I don't want to be a gnome. Y'all tell me I should be. Fuck. Hi, Vine. I don't want to be a gnome. That's an option. You guys are so mean to me. Anyway, let's go ahead. Race. So we have elf. Low-key obsessed with small races in fantasy games lately. I mean, valid. I think everyone just wants me to be a short race because I'm short, which is rude. Dex bonuses. I do like dex builds. I do like a good dex build. Oh, Bumbies, you possibly just made it so that way I'm gonna be a gnome. Oh, possibly. Nobody knows. Nobody knows the trouble I'll see. Well, I'm tall, so the small body. Yeah, it's kind of like when you're short, you want to be tall. When you're tall, you want to be like, just to like, you know, play. Like, have some fun with that role play perspective. Yeah, we're gonna full on. Can't tieflings be short? Can't tieflings be short? because tieflings can be short, right? All I'm saying. Drow and everyone's racist against drows. Drows, dragonborn, tieflings. Like, I feel like pretty much fucking anything that's not naturally very human looking, right? And even like the thing with drows, they kind of are human looking, but like, fuck. Racist against everyone. Oh, great. That's true. It's D&D. We'll try not to. Just make her short. So wait, you can change the height. Body type. 1, 2, 3. Holy crap. So that's the shortest one. Everyone's a slave or two. Oh my god, that's like, okay, we're gonna try our best, guys. We're gonna try our best. Race features, 9 meters per turn. Can see in the dark up to 12 meters. I do like me some dark vision. Hellish resistance. You have resistance to fire damage, taking only half damage from it. Okay, so you know how I said that there was no spoilers, that I didn't get a lot of them because there was a bug in my eye? I had to give one spoiler that apparently there's this really hot lady that says that she can't get with you because of fire, like she like gives you fire damage when you get with her, and she was really cute. So I'm just kind of saying, like, what if I kind of did a tiefling, so that way just in case I wanted to go hang out with a random like lady that gave you fire damage if you get with her, yeah, the hot muscle mommy, like what if we just like, you know, we got a tiefling. Anyway, is that a good enough reason? Flame resistance. Let's have a look at all of them, right? Let's have a look at everyone, because I don't have tiefling horns, so I would have to buy horns, right? All relationships have problems you need to work through, right? There's no better reason. What would the power of a cringe? Tweeter is in love with the power. It's like, how do I get her to like me? I'm just saying, like, I don't really get her to like me, and I just wanted, like, how do we do that? Okay, so, elf, 9 meters per turn. You have proficiency with longsword, short sword, short bow, and longbow, dark vision, and Fey ancestry. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed, and magic can't put you to sleep. This girl is, I really want to be a tiefling. Drow, 9 meters per turn, weapon training, proficiency with rapier, short sword, and hand crossbow. Can see up to dark for 24 meters. And Fey ancestry, advantage on saving throws against being charmed, and magic can't put you to sleep. Weak, what? I'm weak? Go straight human. Straight human, boring AF. Like, we just have nothing. I mean, 9 meters per turn. Weapon proficiency with spears, pikes, halberds, and glaives, and armor proficiency with light and shields. Select an additional skill to be proficient in. Your carrying capacity is increased by a quarter. It's just a rumor that tieflings are always horny. I would have to buy horns. Am I pronouncing this correctly? Githyanki? Humans are not boring. No, they're not boring. They're not. Githyanki? Is that how to say it? Astral knowledge. Gain proficiency in all skills of a chosen ability. Cantrips. Conjuration cantrip for the mage hand. Invisible spectral hand that can manipulate and interact objects. 9 meters per turn. A lifetime of relentless training gave you armor proficiency with light and medium armor, as well as proficiency with short sword, long sword, and great sword. Tieflings are apparently a hell of a good time. I mean, I could be a dwarf. 7.5 meters per turn. Proficiency with battle axe, hand axe, light hammer, and warhammer. Dark vision 12 meters. An advantage on saving throws against poison and resistance to poison damage. You can make your dwarven lady ripped. Hell yeah. Fucking buffed. I mean, is this buff enough? I think you can probably adjust it even more, right? We have half elf. Move 9 meters per turn. Proficiency with spears, pikes, halberds, glaives, light armor, shields, dark vision 12 meters, and Fey ancestry. No, you want buffer? Oh. Halflings. I mean, am I not a hobbit? 7.5 meters. Lucky. When you roll a 1 for an attack roll, agility check, or saving throw, you can re-roll the dice and must use a new roll. You have advantage on saving throws against being frightened. Sexy hobbit, right? And shock. I went AFK because I was told to check for a package. Ginger, that's fucking awesome! Hi, Ninja! Sexy hobbit. Is there another kind, right? Also, multiple sub races of the. Oh, that's true. Thank you, Icy. Rosie Cotton. Rosie is great. 200 plus hours. Oh, character creation is going to probably be all day. We have Gnome. Wait, she's really fucking cute. I said I didn't want to be a gnome. How dare you guys make me want to be a gnome? Look how cute she is. Just with the base. She's adorable. I'm so angry. 7.5 meters. Advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Oh my god, she's so cute. Last D&D game you played a gnarly old forest gnome with an axe and a bag full of rocks. Right? Look how cute she is. I said that the gnome is... You guys are joking. I don't want to be a gnome. Blah, blah, blah. Look how cute she is. Small, clever, and energetic, gnomes use their long lives to explore Faerun's brightest corners and darkest depths. Like cute as a button and stacked. Might as well be behind control. 6 to 8 business days, I workman. Chat with a stick while laughing. We of course have Dragonborn, a proud race. Fair seizure 9 meters per turn, and half orc 9 meters per turn. Dark vision, relentless endurance. If you're 0 hit points, you regain 1 instead of becoming downed. Savage attacks. When you land a critical hit with a melee weapon attack, you damage dice are tripled instead of doubled. Half orc is also a vibe, to be fair. Dragonborn is so cool, it's true. Trap might enjoy it though. Check the sub races and see options for gnomes. It's so funny how I'm like, I don't want to be a gnome. Y'all are fucking crazy. And now I'm like, no. Rock gnome. Most commonly seen gnomes on Faerun's surface. Rock gnomes are named as such for their hardiness and affinity for metal. Dark vision, 12 meters. And Artifice's lore, add twice your proficiency bonus to history checks. Forest gnome. Even smaller than their cousins and twice as reclusive, forest gnomes are a rare sight in Faerun. They master magic and craftsmanship in their distant, idyllic groves. Spells speak with... Oh my god, we could talk to animals. Oh my god, we could talk to animals. Oh my god, we could talk to animals. Oh my god. Deep gnome, more guarded than their surface cut, and deep nodes survive in the Underdark with dark vision and skillful stealth. I mean, that's fucking cool. 24 meters, advantage on stealth. That's a vibe. But you could have fun times with the bear. Look, I don't want to have fun times with the bear. I'm just saying that I just want to talk to animals. But you can also talk to animals with any class if you pick that one. Gnome druid is a goated. Oh, if you pick druid, you can talk. Oh, yeah. So that's where talk to animals is. I couldn't find it. So apparently, because it's going to depend, right? So you're going to have the sub race, or you can have it where it's your class. So I definitely want to check out the classes, because being a deep gnome also seems like such a freaking vibe. Having the stealth checks. So I'm not, no offense to the rock gnome, like this cutie pie is what made me now be like, I'm gonna be a gnome. Image talking adult, they absolutely know what they're doing. But I feel like forest or deep gnome. Deep gnome's other name is also really cool. I don't want to say that out loud in case I fuck that up, Vine. No matter what, you can either be forest gnome for free speak with animals or pick a caster that can do it. That's true. Was good avoiding combat by just fetching a juicy bone and giving pets. I mean, that if that's not a vibe, I don't know what is. So for the moment, I'm gonna have the subrace deep gnome. However, these two are the options right now. I don't know what you guys are thinking with that, but I want to have a look at the classes and background before we kind of move on to the actual appearance and stuff like that. God, where's Scrooge? She's gonna walk around like a mini Giga Chad. All right, so we have Barbarian. I mean, I talked about this with Dazla the other day, that before I started streaming, I was always Barbarian. Always, like, give me the strength, give me, like, the rage, give me berserk mode, give me, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then ever since Dark Souls became, like, no, let's go dex build. And now since Elden Ring, it's like intelligence dex build. So I don't think I want to be a barbarian. Do small races have disadvantage on using great axes and... Oh, that I don't know. Maybe. Pick the class that can equip a onesie and scare people while cackling. Feeling called out. So the Barbarian has Rage. While raging, you are stronger and you deal 2 extra damage. And you also have Unarmored Defense. While not wearing armor, you can add Constitution modifier to your armor class. Wearing heavy armor impedes your rage. It didn't really say any of the disadvantages from the race. It only has the features, like the positive features, it seems like. I do have a skill in animal handling. I do have a skill in animal handling. Influence animals, pet all of the dogs. Oh my god. I know you can't really see it that well. I might move my camera around at some point when we kind of go through so that we can kind of see the whole bit of it. We of course have Bard. Right? Classic Bard. Bard, you know, music is more than fancy. It is power. Through study and adventure, you've mastered song, speech, and the magic within. We have 2 cantrips, Vicious Mockery and Blade Ward. 4 spells, Healing Word, Dissonant Whispers, Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Leave a creature prone with laughter without the ability to get up. And Heroism. Make yourself or a target immune to frighten and gain 5 temporary hit points each turn. Snazzy Bard outfit. Like, the outfits. Can I get a better one soon? Cleric with the... Yeah. We'll check out the clerics too. Monk. I mean, so I see we're saying which one can do laughter. Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Level 1 enchantment spell. Actions, Bardic Inspiration, class feature. Level 1 spell slots unlocked. You gain 2 level 1 spell slots, which are stored in long term. Spells are just being shown. You can change them before. Yeah. But it's showing which ones you can kind of have straight from the start, right? Without having to learn, do, or anything like that. Once I get this, you can do a... Ooh, play a bard, matchmake with everyone. Do it. We have Cleric. Clerics are representatives of the gods they worship, wielding potent divine magic for good or ill. So we have resistance. Plus 1d4 bonus for saving throws. Guidance. Plus 1d4 for ability checks. Sacred Flame. Engulf a target in flame-like radiance. Bard has come a long way from being a rogue subclass. Like, it is its own thing. Oh, there's more that you can even choose. Oh, okay. Guiding Bolt, Healing Word, Inflict Wound. I do like to inflict wounds. Necrotic Energy filling your hands. Ooh, okay. Shield of Faith, Bane, class features, 2 level 1 spell slots which are stored on a long rest, and domain spells. You gain spells from your domain. They're always prepared. So this is the Druid, right? Bard is like good, but it doesn't really have many things that really good. Like, it's just like it's okay at a lot of things, but it's not good at... Yeah, that makes sense. Total of 600 spells. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it whatsoever. Hold on, I'm just checking. I do not doubt it whatsoever. Bard is the master of none. I mean, isn't that supposed to be a good thing? Isn't that supposed to be a good thing? I think it's supposed to be a good thing. Druids channel the elemental forces of nature and share a deep kinship with animals. Mastery of wild shape allows them to transform into beasts. I don't want to necessarily transform into a beast. I just want to talk with beasts. You know what I'm saying? So maybe Ranger. Let's check out Ranger soon. Club becomes magical. I do like a staff. Thorn Whip, Ice Knife, Thunder Wave, Cure Wounds, Healing Word, Enhanced Leap, and then the spell slots. Bard is a class in this game. At least from my experience, bards are insane. Oh, really? Aside from seduction. We, of course, have Fighter. Quite simple. Second Wind. 2 to 11 healing. Draw your stamina to heal yourself. Fighters have mastered the art of combat, wielding weapons with unmatched skill and wearing armor like a second skin. Finally defeated my divine beat. Ooh, nice, Nixus! Overconfident bird guy. Careful with that, though. Scheme uses modified 5e rule set. I don't know what that means, though. I'm not sure. I do know that Dazla said that there is a setting for your rolls. Please tell me if I'm wrong, that there's a setting for your rolls that you could have like a string of bad luck and that turns it on like actual, or like, and like, you know, like you have like the dice kind of can be kind of affected in a way. And then change it to just like a pure roll. I'm not sure if that's actually the case or not. Not saying what they can do bad, just that it's not enough, that you want it to be more. Makes sense. Fucking valid. Monk. Channel your cosmic enlightenment by deftly dodging and efficiently disassembling your foes through stunning strikes in a whirlwind of martial arts. Okay. Fury of blows. A lot of class features. We have key. Magically close to all living beings. You can exceed your body's physical capabilities. Unarmored defense. While not wearing armor. Wisdom modifier to your armor class. Attacks with monk weapons and unarmored attacks scale with your dex instead of your strength. Attacks with monk weapons and unarmored attacks deal 1 of 4 bludgeoning damage unless their normal damage is higher. After making an attack with a monk weapon or while unarmed, you can make another unarmed attack as a bonus action. Key. Thank you. We have Paladin. Fueled by the oath you swore to uphold justice and righteousness, you are a beacon of hope in dark times. Lay hands. So we of course have healing, divine sense, gain advantage on attack rolls against celestials, fiends, and undead. And channel oath charges. Gain the ability to channel the power obtained in your paladin oath, which means you can fuel certain actions. Ranger. Rangers are unrivaled scouts and trackers, honing a deep connection with nature to hunt their favored prey. Beast tamer, find familiar. Summon a familiar or fey spirit that takes an animal form of your choosing. Gain advantage on your next attack roll. See this game, the more I want this, doesn't look, this is what I mean. Like, I was like, yeah, like, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 sounds okay. Like, it sounds fine, like, whatever. Like, you guys are, you know, I kind of get the vibe. I understand kind of what you're saying, and then I keep seeing people play it. I'm like, okay, I actually want to play it. This is very rude. You're making me want to play it. Practical spells are all serious. It can also be from how it was interpreted and played in your own games, right? Playing Drow Rogue, nice. So we have Rogue. With stealth, skill, and uncanny reflexes, Rogue's versatility lets them get the upper hand in almost any situation. Sneak attack and sneak attack. To be fair, okay, if I'm going straight stealth sneakiness, because I'm a deep gnome, and I have a positive in sleight of hand and stealth, being a rogue gives me 2 positives in sleight of hand and stealth. Does that actually make double the increase, or is that just doing twice of the same thing? Shadow Sorcerer? It will stack. Okay, it's just good to know. Like, it's just good to know that it will stack. Like, if I want to go it stacks. So that's really good to know. So, like, if I really want to be stealthy, we could go full rogue. Well, Sorcerer. With the Sorcerer, I guess you could choose the subclass. Storm, Draconic, and Background. So I don't, it looks like you can't really do Shadow, Storm, or Draconic. Sorcerers are natural spellcasters drawing on inherent magic from a gift or bloodline. Selected skill get absurd skill checks. Oh yeah. Storm is cool too, yeah. Cantrips, bone. So we have Sorcerer. Chaos. Draconian Resilience, dragon-like skills cover parts of your body. Hit point maximum 1 blood each. Veins carry draconian magic as well to powerful dragon ancestors. Cast level 1 spell or higher. You fly as a bonus action until the end of your turn without receiving opportunity acts. Hydrate. Thank you, Psycho. I need to hydrate. Yeah, the little scales, those are fucking cute as shit. Like, those are super cute. And again, we're still gonna, like, we still need to edit all of the looks. We still need to edit, like, hair, everything like that. But I'm letting the game kind of have its own fun right now. Until we kind of figure out this stuff. And that way you kind of maybe get inspired for the character itself, right? Loves me ladies with scales, right? Udiphides is just in your recommended. Which one? Which one, Psycho? Interesting. Maybe because were you watching any of the shorts or something recently? So it's being like, hey, you would enjoy Kara. Sorcerer could be a vibe. Again, I think it's just because the way with Elden Ring, we've kind of been focusing a lot on the magic and using a blade enhanced with magic. I think my brain is kind of going, I want to use a bit of magic in Baldur's Gate. So that way it's kind of, I have that influence there. To me, that sounds like a lot of fun right now. So that's why I'm thinking sorcery. You were diving and there was this, oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds accurate. All of my freediving ones are considered music videos. Yeah, all of my old freediving ones are pretty much considered music videos. It's fine. So we have Warlock, bound by a pact to an all-powerful patron. Warlocks trade their loyalty for supernatural abilities and unique magic. Cantrips, and the class features Warlock spell slots. Yeah, that one gets a lot of views. That one gets a lot of views. I think I took it off of my page. I think I took it off of my page because just like, I'm not doing diving videos anymore. So I just need, like, it has a, like, guys, access to many Warlock patrons. That I'm not sure. Jasmine! Holy shit! Hi! Hello! How are you? How is your stream? Thank you so much for shouting out. I appreciate it. Or doing, I guess I should say. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. I hope that you're doing well today. What is happening? So you were playing Baldur's Gate 3? So you're playing Baldur's Gate 3. We're just doing character creation right now. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate. For anyone who's new here, hi, welcome in. If you could tell me your favorite thing about Jasmine, streamer, community games, whatever is your favorite part about Jasmine streams, I would love to hear about it. I would love more of my community to go hit that follow button. Vicky, hi, love. Please let me know what your favorite thing is. Even if you didn't come in with the raid and you happen to know Jasmine, please let me know. So that way more people will go hit follow. If you are new here, hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. This is my first time playing any Baldur's Gate stream. It's my first, I am a huge D&D fan and that I listen to D&D podcasts, but I've never played D&D before. I do love so much of it. So we are going deep into it. Everyone for the past month has told me that I should play a gnome because I am short. And I said that they're all mean. And then the gnome was really cute when I went on the randomizer. So now I'm a gnome. It's fine. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, shush, Psycho Social says, yes, guys, if you want to tell the streamers your favorite thing about me, I can also love living that. Love to hear that. Loves pretending to play a good playthrough when in reality she kills everyone. Oh no! Oh my god, are you accidentally killing everyone? I heard you can like accidentally kill, like, love everyone and accidentally like kill a lot of people at the same time, so I'm very excited. I'm trying to do a we've already discussed the playthrough. I'm gonna try, if I get a bad roll or something bad happens, I'm not gonna try to go back a save, but if I die, we're going to say what is happening. Esbe. Okay, that is 2 raids in a row. She's very violent. Okay, we're gonna have to shout out everyone. Well, like, Jasmine, if you need to raid and run, Jasmine, please take care of yourself. All the raiders that just came in, we are doing a double raid right now. Jasmine Sponge just raided us. Esbe, welcome in. You lovely bean. Sir Hugs, how are you? Thank you for shouting out Esbe as well. I really appreciate it. Go raid and run. I love you so much. Thank you for the late birthday wishes. Yes, if you came in with Jasmine's raid, send her regards. Welcome in, Raiders. Esbe, go take care of yourself. Everyone that just came in with Esbe's raid, please tell me your favorite thing about Esbe. Everyone, like I said, with Jasmine's raid, I want to make sure to keep the hype up for Jasmine as well because I really appreciate both of those raids so fucking much. And I want everyone that just came in with that raid to check out Jasmine as well. I cannot wait to check out your channel, but seriously, if you have to raid and run and take care of yourself, don't worry. For everyone that just came in with the second raid, I know everyone that came in with Jasmine's just heard this, but hi, my name is Kara, I'm a variety streamer. This is day 1, part 1 of my Baldur's Gate 3 Let's Play. I am so fucking excited. I know nothing. I am Jon Snow. I know nothing about Baldur's Gate 3. I am Jon Snow. We have a bug in our eye apparently, and we're currently making our character creation right now. You have missed nothing, so do not fear. If you are here for a whole Let's Play, get ready. I'm currently a gnome. Her character and energy, she's a good one for sure. 100%. Esbe is lovely. Dina! Hi, Dina. Welcome, second batch of raiders. Kara's a giant brings light. Thank you. That's why I like her anyways. I mean, that's perfectly fine. Absolutely fine. Gucci, welcome in, love. How are you? I made sure to get her in here. Consider a belated birthday gift. Thank you, Sir Hugs. I do appreciate the belated birthday gift. Yes, if you came in with Jasmine's raid, it was my birthday last week. It's a little while. It's totally fine. I didn't stream yesterday. I streamed late on my birthday. It's all good. Don't worry about it. For everyone that's come in, I hope you're doing well. If you have any questions for me, don't be afraid to ask. I really appreciate you being here. Let me give a double shout out right now to both Jasmine. Compliment. I don't do well with compliments. I don't do well with compliments whatsoever. I really don't. I'm not good at it whatsoever. Actually. But Jasmine, if you would love to talk about your Baldur's Gate 3 Let's Play, please feel free. I know that Esbe is currently playing Legends of Zelda, right? She's doing the first time Legends of Zelda playthrough. Thank you, Jasmine, for the hug. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me know what character, how far you are in the game. No major spoilers, but to be fair, I'm not necessarily avoiding spoilers. I've been popping into little Baldur's Gate 3 streams just to check out the game and everything before I started myself. And let me tell you, I was not expecting that eyeball thing either. It's fine. Words of affirmation make me queasy. If you need a word of affirmation, the daily channel point sends a whisper to you for a randomized motivational quote or word of aspiration. If you need one. If you don't do it. Or don't check your whispers. She appreciates being told she's a chungus. Chungus for bigger. Fuck you, I see. No, stop. Yeah, so we're currently wow, music change. Get out of here. Should always remind Psycho, stop. But yeah, if I missed saying hello to you, if you came in with the raids, please feel free to say hi. If you would like to say what games that you play, even if you're not a streamer or anything and you came in with the raids, I would love to hear about it. Don't worry, side conversations while we're doing character creation is totally on point. Borgman, get out of here. Kara's repute, thank you, Sir Hug. So this is my character so far. This is fine. We're literally still in class. We have not touched the appearance yet. Whatsoever. We are literally just going in. Like I said, chat was like, you should be a gnome because you're short. I'm like, fuck you, chat. That's so mean. And it was my favorite. It's fine. I'm still torn between Deep Gnome and Forest Gnome. Forest Gnome because it can talk to animals, Deep Gnome for stealth. If you have an opinion and would love to tell me which forest is better, talking to animals is better, or you know, which I want a class that has magic, but I don't know which. I would love to hear your opinion on which magical class you would prefer, especially if it's a class that has a little bit of fighting. Sounds funny. Deep Gnome is your favorite genre of house music. Stop. Is there a Deep Gnome house music? Gucci, I love house music. Wait, seriously? Also, I know we're here for the wig game, but Kara has a name. Kara's a gnome. Oh, I wish it was. That would be great. Hold on. We're doing a search. Deep Gnome house music. If I search Deep Gnome house music, Wanderlore Bandcamp Deep Gnome discography, A Good Day's Rest Deep Gnome Bandcamp, fantasy music Deep Gnomes. Okay. Anyway. I had to check. I had to check. Goblin Mode is over. Gnome Core, that's what it is. We're Gnome entrance music. I think that would be perfect. You know, I would play a goblin if I could. I mean, yeah, you would play a goblin. Goblin D's nuts. Warlock, bound by a pact to all powerful patron warlocks trade their loyalty for supernatural abilities. Goblins of Forks not being... Oh, the other thing, if you came in from one of the raids, I do have nudity off for terms of service. Just FYI, if you're at work and you need to have a safe for work stream, it's fine. There's no nudity. Don't worry. If you really want to know what genitals I have, we're going to make a command later when we change our appearance. Beer Bard playthrough, yes, right? Barbie terms of service, exactly. We're Barbie terms of service right now. Hi, El Toro. Perfect. Pulls up Twitch.tv. No! I don't want to do squats. I don't. Oh my god. Ow. I'm stuck. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Also, I have a wedgie. Oh my god. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. That's all you get. There's nudity in this. Yes, but so when you open up the game, when you open up the game, the first thing it asks is, do you want to show nudity or not? That's literally the first thing that it asked. So you can do yes or no. And I chose no, don't choose nudity. Extra credit for this class. Thank you, appreciate it. Absolutely appreciate it. Yeah, so you have to, so it is there right when you open up the game. But yeah. Warlock, Wizard. Wizards master the arcane by specializing in individual schools of magic, combining ancient spells with modern research. Depends on the nudity. Also, nudity, I've heard this bear. First thing someone says to you, yo, you cool thing. It's a bad sign. It literally is like the first thing, right? Well, so the you're gonna bounce, no worries, Psycho, hope you have a good one. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. And squats, I guess. I appreciate it. So what class? I want to do magic, but I want to be able to poke people with a knife. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. That's what I'm gonna figure out right now. She wants to be the guy. Thank you for the hug, Alturo. Arcane Trickster. What would that be under? I mean, we can have a look, right? So we have subfields or subclasses, right? Rogue. Rogue has no subclass. Rogue has no subclass. Interesting. Does anyone remember that game? Druid Gnome. So yeah, at the moment we are, I mean, a druid would kind of actually, so basically I want to be able to do, like, I'm literally trying to sub race. I'm currently Deep Gnome, which has advantage on stealth checks and superior dark vision. But a forest gnome, speak with animals, and it's still decent dark vision, still 12 meters versus 24, right? So I'm trying to, I was kind of like Deep Gnome, kind of feeling that vibe. Arcane Trickster's definitely there. Okay, wait. Choose rogue subclass at a later. Oh! Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, so Vine, you would have to choose it when you level up, so it's not there initially. Oh, that's something you're gonna have to do research if you really know, like, if you really know your D&D classes and subclasses, like you really like, this is what exactly I want. You're gonna have to do a little bit of research beforehand to see where it goes. Here, tries to convince you if I'm not cool. You are cool and you stream, it's fine. Deep Gnome is a funny fucking name. I fucking love it, right? Subclasses are level 3 traditionally. Thief, Assassin, Arcane. Okay. That's actually really cool. Depends on the class. Yeah, so like, it looks like some of these already have, so Warlock doesn't have a subclass, but Sorcerer already has a subclass. So it definitely, Wizard doesn't, Ranger doesn't, Paladin does. I'm assuming, so that's, you can, Oath of Vengeance, Oath of Devotion, so you can choose your oath. Monk, no. Fighter, no. Druid, no. Cleric, yes. And that's because War Domain, Tempest Domain, Nature Domain. I don't want to be a cleric. I don't want to be a cleric. Do I want to be a cleric? I don't want to be a cleric. War Domain is nice. War Domain, Shield of Faith. I already know this. War Priest, unarmed or weapon attack. You can spend a War Priest charge to make an additional attack. Oh, there's a lot. Death cults have death cult. I mean, Trickery Domain. A domain shared by wicked, chaotic, and mischievous deities alike. Those who channel trickery specialize in deception, illusion magic. Blessing of the Trickster, advantage on stealth checks. Charm Person, and Disguise Self. Where are we going? I need assistance. I need assistance. Charm Person. How do you? I don't have a stick. So, there, that was me casting Charm Person on you. Because the other thing I have is like Wild Magic Sorcerer. Natural spellcasters inherit magic from a gift or bloodline. Like Wild Magic sounds fun, but the Draconic one where it's the armor class is 13, Sorcerer can't. Hit point maximum 1 for each sorcerer level. Like, the Draconic Bloodline is a vibe. Like, what is your will? I'll make it so. I can't take any of these seriously. Deep Gnome Tank, right? Because at least there's cantrips. So we would automatically have Wild Magic. I mean, I enjoy chaos. I really like the idea of the Tides of Chaos. Right? Like, I feel like that's such a chaos. Like, that's us, right? Wild Magic, Deep Gnome. Left from meeting came back to a grayscale. Oompa Loompa, what class do we go with? We're currently on class right now, trying to figure it out. Go for the knees! So we decided so far I have Gnome, Deep Gnome, right? So Deep Gnome. I'm still not sure, but that is extra stealth. But I feel like if we're going chaos, stealth and chaos don't necessarily mix. So should I go Forest Gnome? I like Deep Gnome though. I think that's funny sounding. Like, you gotta go for the humor, right? So Deep Gnome, Wild Magic. I can choose 4 cantrips. Hi, figuring. Their staff is so much taller than her that it's glitching into the ground. I feel like you're judging me. Forest Chaos Sorcerer makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so like, are we trying to go? You don't have to power the game, just do what's fun. Like, I feel like it'd be like, okay, so Forest Gnome, to be fair, is fun, and it gives us the speak with animals, which honestly I really, really want. Then a wild class, like, that gives us chaos. Bursting to break free. So cantrips, we can choose 4 cantrips. But like, I'm literally saying fuck it right now. I'm literally saying fuck it, let's do this shit. Let's go full forest, speak with animals, wild magic. The chaos is bursting out at any moment. Like, literally shit could happen. Tides of chaos, this crap. To be fair, Tides of Chaos is really nice if you really need something to go well. Just putting that out there. So I'm gonna go ahead and take these off so that way we can have a look at all the cantrips. Right? So we have Blade Ward. Take only half the damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing for 2 turns. Acid Splash, 1 is 6 damage. Throw a bubble of acid that damages each creature it hits. Use the NPCs to balance the party. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, me. Mage Hand. I like the idea of having Mage Hand. I'm gonna put that there, but we can take it off. Right? Poison Spray. Project a puff of nauseous gas. True Strike. Gain advantage on your next attack roll. Friends, gain advantage on charisma checks with non-holistic creatures. And high alert difficulty mode is a token ready to accuse you of enchanting them. Character name, fucking chaos bursting. Dancing lights, illuminate 9 meter radius. I have night vision. Oh, I don't have. I have 12 meters of night vision. I don't think I need dancing lights. Firebolt, hurl a mote of fire. Light, infuse a object with an aura of light until a long rest. Ray of Frost reduces the movement speed by 3 meters. Shocking Grasp. Target cannot use reactions. The spell has advantage on creatures with metal armor. Mage Hand the cantrip to give people wedgies. 100%. You might not. That's true. If we're helping out the party, that could be helpful. That's a very good point. Thank you, Vine. Minor illusion, create an illusion that compels nearby creatures to investigate. And bone shell, prevent the target from healing until your next turn. An undead target receives a disadvantage on attack rolls. So, I know bone shell was one of the ones that it came with. So I'm thinking, so mage hand can be nice, right? Because it means we can interact with things that are further away, and we can interact with things for 10 turns. So especially because I'm like a short little bean, that might be helpful. Help the party by bringing napkins and beer. Napkins and beer. Dancing lights would be, so it's about 10 turns, that's a 9-meter radius. So that's true, that can be really helpful, but it is a concentration action. Of course, I'm gonna start with minor illusion already. I took off the cantrips that were there. So there was 4 cantrips that were already there. I believe minor illusion, bone chill, I think one of the damaging ones. I took all the cantrips off so we can select our own. So these are the ones that we can choose from. Buying this already, even though there's not enough time before Starfield. I know. I was thinking minor illusion because I feel like that would be such a vibe, being a stealthy little gnome and casting a minor illusion on something where like the bad guy has to go investigate. I kinda, so bone chill was one of the ones that came with it. Advantage, we have Tides of Chaos, so I feel like that gives us a basically an advantage roll, right? As long as the tides haven't been brought forward. Twould be a vibe, surely would be. Acid splash, poison spray, shocking grass. So like, I feel like we need something that does some type of damage at this point. Wait until after Phantom Loop. Too many games, not enough hours. What? True strike, not ass. True strike. Gain advantage on your next attack roll for 2 turns, distance of 18 meters, and does require concentration. So you would have to be able to make sure you're concentrating for that. I think Bone Chill would be fun. Mostly 2 turns, that's better, but still kind of dog shit. Yeah, so it is for 2 turns. True Strike still seems bad, not gonna lie. Yeah, so it's not, I mean... Back with Soup. Groot's cute. She's so cute. We haven't done anything to edit her appearance. This is just the automatic for the race, sub-race, class, and subclass that we have. Yeah, we're doing cantrips right now. So at the moment, I'm not sure about Mage Hand. Vicious Mockery is not one of the ones we can do because we're not a bard. It's Sorcerer, Wild Magic. So we currently have, I want Bone Chill and Minor Illusion. I know, goddammit. But I have Mage Hand, and I'm willing to let go of Mage Hand. Dancing Lights, right? So we have something that kind of causes distraction. We have something that causes damage. We have something that causes interaction. I would like something. So Dancing Lights or Light. Imagine I'm gonna go with the funniest spell in D&D. Mage Hand? Firebolt is always reliable, but basic, yeah. And I know that we haven't even looked at the spells yet, so that's why I'm thinking the Bone Chill does a little bit of damage. Well, it prevents from healing and then does disadvantage on attack rolls, right? Which I think would be very useful to have. But I am thinking exactly like you said, Vine. So I have night vision, but my party might not. So do I do something else that has a different type of damage? Remember, we still have 2 spells. Or do I do something that provides light for the group? Because we could have lightning damage, cold damage, fire damage. We could do friends. Advantage on charisma checks against a non-hostile creature. We could have a little bit of love. Poison, acid. Shorty deep in. Could you? Are we creating songs about my gnome? By the river. I'm such a good singer, truly. So I kind of want to do this for the memes. I kind of want to do it for the meme. Is it bad that I want to do it for the meme? I mean, if I do infuse an object with an aura of light, it's until the long rest. It requires no concentration. Only affects one targeted time. Am I infusing like a bad guy with light? So like, hey, bad guy, here, I'm lighting you up. None of them are bad. No, none of them are bad. Definitely. So I'm infusing a bad guy with light, or is it like, here's a rock and I want to light it up so that way my group can use it as a light source? Does it like... Oh, that's interesting. True strike. Yeah. I mean, Blade Ward, like only half the damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing attacks, so it provides a little bit of protection. Fuck it, I'm doing fire. I think it's fine. Fire, but fire, bone chill, minor illusion, and mage hand. 10 out of 10. I love it. We got fire. Spells. So we currently have Chromatic Orb, which is thunder damage, and Magic Missile, which is force damage. There are also Witch Bolt. Lightning damage, requires concentration, is for 10 turns. Link yourself to a target with a bolt of lightning, dealing an additional 1 to 12 lightning damage. Protection on a sorcerer is like a paper towel. Look, sometimes we just need extra protection, okay? Okay. Thunder damage. Sleep, put creatures in a magical slumber. Select targets or combine 24 hit points for 2 turns. The condition ends upon taking damage. Shield, when you're about to be hit by an enemy, increase your armor class by 5 until long rest. I mean, that's useful. Ray of Sickness, so poison damage. Mage Armor. Wait, Mage Armor? We're going Sorcerer. Yeah, Wild Class. Subclass, Wild Class. Chromatic Orb can change damage type. Magic Missile never... Oh! Wait. So Chromatic Orb, hurl a spear that deals 3 to 24 damage, thunder damage, and possibly creates the surface on impact. Alternately choose a different type of damage. And then Magic Missile shoots 3 magical darts, each dealing 2 to 5 force damage. They always hit their target. To be fair, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But then I would probably want to go to cantrips because both of those are decent damage, and I'd probably want to get rid of the fire. Hi, Joji! Good morning! How are you? How are you doing, love? How's it? How I keep seeing you in Baldur's Gate 3 as well. But yeah, we're going gnome. Oh, we're going forest, gnome, wild, magic, sorcerer. So far, we have not updated her appearance. That is going to be about 4 hours of content. Anyway, literally, this is the automatic that's come with her. She was bluish tint and like kind of short bluey hair from the deep gnome when we were thinking deep gnome. But yeah, cantrips are usable all day. Your first level spells are done when they're used until the next day. Oh! So you can only use it once. So what I'm thinking then is I might want like Magic Missile and then like Mage Armor. Fun size, super good. Hi, Liam. How you doing today? Shorties are really cool. I agree. Shorties are really cool. Exactly. He has ruined me. Baldur's is so good, but you respect my... Yes. Respect your fighter. Vicky, I love you, by the way. Just so you know, you're super cute. Ooh, I just got an email. How manage? Hold on. 1 second. I got a work email, guys. My boss is in the chat and I got a work email. Hold on 1 second. Let me just ask review. Yeah, it's fine. Build our character for nearly 2 anyways. Anyway. Damn, stop making me want the game. I'm so sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I was just checking. Where's she brushing cookie? No. I had email from a coworker, so I just wanted to make sure that I did that real quick. I'm really sorry. Go back and change around my points, but I do respect my baby. Look. We're learning. We're learning as we play what we find to be important, which is why I'm asking lots of questions. Sometimes we're not sure what's important until we do. Anyway, what I'm thinking is I want to get rid of one of these and do mage armor. Wait, with a sorcerer, does wearing armor affect our magic? Does it affect how well the magic is done? Or what's the words? The advantages and the extra bonus points and everything like that. Does does having weight on affect that? Because if so, then I would want less armor, right? And then I can do mage armor. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Simply have no proficiency. It would take away the proficiency in it, which honestly is not great. So that's why I'm kind of like, I feel like I should have protection, right? Protect a target from attacks, increases armor class to 13 plus its dexterity amount. No, that you simply can't wear it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's... That's what I'm thinking. Or should I do orb? Good habits. I didn't read much before starting. Same! Reacting to the bug in the eye was the grossest thing in the entire thing. I apparently missed that spoiler, and it was really gross. And I got a bug in my eye. Connected everything to get Twitch drops. Heck yes! Yeah. So you can, don't worry, as long as you're hanging out in chat, are the drops on? The drops should be on automatically because I have drops always enabled for my stream. As soon as you get the drop, like even if you don't have everything connected right away, you will still get it. And then you just have to connect after. The cutscene bugged me. It did. The cutscene did bug me. It was really buggy. This game is super buggy. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I'm thinking magic missile. No. I want chromatic orb. I feel like chromatic, like an orb of whatever kind of thing that I wanted coming from a wild mage or a wild sorcerer. I feel like that would be a fucking vibe. Like, here's this orb of whatever damage that whatever type of damage I want being sent out. I feel like that's a vibe. So I'm gonna do chromatic orb and mage armor. Embrace the bug. You are the bug is you. Soon your old life will not matter. That sounds pretty much accurate. So yeah, we have wild magic, tides of chaos. Background. We're currently a folk hero. You're a champion of the common people, challenging tyrants and monsters to protect the helpless. Saving innocents in imminent danger will make your legend grow. Animal handling and pet all the dogs! You could pet dogs. Why? As soon as I see that. Stay alive in the wilds, track prey. Again, we're already a forest gnome, so I already know that we have those vibes there, right? Like, I know. Okay. Found what Carrot's picking. Your vibes last time I checked in. So this is all a big... Oh, yeah, pet dogs, right? Okay, so Folk Hero has dogs. Do you know or do you gnome? I gnome it all. Okay, Acolyte. You spent your life in service to the temple, learning sacred rites and providing No. Charlatan. You're an expert in manipulation, prone to exaggeration, and more than happy to profit from it. Bending the truth and turning allies against each other will lead to a greater success down the road. Deception and sleight of hand. Criminal. You have a history of breaking the law and survive by leveraging less than legal connections. Profiting from criminal enterprise will lead to greater opportunities in the future. Character name, pet all the dogs. Princess Zelda, she's a little person. I'm okay with that vibe. Again, have not changed her visual appearance whatsoever. I didn't want any of this to, like, once we edit the appearance, I want to edit the appearance, and that's like finalized, right? Han! Hey, Han! How are you doing today, love? Did I see that you were streaming today, Han? Entertainer. You live to sway and subvert your audience, engaging common crowds and high society alike. Preserving art and bringing joy to the hapless and downtrodden heightens your charismatic aura. Acrobatics and pervert helps you resist being shoved. I feel like I'm gonna get shoved a lot as a gnome. I feel like I'm gonna get shoved as a gnome. Should I have this since I stopped getting shoved? I don't want to be shoved. And performance. Entertain audiences, commands the stage. Folk hero, we saw animal handling and survival. Maybe I like being shoved. Shove them back. Challenging tyrants and monsters to protect the helpless. Guild artisan. Your skill in a particular craft has earned your membership in a mercantile guild, offering privileges and protection while engaging in your art. Repairing and discovering rare crafts will bring new inspiration. So we have insight, read people in situation, detect lies, and persuasion. Turn on the charm, coax, and cajole. But what's going on, Liam? I mean, I don't want to be noble. I don't care. I don't care. You were raised in a family among the social elite, accustomed to power and privilege. Accumulating renown, power, and loyalty will raise your status. History and persuasion, Outlander. Ooh. You grew up in the wilds, learning to survive far from the comforts of civilization. Surviving unusual hazards of the wild will enhance your prowess and understanding. So athletics and survival. So we can track prey, stay alive in the wilds. We can already talk to animals. So we can already talk to animals. And wild magic. So Outlander would allow us to stay alive in the wilds, which honestly is a vibe with the character that we're starting to create, right? Like, we're trying to get the vibe of the character and everything. You have your unscripted beanie! Oh my god, I'm so excited. I feel like I need, like, if you don't mind having your picture taken or like wanting your picture, I feel like I need like a check out like the merch command, have it where it like brings up like a random image of someone wearing a piece of merch. Like, I feel like I need to ask that. Maybe next time you'll think twice while shoving someone while the center of mass is close to your knees. Bam! Backwards knee to hit. Sounds accurate. Sage, you are curious and well-read with an unending thirst for knowledge. Learning about rare lore of the world will inspire you to put this knowledge to greater purpose. Arcana, recognize magic, interact with enchanted items, and history remembers the past and its people. Aquahan. Oh no, you don't have enough cash money! Yeah, I'm not saying right now, but maybe I should have something like that. Over there! Hi, Toot! Toot, how are you, love? It has been a long time no see. Were you lurking in Esbe's stream? If you were, totally a vibe. I totally understand. How are you? What's going on? You are trained in battlefield tactics and combat, having served in a militia, mercenary company, or officer corps. Show smart tactics and bravery on the battlefield to enhance your power. So we have more athletics. Add intimidation. Be a bully. You think you were? I'm not even sure. It's totally vibe. Yeah, Esbe rated today. Apparently Sir Hugs helped with a suggestion. I hope you're doing good today. What's happening? After surviving a poor and bleak childhood, you know how to make the most out of very little. Using your street smarts bolsters your spirit for the journey ahead. Sleight of hand and stealth. We've already decided stealth, although she's a gnome. We're doing wild magic forest gnome. Stealth doesn't necessarily fit. Like, the wild magic is going to take over and chaos is going to be there. The stealing stuff I kind of like. Stealing stuff I kind of like. The sleight of hand fits the chaos vibe. But the stealth, I'm not 100% sure. Right? Urchin, Outlander, folk hero, and entertainer. I mean, so charlatan has deception and sleight of hand. Criminal has deception and stealth. You have a party. Someone else may have the skills you show. Exactly. So that's why I'm kind of like, yeah, we match. I'm so fucking excited. If you're wearing the inscripted hat, we are matching today. That's why I'm kind of like, I want to kind of give her not exactly everything. Like, I want her to have a little bit of well-roundedness, like, you know, I don't want her to be fucking dumb as rocks kind of vibes. But I want to make sure she has the same vibes kind of going along with it, like that wild magic forest gnome vibes, because that's what we're embracing right now. We're embracing it. So that's why I'm kind of thinking Outlander, because then we have athletics and survival, either Outlander or folk hero, influence animals and survival. Outlander or folk hero, because Outlander will kind of go like, kind of grew up in the wilds, learning to survive far from comfort. Like maybe when we were younger, the wild magic kind of grew within us. It kind of burst out. We had to run away from society, or we're kicked out by our family, whatever it might be. So that kind of goes along with that. But then folk hero could be that the wild magic did good things, right? And so we decided to use that wild magic to help the innocents and everything, as well as dogs. as well as dogs. Both of them have survival, so both of them are in the, I think these two are the two that I want to choose between right now. Imagination installed to this, and it was the level. I really appreciate it, Sir Hugs, I really do. Dark purple. LCD, since there can be overlap, you can relax and choose what fits in your head for her. What do you would like to make Shreks on? Valid. But still, I like hearing from you guys. So I think for now, I'm gonna choose Outlander. For now, I'm gonna choose Outlander. I can put dogs embraced by inner Snow White sold. Exactly. Because I already can talk to animals, so that should help my animal handling, right? That's how it works. Because if we have this, athletics, arcana, survival, persuasion are our 4 skills. Seems like a vibe. I like it. So with our abilities, we can now change our abilities, right? So we currently have a bonus +1 in Constitution. I think that's from being a gnome probably, right? And then a +2 in Charisma. I'm half thinking changing that +2 to Dexterity. Does that make sense? She even looks like you. Oh, look how cute she is. We're gonna change looks a little bit. Max Charisma, and regardless what you choose, try not to make your Constitution too low. That's why I'm thinking the +1 bonus to Constitution. She needs bigger hair. Oh no, trust me. Her appearance is changing. So we currently have 8 strength. So I definitely think the strength Constitution's really nice early on. Okay, so currently Constitution is 15. So we have 15, 17, so Charisma's our highest at 17, and then Constitution at 15. Next is Dex, then Intelligence, then Wisdom, and then Strength is 8. Honestly, I'm okay with this vibe. I'm currently... So the proficiency bonus is added to ability checks, saving throws, use the skill you're proficient in. So that'd be Athletics, Arcana, Survival, and Persuasion. Making them more likely to succeed. Also added to attack rolls when you're attacking with your weapons you're proficient with. So that's currently daggers, quarterstaffs, and light crossbows. I feel like this is a vibe. Again, I don't necessarily know all the differences, but strength is definitely not something that I want her focusing on. It is a little bit well-rounded in that there's nothing like at a 1, right? There, everything is at least 8 and above, but strength is definitely the lowest and charisma is double that. I do like that Constitution and Charisma are high. I do know that Constitution's a good one to have because that's for saving throws. Yeah, +4 to saving throws, +2 from Constitution, +4, +2 from proficiency. So we currently have +4 to our saving throws, which is kind of nice if we're gonna die. Intelligence, we currently have +1 to saving and +1 from intelligence. So we have +1 to our intelligence checks. Ability based point, yeah, Wisdom +0 to any wisdom checks. So it's kind of, we don't have any plus to the wisdom, but we do have plus for intelligence. What would be early on better? Intelligence or wisdom? Because wisdom is senses and intuition, improves spellcasting for clerics, wizards, and rangers. Intelligence is improved as spellcasters for wizards. Constitution affects your hit point max. Dexterity, initiative, and armor class. Strength minus. We do have a -1 to our strength checks. Effectiveness of melee weapons. Wisdom is much more important. Seems like neither really useful necessarily. It's more like with different checks, right? It's more like with different checks in my brain. So neither is going to really help our skills. Charisma is going to help us as a sorcerer. Force of personality improves spellcasting for bards, paladins, sorcerers, and warlocks. Influences traders and prices. +5 to saving throws, +3 from charisma, +2 from proficiency. Wisdom saves are much more frequent than intelligence saves, but intelligence has more checks due to skill checks. To be fair, I feel like this is pretty good. Like, it's sad that our wisdom doesn't have anything right now, but, you know, that's okay. Why not keep bumping up constitution? So, like, this is as high as, like, this is all of the points based off of the recommended for the build, right? So when you're doing the build, it does the recommended skills for you. And then, but you can adjust it yourself after. So if you're like, I'm gonna play this wizard, but it's gonna be dumb as fucking rocks, for like the meme, you can do that. It's gonna give you the recommended at the beginning, and then you can clear all the skill points and basically do like a fucking strength constitution wizard if you really want. It will be interesting. But you can do it for the meme. So this is as many points as we have set up. With a +1 bonus to Constitution, +2 for Charisma. Play a wizard of 10 intelligence. It was amazing. So I think this, in all honesty, for like a first kind of go, I feel like this works. We can always change it down the line. The appearance is next. We are 2 hours into stream, and we just chose our origin, race, subrace, class, cantrip, spells, subclass, and background and abilities. This took 2 hours, and we have not gotten to the appearance yet, and I am a simmer. I play The Sims. This is not good. Hi, Blackcard. How are you doing today? All right. So, meet our character so far. All right. We haven't chosen a name for her yet. All right. She is a forest gnome, a level 1 sorcerer. Proficient in wild magic. She is a forest gnome. That is her subrace, and her background is Outlander. So with her race, this means that she is small, clever, and energetic. Gnomes use their long lives to explore Faerun's brightest corners and darkest depths. The forest gnomes are even smaller than their cousins and twice as reclusive. Forest gnomes are a rare sight in Faerun. They master magic and craftsmanship in their distant idyllic groves. She can speak with animals and has dark vision to 12 meters. Can move 7.5 meters per turn, so she can't move as far as some of the other races, but has gnome cunning, has an advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. So that is built into being a gnome, which is very helpful, right? Sorcerers are natural spellcasters drawing on inherent magic from a gift or bloodline. The class features are, we have a level 1 spell slots already unlocked. You gain 2 level 1 spell slots, which are restored on a long rest. Cantrips we chose are Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Bone Chill, and Firebolt. Our spells are Mage Armor and Chromatic Orb. And of course, we chose Wild Magic, Tides of Chaos. Activate to gain advantage on your next attack roll, ability check, or saving roll, but an increased chance of wild magic surges afterwards. And of course, wild magic itself, it stems from the forces of chaos. It churns within the sorcerers that wield it, waiting to burst free, which I'm really excited about. Like, it's a pure chaos build. Outlander. We grew up in the wilds, learning to survive far from the comforts of civilization. Surviving unusual hazards of the wild will enhance your prowess and understanding. So we have skills in athletics as well as survival. Yeah, I'm really excited. I think we 100% be a forest gnome. 100% small and reclusive sounds against type with Kara. Listen, considering how long Asylum character is too, I think you're doing fine. Plus, but the first hour just chat. That's true. There was a half an hour of terms of service chat. That's true, Jinja. Hollister was a guy who was sad, never got to playing a character, basically a barbarian with a 20 charisma but 1 intelligence. How we put it, the barbarian just grunt at a woman should jump. So gimmicky. That's what I mean. Like, they're so gimmicky. Exploring my darkest depths. If you wanted to make I feel like that would be Deep Gnome. That would be Deep Gnome. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna edit her appearance. We're gonna get into the appearance, change the, the voice, skin color, eyes, body art, hair, facial hair, like everything, the makeup, and go into editing appearance. But I really have to pee. So we're gonna have a quick BRB. I'm gonna put on an ad, right? I'm gonna put on a 1.5-minute ad on the BRB screen, and I will be right back. So hold on to your hats. Hold on 1 second. To have a quick break, get a pee, get some water, get a coffee, whatever you may need if you were lurking. I will be right back. Hold on 1 second. I don't think this is going well. I think you might be running in here to die. Yeah. Well, that's the house, guys. We've lost everyone. It's over. You did good. I'll grab that. Fuck yes! Worth it. Not worth it. Balls. Balls. No, what the shit? What the fuck? Go on the horse, bitch. Oh my glob. Oh my glob. The fuck is this bitch smoking? Seriously. Classy. Now I got super scruff and Cassie. Oh my god. Can someone put out the fire? Stop staring at Logan's dead body. Please, 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 please. I beg of you. I beg. I need someone. Can I go? You know what? Myself. Seriously, MCS, I appreciate you. And I want you to know that, like, don't ever stress. When life is good, life is good. And I want you to be enjoying everything. So please don't stress, love. I appreciate. I'm already back. I'm so fast. I'm so fast. I'm so sweaty. I'm gonna like hide my pit stains as much as I can with my wig. And I'm bringing attention to it. It's totally fine. I'm back. Okay. Oh, how's everyone going? I definitely don't want to make a meme build. That's for sure. I'm not trying to make a meme build. I'm just like, we're just having a good time. We're having a good time. Making a character that suits my need for chaos and desire for chaos. So that's, yeah, the wigs and the long hair are to hide my pit stains. Yeah, no. Girl, I don't sweat. I don't know what you mean. I don't sweat. I don't, I'm not wearing long pants, a wig, and a beanie in summer with my window closed while my PC is fucking pumping from Baldur's Gate 3. Definitely not what's happening right now, for sure. For sure. Anyway, time to go with our character. Time to go edit our character a little bit. So let's start, literally, we're just gonna go through everything. So we have 2 body types for gnomes. This is the first and this is the second. So one is obviously supposed to be a more feminine body type and one is definitely supposed to be a masculine body type. But again, you can choose the body type and then choose genitals, identity, everything. The customization is yours for sure. So I am again going to kind of be a character that I would be able to cosplay or play myself if I really wanted to. So I am going to go for the more feminine body type just because I am lacking in the muscles as well as the shortness. But there's also different voices.
Where to next?
What was...
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Hells, something just woke up down here.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
It's opened.
It's opened.
I wonder what's back there.
I wonder what's back there.
More of those wretched things.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed.
There's magic
feel
keeping
its
this
aura.
chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
Where to next?
can I just have these people talk to me? Like, can we go through the list of voice actors that did the different voices for this game?
What was that?
What was that?
Let's hope the locals are.
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
2 or 4? 2 or 4? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. 2 or 4? Those are my favorite.
I wonder what's back there.
4?
There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
I really dig, like 2 almost sounds too innocent, right?
What was that?
Ma'am. 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 No. Stop it. 4, I can feel your aura to this.
Let's hope.
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Clear! Oh no, Clear! Thank you, Hugs. I appreciate you.
Be wary.
It's opened.
I mean,
I wonder what's back there.
it's opened. I wonder what's back there.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed.
There's magic
I can
keeping
feel
this
its
chest
aura.
sealed. I can feel its aura. I definitely think 2 is a little bit too innocent sounding, right?
What was that?
Yeah,
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
I think 4. I like 4 a lot. How's Cleo? She's a butt. Oh my god. Okay, guys. So Saturday we had some of our friends over for dinner and drinks, right? Like a barbecue and dinner and drinks for my birthday. Dazla, sir, it's like, yeah, it's fine, guys. If you want to give her a little bit, because like a lot of it was like meat barbecue, like a sausage and meatballs and stuff like that. It's like, if you want, you can give her some human food, that's fine, because she was the only dog, so there wasn't a lot of possessiveness with the food and everything. This girl had so much fucking food on Saturday. So much human food. Her farts the next day were disgusting. My dog's farts were disgusting the next day. It wasn't you, lies. Like, I'm just sitting there talking to a couple people, like, we never let our dog have human food. It's like, trust me, I don't want to give her human food, Daz. Let's just letting her have it. Says it's a good thing. I'm like, excuse me. All right, so the face, I'm assuming these are all face shapes, and then it kind of gives the different skin tones on this as an example. Yeah, these are all face shapes. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit. What do we think? Yes? Hi, Shifu! This is Megamind, or why is that head? She's a gnome! She's got a slightly bigger head and tiny body because she's a gnome. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, the nose is more right on this one. The nose is more right on head 4. How are you, Shifu? Party died. Time to restart. Oh no! Just completely starting from scratch or restarting from the last save? Scratch? Oh my god. That's so funny. I mean, I kind of like, look, we're having a look. We're having a look. We have got warm tone, all skin colors. Oh, I can make her pink. Digging the first face shape. The first face shape is actually really nice. I'm not saying sunburn, because she's a forest gnome, right? Exactly, she's a forest gnome. I feel like she needs to have those green tones, right? Not like a full dark color, but like, you know, like a little light green. So Winter, are you gonna be choosing the same kind of character? Like this is perfect. Are you gonna be choosing the same kind of character, or are you guys starting over with completely different characters and stuff? Either that or she's Vulcan. I mean, sometimes you just gotta have Vulcans in your life. Lichen tone, dusk tone, ash tone. I really think the greens, like the sages, or like just like a light kind of sage. So where it's almost human, almost like a human skin tone, but like just that light forest shade to her. School yesterday was kind of nice because you only have to suffer until graduation. You've got this. I have faith. I have faith. No need to stress. Exactly. I mean, it's solo, so you may go barbarian. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. Do it. Why not? Rampage. Vibrant green eyes. Yes. I was thinking, like, looks close enough. I mean... Oh, hello. I think the first... Because if we're just looking at face shape, I really like this face shape the most. But, like, a wood tone. Like, I feel like that's... The wood tone... I feel like the wood tone is really nice. Vibrant green, yeah. So we have also scars. Do we give her is there like a lightning bolt one or something like that makes it feel like the wild magic came like out of her? Or would that be like a scar, or would that be like a burning? Yeah, if you want Taco Tuesday, it's Taco Tuesday. Like, that's what I'm trying to think right now. Like, I kind of want it, like, the wild magic kind of came through. There are tattoos. It might be too much. Okay, so we'll have a look at the body art and maybe come back to the scars then. That's a very good... Thank you, Edgar, for pointing that out. Maturity, definitely. She's been alive for a while, same as me. I'm 33 fucking years old, bitch. That's this old in the internet age, no. It's a little bit of age. Right? Been in the woods for a while. Damn kids, get off my internet! Exactly. Little bit of freckling. Intensity. No, just a little bit. So I did see that it has vitiligo. Lie. The only thing that I don't like, I wish you could change the pattern. I wish not only did this increase the intensity, but also like as you did it, like gave a slightly different pattern, right? I really wish I had like, but it's just the same pattern, just kind of becoming wider. I said bye. That's what it. Yep. Exactly. Being 33, not really. All those brain cells are dead. All right. So if we have a look, I mean, vibe. Ooh, that reminds me of the bug that's in our eyeball. Is there something that's kind of... I mean, I want that. Is that the color? Oh, fuck yeah. So we can have it where it's like just a darker shade of green. Oh, so it's like a darker... So... Day one. No, seriously, this is just character creation. Exactly. Wait. Stop. That is such a fucking vibe, though. Cap!
It's a new month, so I get to resub to the best person in the Twitchverse. It doesn't feel like 21 months, but here's to forever less than 3.
Oh my god, Kat, thank you for resubbing. Enjoy your emotes, your ad reviewing, and your sub badge. I appreciate you. Say magic. Like, how are you today, Cap? And also, hi, Shash! Yeah, next 3 streams. Exactly, 3 streams. But this is kind of what the vibe that I'm thinking now. That it's like these forest markings, or like the wild magic is written on our face, like something like that. But it's just like, it's slightly darker than our skin tone, right? That's what I'm thinking at the moment. I like how it's like literally writing. How are you today? What's going on? I'm thinking either these two. So this one kind of like, this is our forest markings, and this one is the wild magic, the words of the wild magic that we have like been born with has been like being written on our faces. When you call a game an RPG, if you don't spend at least 3 hours in character creation, never see that face again because of helmets. I half wanted to name the stream Day Zero, because like, or Session Zero, because you know, like the first, like, you know, zero session is before you actually get to the game itself, and you're just creating your character and like figuring out all the attributes, the abilities, what she looks like, everything like that. I half wanted to do that. So this is the first one, right, where it's kind of like, it almost looks like the tree and the antlers and everything are kind of growing on her skin, kind of like more forest. And this one kind of being like the actual text of the wild magic, like coming out onto her skin. I feel attacked, Ginger. Doing well, 1 more week and I can finally start walking. Fuck yes! Oh my god. Well, whopping 25%, but that's still progress, Cap. 100%. I mean, we can have a look at some of the others because we didn't really do a deep look on the tattoos. So we kind of have, you know, more darker. I don't want anything with flames. I mean, this looks like almost like she's become a tree herself, right? Like the rings of the tree. But she's not a druid, so I don't want to do that. iPad with a refurb does... Oh no! Wait, it doesn't work? That fucking sucks. Cap, I've been having Wi-Fi problems on my phone as well recently. Like, literally keep saying I don't have any internet, but then Dazla on his Android phone has internet. It's bullshit. That sucks. I would definitely like ask if whatever person either got it, or if you can like look, or if you can do it yourself. If there's a problem with the refurb, you should be able to complain against it, especially if it's a screen or something. Text with like red or oh, that's true. We should look at probably some of the other colors as well. It definitely, we can put down the intensity, because that's definitely a pain in the butt. That's the best part, it just happens. Because if we do the red, I would almost want it to be more faint. Well, the person who bought it, yeah, I would definitely ask them. I would definitely like just be like, hey, can we have a look? The half face text one where it kind of comes up like this, so it's not so much. I want to figure out the hair color. I want to figure out the hair colors because we need something that works with the green. Again, staying, let's have a look at the hair real quick, just to kind of, because hair will usually make the face. So we'll come back to the body art. Bolder color with half the coverage. Yeah, like definitely I think if we're gonna go bolder color, then we did the half, not the full face. And then if we go with the tree look. Okay, I'm gonna make this character so beautiful. I want to put a helmet on 1.5 hours. Oops, well, too late. This is not okay. This is not okay. This is not guys, I'm having problems. We need to go with something wild looking. Go sideways look so we can see it. Wi-Fi is weird. Doesn't work on your phone, but still literally, oh, that's so weird. There's this like which one was it? I already lost it. This one is now officially my favorite hair in the entire world. Like, it is such a freaking vibe. But let's have a look at the hair color. The braids, the big, like the space buns, those are so freaking cute. Let's figure out the hair color really quick just to kind of have a peek, because I'm half thinking that like a pink or a purple, but I almost like how green. We could go super green. I'm gonna have to buy a new wig. Simmer, what happens when a simmer takes over Baldur's Gate 3? Welcome to my 6-hour stream of character creation and fiddling with hairs. Yeah. So like with the different hair colors, you can have the highlights as well, right? So you can kind of go highlight intensity. So on this hair, it's going to be in the front. Like, let's choose something so we can kind of have a look and see as we play around where the hairs are. But this is not what the colors are going to be. And then graying is just the graying itself, but you can change it so it's a color. Right? I just want to see where the hairs are as we kind of do stuff. Okay. Are we green? Super green, right? Buns are kings. Oh my god, Hawaiian buns are so good. But let's have a look at the hairs. I want something, again, a little bit more wild and chaotic. These are not the colors that the hair is going to be. Don't worry. We're just trying to figure out where the highlights lay, because I'm assuming each hairstyle, it's slightly different. Oh my god. So for example, this one, it's the front bangs, the buns, and the here. And then the graying is kind of at the edges, mixed in and not as intense. So if you didn't know, this is a very good way when you have different areas that the hair is and it's on with different styles. Do it where it's 3 different colors so you can kind of see where it's going to lay and how intense it is. So that way you can kind of fiddle with it and everything, right? Are we going Queen of the Wild and Chaotic? Yes. Hawaiian buns, but that's, to be fair, that's true. They are quite sweet, right? I don't want that, don't want that, don't want that. I like, so far, this one and this one. Too simple. No. Possible? No, too clean, right? Too clean. It's very simple, but it definitely works, right? Too clean. I don't like whatever's happening right there. That I don't like. Love the braids on the pony on that one hair. Which one? Make a character in this that looks like Joji so you can Sims. Maybe. There's some really good natural hair textures as well. I fucking love this. Sims, get your shit together. I know this is technically alpha hair and not the Max's clay, but still. Just you're too sweet. Oh my god, Cap. It's simple, but it works. Oh, okay. I think it's this one, the simple and it works, where the braids kind of come in. It's less chaotic. My Barian is now in your Discord. Oh, fuck yeah. Guys, with the game, definitely game photos. Show me your creators. Oh my god, she's fucking hot as shit, mate. What the fuck? Holy shit, clicked off and the music got a little less intense there for a second. Okay. The hair flip on top of the 2 braids is so good. Yes. Okay. I'm just saying. Simple and cute. No. Although, if you're living in the forest, it's kind of nice to have your hair under control. And look, her hair whips back and forth. Too clean. Get close up of your character's face once you're in game. Do you do a screenshot? Oh, that's actually a very good question. Yeah, chat, if you know. Definitely don't want anything that's straight and clean. Like, it either has to be braided or pulled back. Like, is there a photo mode? That's a very good question. And we can definitely have a play around with that once we go in as well. Like, to test and see. There's some really good natural hairs. I'm so happy with this. There's no photo mode. Damn. Like, would you have to screenshot on like a cutscene then to get a close up of your character's face? Maybe in the camp? Want leaves and twigs and hair. Right? She's trying to get extra height. Wait. Like she's trying to get extra height by her hair. She's just like, I want my hair to be as tall as possible. Like, I want to be taller. But yeah, like if you look at this one, you can definitely see. So you have the normal hair, and then you can really change the graying right here. So like having the graying be a color here, like really like where it changes that intensity, right? It's just interesting, and definitely a thing to play with if you're trying to figure out where the hair kind of goes. Jenna Marbles, I want to be tall energy. Oh my god, tall hair, high heel boots. That's 100%. 100% it. I feel like she would just be like, I don't care that I'm short. Like, this is who I am. I've got big magic energy. I've got wild magic energy. I'm definitely still feeling this one a bit, but I feel like the hair is almost too big for how short she is. The hair choices are absolutely amazing. But I really kind of like this one, especially because the money pieces here are the different colors, the same as the buns. Mess with me and your shins are mine. That's 100% what it is. Hold on. What I'm thinking. So you have green. Okay, green. What if we have where it's that? And then the money pieces are instead like this. No, wait. Oh, highlight colors? Oh, shit balls. Okay. Have it where it's like here. Confirm. And then hair color. The music is great. I definitely thank you, Bombies, for being like, just listen to the in-game music. It is a freaking vibe, right? But like where it's like dark and then lighter here. Like the purple's really intense. Like if you're going purple, the color is incredibly intense colors. So I'm not really liking that too much. Brown, red, then we have red. I'm half thinking that we go graphics, character customization makes me want this game fabled. Say fabled. Yes. So this is my partner's game and we have it on Family Share. Also welcome in, by the way. I hope you're doing well. We have it on Family Share and I really just want to like get my own so I can play with him because it's a freaking vibe so far. We haven't even gotten to the game. I don't even know if I like the game yet. Don't even know if I like the game yet. I'm just in character creation. Once you get your AC on, you're gonna play Baldur's. You're too tired from it. That's valid, right? That's completely valid. Wait. Pink's gonna stand out if we're in the forest. The one video of an in-game interaction. I'm not sure if he did. Pink's gonna stand out if we're in the forest. It does not work. Wild magic though. Buy this game or not? I mean, you can wait to see when we go into the game itself. I mean, it's going to be the beginning kind of thing. So the game itself, the cutscenes are very detailed and everything else. It is one of like the, you know, the top-down games. So it's turn-based D&D. It looks incredible. Yeah. It looks really, really good. Half an hour in and what a wild ride. Oh, that was just the character creation. Literally. Isometric. Thank you, Edgar. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's... Wait. Zoom out. Let me see. I'm feeling judged right now, T. She's a gnome, okay? She's a gnome. Why are you judging me? She's a gnome. Wait, actually? Waiting to lose her shit soon. I probably will. Wait. Short gang. Exactly. Green face, forest theme, fall colors for hair. Ooh. Never judged. Dom would love this character. Like the reds and oranges. Short king and queen. Ock! What the shit, Ock? Oh my fucking god! Hello! Hi, Raiders, welcome on in. Ock, I fucking love you. How are you? I'm sorry for all the cursing. You just made me super excited to see you. Ock, what is going on? Raiders, welcome on in. Thank you for shouting out Ock Venture. I actually already follow Ock. Yes, it has Twitch integration. You guys can vote for all the dialogue. It's so freaking cool. Raiders, welcome in. If you came in with that raid, can you please tell me your favorite thing about Ock Venturer? I actually already follow Ock. I have been in Ock streams before. She's a freaking lovely ass bean. Please go say hi. Go hit the follow at the top of the screen and everything. What are you doing today? What is going on? Fluffy! Thank you so much for gifting a sub. I appreciate you. Yeah, there's Twitch integration. So the Twitch integration isn't complete yet. I will tell you guys all about the integration. But yes, tell me your favorite thing about Ock Venture. Ock, if you have to raid and run, please go ahead and do so. But I would love to hear about your stream if you want to talk about it. And for everyone, keep telling me all your favorite things. I would love to hear it. If you don't know who I am, hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. I am currently playing Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time. I've never played any other Baldur's Gate. I am a D&D listener and enjoyer. Malik, how are you? I hope you're doing well. But I have never played myself, so this is going to be a vibe. We are currently working on my character, so we're not done yet. We're still working on our character creation. I'll tell you all about her in a second, but let me hear about you. So let's go through this. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, and Ock, enjoy your emote, star reviewing, and your sub badge. It has been a while. It has been a while. So let's go ahead and see what everyone is saying. Her smile tells me your favorite thing about Ock is her smile. Malik, Ock is great, super accepting of all our shenanigans. Tyler, best part is definitely her witty burns. We did some Tetris and chatting. I freaking love that. Thank you so much, T, for shouting out Ock again. I really appreciate it. Tyler, also super wholesome and sweet. That part's pretty neat. Her compassionate acceptance of others. You're well. I'm glad you're doing well. Her artistic abilities. No, seriously, Ock is such a freaking vibe. If any, like, I really love it. Milky, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well today. You just bought it. Oh my god. Fabled, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, so we're currently playing Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time. Do not worry, will not be any spoilers if you have not gotten the game. Like, we're still in character creation. I've been in character creation for about 2 hours. I've been including like the first half hour talking about it. It's fine. I don't want to enlarge your head too much. So yeah, there's a lot of customization. Let me just real quick go back to general. If we go return to no. How do I? Haha. So, Baldur's Gate 3 has Twitch integration. So if you're just coming in here, best thing is, yes, tell me, Fluffy, tell me. About certain character customization traits. She's all for it. So yeah, you go in. Best bet is first you start with your origin, then your race, then your sub-race, then your class, then your subclass, then your background. And all of that can affect the look of your character, and then you can alter it more afterwards, right? Character creation is great. I started streaming with The Sims 4. That was like the first few games that I ever played and everything else. So I'm a big Simmers. We actually just for a celebration stream, we had a Sims house where I made, if you used your channel points to make yourself into a Sims character, I put your Sim into the house and turned all the chaos mode, like all the chaos on. It was absolute insanity. We had, what's the thing where you have people, you can spend your points to make stuff happen in the house. We had that on, so like fires were starting everywhere. It was so much fun. Cleo, sorry, that's my dog. Someone's passing by. Cleo, it's fine. Sounds like elaborate for homework. 18 hours to install. Faith, that sounds accurate. Yeah, it's a big game, guys. It's a big game. Cleo, ma'am, honey. But yeah, if you have to raid and run, don't be afraid to do so. But I would love to hear all about your streams. It has been a hot minute. I've lurked a couple of times. I'm not gonna lie. Crowd control. Thank you, Liam. I've lurked a couple times as I was getting ready for work and stuff in the morning. But I just real quick lurk just to check in and everything else. I'll have to say hi next time so that way I'm not just a creep. I'm a massive creep, guys. I'm really sorry. She doesn't want her head to enlarge, just others. So we are a gnome, so this is about the thing. Wait, shit. Also, other thing, I'm very easily distracted. Twitch integration. So at the moment, you'll notice if you hover over, if you have Twitch integration, everything else, you'll notice that you can't really click anything. We're still in character creation. But once we're in, you will be able to see all the spells I have, my party, what party members I have, what gear that I'm wearing. So you never really have to ask questions. So if you go into any Baldur's Gate 3 stream right now that has the overlay on, you'll be able to see their party without, if you missed the character creation and stuff like that. The other thing it has is dialogue. Chat can choose what dialogue option they want you to choose. So it doesn't make you choose that. Instead, it gives you a percentage. So it shows like 44% of chat want you to do this. 10% of chat want you to do this. You know, whatever to make it up, add it up to 100. I can't do math real quick over my head. So it'll actually come up and do like all the options that it has, and you can choose which one that you think the streamer should vote for, and the streamer gets to make the last and final decision. But you don't, it shows you to kind of be like, hey, chat would like you to do this one instead. Like, you know, just kind of like a suggestion, which I really, really like, that it's not final. You have to do it, but that way you guys can influence the game. Chat can just completely break your run. Exactly, Tyler, exactly. Yeah, oh my god, Talisman sounds so lovely, and like I'm so glad that Aki found like so many lovely beans. Forest gnome, yeah, so this is, we haven't named her yet. She is a forest gnome, which means that she can speak with animals and have dark vision, but also that we have, you know, 7.5 meters per turn, which is kind of low compared to the other races, as well as gnome cunning, so an advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. We are a sorcerer, which means we can use, we have the spell lots already unlocked. And I chose Mage Armor, Chromatic Orb, Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Bone Chill, and Firebolt. We are Wild class, so Tides of Chaos and Wild Magic, which I'm so freaking excited about. And she's an Outlander. We grew up in the wilds, learning to survive far from the comforts of civilization, surviving unusual hazards of the wild would enhance her prowess and understanding. Shell, welcome on in! Yes, so literally this full, oh my god. I just want to, like, I kept seeing things where it's like, talk to animals. I'm like, yes, talk to animals. But wild magic, talking to animals, all that fun stuff. I'm so excited. But welcome on in, Shell. I hope you're doing well today. Current name suggestion, pet salted dogs. Pet salted dogs. Cause you see it. Awk is something special. I will agree. Must always talk to animals. This is my first playthrough. And I've been here for 2 hours. It's fine. We're fine. We're editing our appearance. We're fine. We're currently, we're changing the body art, and we're currently working on hair though, because hair affects looks. If you have ever done The Sims before, you know hair affects looks in The Sims. If your character is focused on nether regions, Jenny, do it. I do, so just so everyone knows, I do have this where nudity is not going to be shown just because we have a lot of work lurkers in my community, and I just wanted to make sure that it was safe for stream always and safe for work always, that there's not going to be any accidental slips. So we don't have any nudity showing. We are planning on making a command that tells you what genitals I chose if it will let me choose them. I don't know if you can choose it if you're not showing it. I have no idea. Almost configured this to play 3 days later, literally. If you play Dungeons and Dragons where it's all new. Sims teaches, yeah, exactly. Hair makes or breaks an outfit. Hair and eyebrows, those two completely change it. I am an avid D&D listener. I have done VTubing before. However, I have not played D&D myself. So I have played a character VTubing actually as a job before. I listen to a lot of D&D podcasts, but I have not played D&D myself before. As long as we get to use our imagination, exactly. Yeah, work lurkers, ruining that TOS. Going to game, then maybe, yeah, exactly. Cleo, honey, we talked about that selection option. Literally, ma'am, Cleo, no.
This is fantastic.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cleo, honey. Sorry, something is happening outside. I think there's a cat walking back and forth. There's a couple outdoor cats that live in our neighborhood. newbie with playing D&D, but I know more from listening. I'm so excited. Have you seen the Critical Role animated series? I've seen some of it, but not a lot. Wait, Turbo UDM? Fuck yeah. Fuck you. You are a rare and noble breed. That sounds really creepy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That sounds so creepy. By the way, if anyone's gonna see a shortened version, I am recording right now. So that way I'm hoping to put up everything on YouTube, because I'm horrible at YouTube, but I'm actually gonna try with this one because I'm so excited about this series and it's so much fun. DMing is underappreciated. It is. Freaking hero. In fact, Kara's gonna have a blast when she starts midnight on Thursday. It's a exactly, Show. Also, thank you, Show, for having the pronoun extension for anyone that just came in with any of the raids today. We've had a lot of raids today. Thank you so much. I have a pronouns extension. I think it also is with BTTV. You don't have to have the extension yourself. For example, if you're on mobile and you can't have an extension, but you can put your pronouns in, and I'll be able to see your pronouns next to your name, just so you know. For lipstick metallic gold, oh my god. I really think the green and gold vibes are... I'm trying to figure out, because we're kind of going for the foresty wild. So I want something wild, and the gold is definitely feeling it. Canadians, there's so many Canadians. Oh yeah, if you just came in with that raid, you're gonna get a 30-second ad. I'm so sorry, I love you. Thank you, Leah, for running an ad. Canadians! What the hell, Eliza? Hi! Hi! You just came in with an ad. You should have like, oh my god, I'm so sorry if you have an ad right now. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Also, hi Juicy, how are you? Raiders, welcome on in. I hope you're doing good. Holy crap nuggets. I hope you're doing good today. Eliza, how are you? How was your stream? Everyone, seriously, everyone that came in with Ox stream, everyone that came in with Josephine's stream, everyone that came in with Esbe's stream, go follow Eliza. I also know Eliza. Eliza's also freaking lovely and amazing, and I appreciate her so much. Seriously, Eliza is a freaking amazing ass bean. How are you? How's Pathologic going, by the way? Hi, Psycho. How are you, sweetie? Turbo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much. How was your stream, everyone? What was your favorite part of Eliza's stream today? Eliza, if you have a moment, if you don't have to raid and run, I would love to hear about your stream. But if you came in, tell me your favorite thing about Eliza. My favorite thing is Eliza loves to 100% games, is a 100%er, a completer, all that kind of thing with her games. So definitely go ahead and drop her a follow. Yeah, we had a lot of raids today, Psycho. So many people with all the love. It's a good manners, universal health care, chaos. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100% gaming is hard. Exactly. It's why it's my favorite thing about Eliza. Personally, oh, interesting, Fizzle. Welcome on in, by the way. Because, you know, DMs are underappreciated. Thank you, T. I appreciate you. By the way, if you join the Discord and you go to the game photos and you're playing Baldur's Gate 3, show me your character. That's what we're doing right now. Feel free to drop your character into the game photos channel. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, love. I need that. Hold on, wait. For everyone that came in again, hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. This is my first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. We're still in customer creation, character creation, and it has been about 2 hours. This is fantastic. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in. Just seeing my horrible face doing that weird wink. I have not played a single Baldur's Gate. In fact, everyone who's here for Baldur's Gate this past month, chat has tried to explain Baldur's Gate 3 to me about every day for a month. The only thing that stuck was D&D. No other information, nothing retained, no idea what this game is about. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? That is 3 raids in a row. Hi, welcome, Richard. I'm going to cry. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. How was your stream? How are you? Welcome on in. I hope you're doing good. Everyone that came in with Richard's raid, can you tell me your favorite thing about Brutal Richard? Streamer, community games, all that fun stuff. I would love to hear about it. I love that your pronouns are he, his, y'all. I fucking love that. I say y'all all the time. After character creation, love interest customization. Oh yeah. No, favorite thing. Apparently, do you hate compliments as much as I do? I hate compliments. Dang, it looks like someone's playing Baldur's Gate 3. Saddle is, are you trying to convince Richard to play? Fun fact, no, you just picked. That's freaking brilliant. Welcome on in. I'm Variety. This is my first time playing. This is day one. Customer creation. This is my 10th time saying customer creation instead of characterization. Customer character. This is fine. We're currently creating our character. We're currently a forest gnome wild magic sorcerer. We are on the appearance part. Gas station RP. Oh my god, gas station simulator is so much freaking fun. Did chat explain Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2? No, but my partner did. So my partner is someone that currently has the CDs of Baldur's Gate 2. This is how long that he's been playing Baldur's Gate. And he's tried to explain it to me for the past year since the early release came out. And I still know nothing. I don't like that, Icy. Saddle, Dick's blatant disregard for the proper pronunciation of my name. Sometimes you just got to. Sad? Wait. Is it Sad Lemon? I'm so sorry, Sad. Wait, I'm so sorry. Is it not Saddle? I am so sorry. I saw Saddle as well. They have the 4 CDs. Yeah, he has the 4 CDs. BG2 CDs, gang. If you're a Baldur's Gate 2 CDs, gang, I would love to know. Tell my partner that he's not alone. Told you don't have to play 1 or 2. Correct. I was told the same. Try to explain to me, nah, D&D sold. Exactly. Hi, Brian. Well, now it's Saddle. I'm so sorry. It's not spelled. So, Sad, if you go, you don't have to change any spellings. You don't have to change your username. If you go to the customization of your username, you can do capitalization and make it so that way you have the Sad and the Lemon capitalized. If you're really, really frustrated about it. Eliza, you love Baldur's Gate. Well, one day play this. I love you so much. Go eat, shower, die, whatever you need to do. I appreciate the raid so much, love. Everyone, there's been so many raids today. If you've raided today, I fucking appreciate you. If you did raid today, I would love, and you don't follow me, I would love to know why. No, not why you don't follow me. Why you found the stream. Why you found the stream. Did someone suggest it to you? Because there's been a couple of new people. I'm assuming Josephine came in because it was Baldur's Gate 3 stream, so it was probably on the recommended, but I would love to hear. Quick question, can I set up like multiple save files for the game so you can play on stream and off stream? I think so. I want to know why you don't follow me. That's not what it is. I swear. I swear. I think you can, but I'm not sure. If anyone has, thank you so much, Sad. I really appreciate it. It's a running gag at this point. I will try my best to always make sure I call you Sad or Lemon, whichever you prefer. You can have multiple saves. So if you want to have multiple characters and everything, apparently you can. So this is our girl. We're thinking. Hold on, we're getting into this. We're getting into this. The hair, I'm still not sure about the hair. I feel like it's too much hair for her short body. I feel like it's too much hair. You don't need info, but I have a feeling Baldur's Gate 3 will be eventually tied to the lore. Thanks for the psycho. I think it also helps as well, Fable, because you can play multiplayer, right? You can play co-op with 3 more players and everything. So it could be nice, right? It can be nice. So that way you have a different character for your solo, maybe a different character for co-op, maybe you have different D&D groups going on and you want to play kind of as a D&D team, and different like sessions. Because this is the other hair that we were thinking, right? There was that one. I want something that I can do with the... Sorry, Thumper. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. As well as I do have it where it's safe for work, so there's no nudity. But if I can still... A question, if anyone knows, if you don't have shown... So if you have don't show nudity, can you still choose your genitals? Or can you not choose your genitals? That's my question. Oh yeah, you can choose your genitals in this. You can... you show turned off, and you can't choose. Oh, I was still gonna choose and then have a command where you could tell, like I would tell people. You just can't tell what you have. I kept on nudity because you're a depraved pervert. Mine's for stream, as well as we have a lot of work lurkers in chat. We have a lot of work lurkers in chat. I wanted to make sure that it was, if you're work lurking, it's safe in here. If you are confused, When you open up Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time, you can choose show nudity on or show nudity off, because you can choose your genitals. There are multiple options to choose from, as well as you can choose whether or not you see them during cutscenes. So you can actually have it where you don't see them during cutscenes, but you can show the nudity in character creation and stuff like that. For a player, Kara, Duke, and yes! I would be down. You can choose female, male, non-binary, yes. Choose genitals, customization. It's D&D. This game is amazing. The customization so far is insane. So the main thing, Sad, is you can choose your body type, your identity, your like everything, right? You can choose your voice. So you can identify as a woman. You can identify as a woman, have a masculine voice, have a slender body type, have male genitals. You can customize everything, and then that will be there for the cutscenes, and you can romance in this game. Just saying. There is full immersion. Dong size and shape is very important for it. We were talking about this. We were like, so there's no benefits. There's no benefits for like charisma or dexterity, but we're saying like someone's definitely gonna make a mod where which things you choose could affect that in the game. Just playing, had it turned off for stream. Yeah. No, Thumper's fine. Thumper's fine, I promise. Returns for genitalia customization. Hi, Gucci. You can choose so much that you can in real life, that you can't do in real life, like access to long rest at any point without worrying about your finances. Like, I'm depressed, I need a long rest. Yeah, but the customization is absolutely insane. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This is why. This is why I don't have nudity on, because I know chat and I know it's gonna be a focus. And then I'm gonna get in trouble with terms of service. I still think this is the best one. Like, I feel like where the braids are low, so she can do the braids and like freaking put them up real quick. Non-Newtonian. I don't think so. There's only so many options. So with each of the options in this game, there's only so many options that you have. So like, for example, like it's going to be, you know, there's a wheel and everything else like with that. But the main thing being, like if you look at, for example, general face shape, there's only so many shapes that you can have. There's only so many voices you can have, that kind of thing. There's tons of options still, but you still can kind of look at it. I do wonder if someone made a mod for it, what they would choose for each thing. I would think like you would almost want things to be kind of positive. Limited back to lurking, no worries, Gucci. Tolis, why are you mad? Oh no. D&D mechanics, but that's what I'm wondering, because so they don't have that built in, but I feel like someone would definitely mod that for sure. Gadrius, how are you doing today? What's going on? We're still on body art. Hair first. Keep forgetting what I'm on. Hair first. We're kind of going gold for the hair. But seriously, thank you for checking in. What's going on today? Back to the shadows. No worries, love. I appreciate you coming in. Kind of like, I like that where it's the same color, but like it creates the intensity, so it looks like highlights.
I can lick it, I can ride it. Super freaky girl. While you slipping and sliding. Super freaky girl. I can do all them little tricks and keep the dick up inside it.
That's perfect for this game. It truly is. The last gen console issues. Oh no, I'm so sorry, love. That is really rough. That is definitely rough. Yeah, watch all this customization character find a helmet to wear. I wonder if it's gonna kind of be like what was the game with Aloy? My brain just farted. My brain just completely farted. Where you can turn off wearing the headpieces and stuff. What? Horizon. Jesus, my brain just broke. Where the intensity, yeah. Horizon, yeah. Well, I don't know why my brain just broke, but you can turn off wearing the headpieces and stuff like that. So I wonder if there's that as an option. I'm assuming that there would be. Baldur's Gate on Steam Deck. Yes, I also know that we were talking about this before. That you can kind of have. I wonder if I should go like more the deeper colors. It happens as you get. I'm getting called out. That you can play the older ones on the Switch and stuff like that. That you can play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 on the Switch. I don't want reds. I almost want it to kind of be like, it's like bronze instead of orange. Like a copper. That's a vibe. I love this. I love this. But I almost feel like now it's too yellow. I almost feel like it's too yellow now. Like I need it to be this. 3 or 4 hours in the gameplay deleted. They hated the character's face. No. Oh, that's what I'm worried about. That I'm gonna get like sick of her face. So the other thing we were trying to decide with, if you missed it before, is we're trying to decide between giving green tattoos to kind of go with the forest gnome vibe, or to kind of have it where it's like the magic, the wild magic, like the runes are coming out onto her face. So we're trying to kind of choose a little bit between that. I think with this hair, I kind of want to choose this one and kind of have it where it's the earthier one instead, like it's the forest vibe. She is, hold on, a forest gnome wild magic sorcerer. I love her so much. I love her so much. Reverse the orange and yellow. Ooh, good point with the hair. Thank you. Agree with, yeah, agree. Exactly, Turbo. Do a blue veined. Oh, winter. Sorry if that was really loud. Give you multiple choices, no body shape slider. Yeah, so you have the different body forms. There's different body types you can choose from. Some races have more choices than others. So gnomes and dwarves only have one masculine and one feminine. And then it appears, or at least those are so far, right? We haven't really gotten any further yet. Hold on. So we're gonna go a more rust, kind of like here. And then the highlights be like the yellow. And then the graying. So it's like this instead. It's too light almost. Kind of stands out a bit. I think like there. Where it's like that dark color. But then I feel like the yellow's a bit too bright. So I'm kind of bring where it's like, no. I still want it to be yellow. Like a gold. Go like there. Confirm. And then slightly lighter. Yeah, I'm thinking of like lightening up the hair itself. Where it's like that. Like that. And then maybe... Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. This is literally this is what happens to me when I'm creating like trying to create a sim that I know I'm going to play with for a while. It's like I know I'm going to be playing the sim for a while, so my brain just goes into, okay, we're focusing. But then I'm thinking for the graying, we actually go in towards like the browns, so it's more earthy and less vibrant. Body art. I really like Winter's idea where it's like a blue vein style. Like, let me just check what it would look like with blue. Is there one that's thinner? I mean, oh, this one's kind of like a little bit more gentle. Which is kind of nice almost. But now I want to change the hair to blue. See, this is what happens. What if I did the hair to blue instead? This is what happens where my brain is just like, oh my God, there's so many options. There's too much customer character creation. There's too much. My brain can't handle it. I want all of it. I really like the blue though on the sage skin. So now I want to change the hair again. You couldn't find them? No! I'm changing everything again. We're changing everything. This is what's happening. We're changing everything. Set eye color before we commit to hair. I definitely think a bluey green. Blame you. Yes, that's what it is. We're gonna go back to the hair that I liked with the buns, because it is a vibe. But I think I'm gonna change where it's like this. And then it's like this. No, it's not like that. I'm sorry. After the kids on the Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate with your name, Karis the Dukes of Baldur's Gate. Exactly. Oh my God, guys, ignore everything that has to do with sweat. Violet, ooh, that's too much. Their purples are very purple. Their purples are very purple. It's a lot. The blue is so pretty, right? Like, we can do the highlight and then reduce the intensity. Wait, that highlight's just what I was on. I think this one for the highlight. Then the graying, we can change the violet and reduce the intensity. It's still, I think it's just a lot. But I would almost want to go the more teal route. I think I want to go almost the teal route for it, to kind of bring the skin color in. Because I feel like that would be a vibe. Again, going with, I know that it's kind of like a little bit of contrast, but I really like that like really light blue. Oh, if we go on the lower intensity with this, it almost brings a violet to it. Okay. This is what happens when you let Simmers play this stuff. Da, 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 da. Cool. Eyes. Oh my God. Look at this intent. I mean, if we do purple, then we can have the purple. Don't judge me. Don't you freaking lolling at me. Tune in next time when I actually hit the play button. I know. It's fine. Look, it's fine. It's fine. But if we do purple instead, then it kind of goes to that purple-y. I really like the blue. Violet, but we're losing the forest theme. But it brings in the wild magic theme. It brings in the wild magic theme to me, right? That's like, do we go more wild so that's why I'm thinking the tattoo, I almost want to keep green. So it just looks like part of her skin versus like the wild magic coming through. And then the purple and blue is the wild magic. Change everything in Beyond Two Souls. Oh, nice, Liam. Forest theme, true, but like how wild she looks could be almost magical. Classy, I heard that The announcer voice. Piercings. Okay, so we have standard ear, fasten ear, ear. Ooh. I like those. We're about the love interest. Yeah, look. This is fine. We're fine. Care to defeat the character creation screen after going. I already knew this was going to take hours. I already knew. I was like, stream 1, we're going to be here all day. There is nothing like, oh, it's going to be fine. One thing at a time. Like, it almost looks like a little bone thing. One step. No, that's red. No, it's red. No. Minotaur? No. 1 hour late. 5 days later. Blue, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Swirls. Commoner. I kind of feel like simple piercings are gonna be the vibe on the ears. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like these swirls are kind of the vibe. Ooh, it also comes with a nose piercing. Like a very gentle one. I kind of like that. But I'm not sure if it's too much. Still in Act 1. I don't know how far I am in game. Oh, I have no idea. I am nowhere. I will be here for days. So I'm currently thinking either none or the subduer loops. Currently my thought process. We're gonna keep the loops on for now, but if it looks like too much, we'll take them off and do none. Just because with the face tattoo for the forest theme, I'm just a little bit unsure. All right, let's go. Yeah, because if we can do makeup as well, I feel like it's gonna be a lot. You like it with it? We're gonna do gentle eyeliner. Nothing really intense. I say as I click all the buttons, looking at the super crying. Oh my god, how tragic of a backstory are we going right now? How tragic of a backstory is there? But I am thinking gentle, just kind of create an emphasis on the eyes, but nothing like super intense. I mean, we can also do it where it's green. And we keep the green theme going. There's a metallic tint level. Glossy. Oh my god. Kind of digging the black-eyed zombie look. Zombie. It's in your head. I want it to almost look like it's part of her, so she's not actually wearing makeup, and it's just that she's freaking tired. She is exhausted from saving these bitches all fucking day. That's what it is. It's not eye makeup, it's under eye circles, and she's fucking exhausted. That's what we're going here. Love of her life left her for a tall. Oh my god. She's fucking exhausted. Saving bitches. Red tint. Oh, lip coloration intensity. Nah. The Laura being tired makes sense. She got them little legs, has to run everywhere. Gonna put gloss, less color, more green. Squats? The fuck? No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Why? Why you make me squat? I'm already sweaty. I'm already so sweaty at the moment. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you for making me get up. I know I'm going to appreciate it in the long run. I'm just a lazy ass and don't want to get up. Really bad for your 5-minute character creation. Look. It's fine. It's fine. We already did the hair, facial hair. I'm not going to. You did squats with me? Heck yeah. I'm not going to. Does she look like Johnny Depp or does she look like Johnny Depp right now? Why does that facial hair just make me think of Johnny Depp every single time? No, we're gonna do no. We're gonna do none. We're gonna do none. All, as good as these look, because she can pull it off. We're gonna do none. Why is the mana always gone? Fucking love it. All right, general. So we have.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Be wary. This place is trapped. Love it. And we decided to go no scarring because we have a full face tattoo. What? No beard? No beard. No beard. No beard. As much fun as it is to have one, no beard. No beard. I might just check. I feel like I want to go more the wood tones. Just to kind of less intense. Yes, that's Dwarven women. Exactly. We are not a dwarf. We are a gnome. And the helmet drops on. I know. Kara's actually sounding good with the voice lines. Look.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there. I'm having too much fun. Okay. So this is what she looks like. I don't like her outfit. We get to change the outfit at some point, right? I already hate the hair. I already hate the hair. We get to change the outfit at some point, right? Practice you got being a VTube streamer. That's exactly what, 100%. I already hate the hair. Why do I do this to myself? Why do I guys. Brown lipstick. So like it's darker. Why do I do this to myself where I'm like, oh my god, I hate everything that I do. It's dumb. Streamers having fun. Mission failed, boys. Look at the next time. Change your looks, but clothes are permanent. Right? Right? What the heck is this bullshit? I want to change my outfit. I want to change my outfit. I'm gonna change the purple. I'm gonna change the purple. We're gonna go towards the green. We're gonna go towards the green. And have it be the... Oh, but then the purple eyes. You're that short IRL. I am 5'2", thank you very much. I am 5'2". I'm assuming the outfit's kind of just like a basic outfit based off of the type, and then you're gonna have the outfits later, right? That's what I'm assuming. I could be wrong, though. I could be very wrong. Oh. Wait. 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 It's too blue. Eyes and hair highlights, but change the base to green instead of the blue. So it's purple and green. Shrek's daughter. No, that would be if we were half orc. That would be if we were half orc. Thank you very much. We are not half orc. We are not half orc. Hold on. I do almost think, like, as much as I don't want like a natural hair color. There's too many options. When there's too many options, I can't make a choice. It's fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. 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 It's fine. The forelocks need to match the eyes, yeah. Ogres have layers. Kara's hair has layers. Kara's Shrek's daughter. You're not wrong. Graying. What if we go the more... like that. And then the color... aquamarine. And then the highlights... like that. Stop looking for a few seconds somewhere on pink and green from... yeah, look. My choices are immaculate and nothing is chaotic at all. That's 100% what it is. Aqua, like a bluish green. Final boss hair color. It really is. I am thinking about there though. And that way we keep the purple in, but I'm gonna up the intensity just a little bit. And then I might actually change that to purple. And then body art. It's a lot more wild magic. So with this, it's a lot more wild magic than it is... Same outfit as me, restart! Millionaires enjoying the hell out of this game. I mean, I'm having fun and we haven't even started. I'm kind of liking... I'm having so much fun. Except I have to change it. I have to change it. We're gonna have to change the hair color, the eye color. Oh! So the pink is on the inside and the blue is on the outside. So it's only a little bit. Just a little bit of the magic coming through. Oh. 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 Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Yes. Yeah, it's not working with the purple. So now I can get rid of the purple. Which is, I think, what's killing me here. Like, I'm not... The purple is not coming through for me with it. So, what I'm thinking... This year's been crazy for game releases. What has been your favorite game release so far this year? I would love to know. I'm thinking more... Because the problem is the browns like tend to stand out a lot with when you have the other colors. So I'm half thinking of making it where it's just like pure green and it's just literally a little bit of purple in her eyes. But I wonder if the eye color, if there's a green one that has the purple in it. So this is a green one with the purple in it. So we have the teal 1, the green 6, the blue 7, thinking the green 6. So it's dark green with the purple coming out. Yeah, what has been your favorite game release this year? I would love to know. And then the body art, we're gonna go for a, make the blue a little bit more, less, like there. There we go. I'm happier with this. I'm happier with this. I kind of want the green a little bit less intense on the hair. So I think the highlights are what's killing me here. Yes, I think it's the highlights. But I'm much happier with this vibe. Look, one game a year this year. Got Baldur's Gate 3, Starfield, Phantom Liberty, and maybe Night. Ooh. You play 2 rogues now? That's hilarious. Oh god. Well, with bias, I would say RE4 remake or okay, SF or frankly, so many great games. Anyone can find a game that they love. Exactly. I think this is the vibe. So it's way more forest. You have the purple in the eyes for the wild magic, like kind of coming through the eyes, and the tattoo is more exactly what Winter was saying, where it's the blue kind of like the magic through the veins. Versus the forest kind of coming through. So I'm gonna have a quick look at the tattoos again to see if there's one that matches a little bit better, but Zelda, Starfield, Baldur's Gate 3. Zelda as well, this was this year, that's right. Phantom Liberty, yes, do it. Mon Ivane's idea, I did. I just not finding a tattoo that kind of works with it. Druid, I I wanted something that was a little bit less direct with the animal. I wanted something that was a little, like, just slightly less direct with the animal. And kind of, like, I mean, as much as, like, you know, I'm a forest gnome that can talk to animals. It's fine. I didn't want to turn into an animal. I wanted more than, like, kind of casting. Which is why I went with, like, the sorcerer wild magic, I think. I like this one. So I do think the one that I had is possibly the best for those vibes specifically. This one here. Also the one that's just on the neck. But to be fair, I didn't know what I was going to be choosing as we were kind of playing. I had no idea what I was going to be choosing. This is literally just coming through as we kind of go through. We have read every single class, we've read every single race, we have read every single thing, and then choosing one that kind of went with it, or like kind of like from the first, what was the next that I like, from the next, what was the next that I like, and kind of created this character with it. I was not expecting to play a gnome. Chat's been making fun of me saying I would be a gnome, but literally, like, we went through, like, starting with the origin, or starting here, starting with the race, which one I like the most from that, and just going all through it. And I think it was very much the cunning, where it was the advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. I just felt like it was a vibe. Diablo 4, Dead Space, Dead Island 2, Life of P. Oh my god, yes. The 7 Days to Die update, Phasmophobia update. There's been a lot. There has been a lot for games. All right. All right. So we have our gnome. She is a forest gnome. Speaks with animals. Dark vision, 12 meters. Gnome cunning. Base speed. She is a wild magic sorcerer. Right? So her cantrips, Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Bone Chill, and Firebolt. Chromatic Orb and Mage Armor are her 2 spells. So we have those all unlocked. And because she's a wild mage, we of course have Wild Magic and Tides of Chaos, which means that you can activate to gain advantage on your next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, but you have an increased chance of Wild Magic surges afterwards. So basically anything can happen. I think in D&D, depending, it's like a D100 you have to roll. Oh yeah, and I do know that there's still another section. Don't worry. Yeah, wild magic can be scary, so we kind of like are just going into it. And then, of course, it started with Folk Hero, but we decided to choose Outlander instead. Growing up in the wilds, learning to survive far from the comforts of civilization, surviving unusual hazards of the wild will enhance your prowess and understanding. The big old D100, exactly. Godsons of the... Yeah, like there's been so many game releases this year. So we have athletics and survival, and our abilities that we have are 8 strength, 13 dex, 15 constitution, 12 intelligence, 10 wisdom, and 17 charisma. So we do have no extra on the wisdom, but we do have +1 on intelligence. We do have +2 to constitution, +1 to dex, and +3 to charisma. So we did not touch our ability points. These are the ability points that were recommended based off of our race, sub-race, class, subclass, and background. So if you have not played this game before and you haven't created your own character, you were thinking about it, you don't have to worry too much if you're like, I really have no idea what I want it to be. It does do a recommended based off of your choices as you create your character and kind of moves it around. And that way you have your skill proficiencies, which you can change. You can go through and clear this and customize it and do everything you want. Not there. Pop that 13 to 12 and charisma up to 18. Would that make it a higher plus? Like, does that change? Because the dex is the +1. So if I went down to 12, is it still a plus? Like, so with rolls and everything, I'm not 100% sure how it would affect it. So would that make that... Oh, I can't. 17's the highest I can go on charisma anyway. 17's the highest I can go on charisma anyway. Yeah, so that doesn't affect wisdom. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep the slightly higher dex But yeah, I'm assuming what you mean is that if I go down to 12 and up that to there, above every 2 above 10 adds a +1. Yeah. So it's probably something like that. But it's probably because it's a level 1, that's the highest you can go. And then once you gain levels, maybe you can gain that extra ability. I'm assuming as you gain levels, it might help your ability points, right? Like it goes, you put, right? To con instead. Oh, true. Nope, can't. Con, it's also as high as it will go. Con also as high as it can go. Literally, I think it's like this is kind of the highest you can kind of do. At least what I have. I have a +1 bonus and a +2 bonus here and here. So that might also possibly be what it is that yeah, so that's what it is. That I have a +1 bonus and a +2 bonus. Although I guess that means that I could switch these. Yeah, I just fixed it. I just fixed it. Either grab a feat or increase your scores every 2 to 3 levels. Yeah. The character, I'm pumped too, but guess what? This isn't the end of the character creation. I know what's next. I don't know if we can make a name yet. So I just fixed this. So it looks like, because these are also put in recommended. So it looks like you can also bop and do that as well. You just dump the points into charisma, like when you're every 2 to 3 levels. Yeah. But yeah, so this way we now have +3 to our constitution and still have that +3 to charisma. So increased our constitution and kept our charisma the same without actually changing anything here. Score. Score. All right, let's go ahead and proceed. What should our character's name be? What should our character's name be? Oh, guys, this is the hard part. Oh, fuck. Kara. I mean, we could also, like, so I say my name Kara. We could change it to Kira, Kirah. Kawa. Pets all the dogs. I mean, that is a name. I'm not saying that aloud, I see. Kara the Fair. So, Eve. You also like Kawa? How would you pronounce it? Kawa? Kawa? I feel like we're gonna have to do a poll. I thought I did it so well. All right, hold on one second. I'm gonna put the chill hop music on really quick. I'm gonna do a poll for names. One sec. Kara's name. Yeah, I was gonna do it. Hold on. Manage poll. New poll. Character name. Oh wow, I can spell. Among Us. Kira. Just straight Kara. Kawa. It is gonna be a 3-minute poll. Carice. I like that, classy. Among Us. Okay, I have one more space. So we have Kira. Just my name, Kara. Kawa. Carice. I have one more space. There's a Winkle too. Kawa. Kyra. Ooh, I kind of like that better. I'm gonna change the Kira out for Kyra. Kawa. I feel like I need to put in a meme name for one of them. Can Kawa just be the meme? Ooh, can you put that? Hold on, let me check and see. You can put that in. So we'll go ahead and put that as a vote because I really like that. I don't know how to say it though. Inner Waluigi. All right, here's a 3-minute poll. A 3-minute poll. Okay. Are you ready? Set. Have fun. There's the poll. Feel free to tell me what you think of the name. Inner Waluigi. I don't want to. Carabelle. That would have been a good one. Again, like I said, I want this to be. I feel like I always have like my name in it, right? With Elden Ring, I think we had Carinthra or something like that. Was it Carinthra? 1,000 points to spam vote. Yep. Because I don't want you to spam vote. But if there's a tie and you really want to break it, there you go. This one's highway robbery. This one's highway robbery because I don't want you to spam vote. This one's like, if you really have a decision and it's close, you can really spend an extra point. Welcome back, Gym Lad. 3.5 hours in. And we're still on the first character because I know what's coming next. Started choking on my Nucky. I know. Character. That should be their name. Type in chat if you want character to be your name. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate you. Puppy food time? Heck yeah. Character. Business stunts. Oh my god, I could so go for some nuggies. Oh, some chicken tendies. Oh. For now, let's cycle to character default. No! That's, yeah, then I feel like if it was character default, we shouldn't have changed what our character looked like whatsoever. I feel like if we named our character default, we really shouldn't have changed what she looked like at all. Not one bit. Once you get your money in game, you're gonna change up your points, and then it's over for these bitches. Heck yeah. You're gonna change up all those points. You got this shit. I have faith in you, Joji. So wait, you can spend money to reset your points. Little sticker. ChatGPT, what the fuck is wrong with you? ChatGPT. That's what we're. Oh, understood. That took me a while. I didn't know. Sorry, Judge. Sorry. Greetings, salutations. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to. What should the name of this? Like, is this like a? Because this is going to be officially my D&D podcast, guys. What should the name of our D&D podcast be with Baldur's Gate? Welcome to Character Default. Mommy, sorry. That's gonna be our guardian. Guardian's gonna be a tall girl. Kawa or real quick in the chat. Do a poll with those two. Or you can't do additional. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do it real quick without additional. End poll. Cannot end poll. Okay, view results. Okay, that's nice. I just Kira right, Kawa right. I want another poll. Give me an okay. Go away. Poll. And delete poll. New poll. Name. Kawa. Kira. No additional votes. You have 2 minutes. Start poll. You're done now. We're done my character. Gnome Bard of my guardian was a tall tiefling wife. Literally what I was. Look, I have considerations. You could have spammed, yeah. You could. No spamming allowed. This one, there's literally no spamming whatsoever. You have 2 choices. That's it. But yeah, also Vine. Yeah, we're done my character. She's super cute. Hold on, let me move my camera real quick so that way you can see the stats and everything on her. So this is all of her stats. We have 8, 13, 16, 12, 10, 16. +1 initiative. Initiative determines who acts first in combat. The higher initiative, earlier take your turn. You have 9 hit points. Tiefling and your guardian, hell yeah. Mage hand, minor illusion, bone chill, and firebolt. Mage armor and chromatic orb are 2 spells. Our weapon proficiencies are dagger, quarterstaff, and light crossbow, and our proficient skills are athletics, arcana, survival, and persuasion. If it ties, you're gonna go. Oh, Kira. Thank you for the follow. It is fantastic. Oh my god, that's blocking me. That I'm not sure of. I mean, I could definitely do a combination. And welcome in. Is Abley? Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Little gnome also looks so cute. Isn't she so cute? I love her so much. Cute gnome, it's true. Do I need to roll a die for you? Possible. Possible. I feel like I need to get the dice app. I'm doing good, love. How are you? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just roll a d20. I mean, glad people like your suggestion. It's a nice suggestion. It's really, really cute. It's really, really cute. Gnome, a dwarf-sized beard. All right, we're going with Kira. Thinking the stream looked rather dim. Notice there was a window you had to close. Yes, there is a window you have to close. There is an overlay once we kind of actually get into the game. Oh, brilliant. Oh my god, Eliza's freaking lovely. Welcome on in from that raid. Do you have a bear wig? You're just gonna make him with your own hair. A bear. Do you mean, do I have a wig this color? Bear ear with the buns. So I have this color wig, and I can probably make the buns, maybe. That's gonna be the question. We're gonna have to try. I might need to buy a longer wig.
You need a guardian. Choose one.
Oh my god, that voice. Hi. Hi. Isn't that called barriers? I just call them buns. They're probably called barriers or space buns or something. I'm not sure. For roleplay, every time I enter a character's turn, I had to perform music. I just wanted to, as you should. Wait, she's already cute. Wait, she's already freaking cute, guys. So, but it's going good. Waiting on your friend to finish her thing so we can join back and we can continue getting our asses kicked, tells ya. Bear ears, and she has them up. It's so cute, though. So ours is a forest gnome, wild magic sorcerer, right? A forest gnome, wild magic sorcerer. Guardian is default because you loved it. I mean, this is a freaking vibe. Like, let's be real. This is a vibe. Guardian needs to be... I definitely want to choose someone tall. Like, I really want to choose not complete opposite from my character, but I definitely want there to be kind of a complementary vibe, right? So like my character is more of the greens and everything else. Like I feel like the Guardian needs to be either blues or golds or something like that. So I kind of want to go like that kind of round. So if we did tiefling, I feel like I would want to do like the golds, like a gold and red orange kind of vibe. If we did more like an elf or something like that, I would want to go the blues and everything vibe. Gold Dragonborn. It's a vibe. It's definitely opposite. Long enough for me to finally give in and go to a vendor. You've got this. Gold Dragonborn. Golds with the armor would look so good, right? Guardian needs to bridle carry you at any point. Yeah, could also contrast. Yeah, I mean, contrast and complement, mostly just meaning that I don't want them to be so opposite it's ridiculous, right? Like where it's just like the opposite of everything. I want more along the lines of different, but still a vibe together. Different, but still a vibe. So we have half orc. Could always go orc, mommy. We don't want anyone short. So sorry, short beans. Half elf. Elf. Right? No dwarf. Githyanki. Just a straight human. Oh, she has the same hairstyle though. There apparently we can't do Dragonborn. She has the same hairstyle. Braids and buns. No, I need a mommy. I mean, what? I can't. It's so cute when couples dress alike, right? I mean, we could go tiefling because you can change the tiefling's horns, and you can go more like mommy needs mommy. Cena Stringer, make a straight up dragon-headed person. I mean, no, that makes me feel like her horns got cut off. Is a playable ethnicity, but not as a guardian. Interesting. Mommy with horn, yeah. Definitely. So I definitely want someone tall. I'm definitely thinking either at the moment tiefling, human, or elf. Tiefling, human, or elf. I kind of want tiefling just for the vibe. Descended from the devils of the Nine Hells, tieflings face constant suspicion in Faerun. Thankfully, their arcane abilities make them natural survivors. Hold on. So, subrace, Asmodeus, bound in Nessus, the deepest layers of hell. These tieflings inherited the ability to wield fire and darkness from the archdevil Asmodeus' infernal bloodline. Tiefling, bias towards the tiefling. We some see where we have Dragonborn, how to make your guardians. Oh, probably. Descended from the archdevil Mephistopheles. These tieflings are gifted with a particular affinity for arcane. Tieflings from Zariel's bloodline are empowered with a martial strength and can channel searing flame to punish their enemies. Zoom in on tieflings' eyes. They actually have... Like the little tiny, I can see it a little bit on this one right there. Right there. So if we go tiefling, so we have ability to wield fire and darkness from the archdevil Asmodeus infernal bloodline. We have gifted with particular affinity for arcane magic, which, to be fair, this is where it would be complementary, right? This is where it'd be complementary with our character versus like opposite. Tieflings from Zariel's bloodline impart martial strength and channel searing flame to punish their enemies. I half want to choose one of the fire ones. But I feel like the affinity for arcane would actually probably be nice because horns are grab at you. So I feel like I almost want to go here. What are we thinking? Anyone have a preference, or there's like no preference, just choose? No preference, just choose what sounds good. Because I feel that. I understand that immensely. I almost think if we're gonna go like the yellow, like the golds, I feel like we should go with the fire. Maybe with strength, because strength is our weakness. So martial, yeah, there we go. Figured it out. Searing punishment sounds... There's so many feelings.
Remarkable. Truly.
I was gonna have her be a woman until I heard that voice.
Follow your instincts. Don't be afraid.
We could do non-binary. Non-binary with the masculine.
Remarkable. Truly.
The voice. I deleted it for you. Make a male contact. I mean, we could have non-binary and then it's Zaddy.
Good luck.
No. Ew, no, I hate it now. Oh, no, I hate it now.
Follow your instincts.
That one's fine. What
Don't
the
be
fuck was
afraid.
that good luck? What the fuck was that good luck? That, oh, what?
Remarkable. Truly.
Like, listen to that. Listen to that.
Good luck.
What is that? Excuse you? How did you just say good luck?
Follow your instincts. Don't be afraid.
How is that the same voice? How? I just... Okay, hold on. Apparently we need to go through these voices.
Remarkable. Truly. Follow your instincts. Don't be afraid. Remarkable. Truly.
I might go with voice 1. Follow your instinct sounds like he's walking us into fun times, so his good luck sounds like a paladin. Can't believe we get messages deleted. Who would have that happen, right? Zaddy, sorry. Zaddy, sorry. I'm definitely thinking now more feminine.
Follow your instincts.
Like, how could that be so
Don't be
good?
afraid.
So good.
Remarkable.
So good.
Truly.
Good luck.
The fuck? No, I can't.
Follow
I
your
can't have the
instinct.
possibility for
Don't
that
be
good luck to
afraid.
come up. I can't. I cannot have the possibility of that good luck coming up. We're going here. Smoke tone. So we're gonna go more the gold and yellows, right? Good luck makes us choice. Exactly. Zombie, sorry. Zombie, sorry. Zombie, sorry. Exactly. 4 body types, yes. So we're gonna have to play around with that real quick as well. I'm thinking here. Because the sulfur is a little bit too green. So I'm almost thinking here instead. But, because I don't want red. Yeah, action is good. Because the gold is very green, which is fine. It's just because our character's green, I don't really want them there, right? Confirm that. But yeah, you are correct that there's 4 body types.
Remarkable. Truly.
Anyway, good luck. So like I almost need to go like on the orange vibes. If I don't do all, I'm assuming these are like the normal tiefling colors. I feel like the Efreeti tones are kind of closest to what I'm thinking, right? Like there. But it's almost too natural looking. Like, should I go? It's so green, but this is what I mean. Like, this is supposed to be sulfur. This is supposed to be sulfur, but your undertones are so green. I need you to be yellow. I need it to be yellow. Why are you not yellow? Probably the lighting. To be fair, that's valid. That's valid. A lot of them seem to have a little bit of blue undertone with it, so that definitely could be the lighting. We're gonna go, I think we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. A little bit older. Right? Look like in yellow light daytime. That's true. Body art. I want you to have some too. You don't need to match me, but just so like we kind of look, you know, like we belong together. Just a little bit. Love about character creation Monster Hunter Rise is they let you see your character in every lighting condition. Oh, that's really nice. That's actually really, really nice. I will definitely say that can... I'm hoping it doesn't change everything... Okay, so my brain... Because again, this is our guardian, right? My brain is like... They got a rose tattoo. they got a rose tattoo because we're a forest gnome. So they kind of got this. Anyway, got that jawline. Fucking amazing jawline. She, they, just for ease, if there is a mix up with pronouns, she, they, however, they are non-binary. But just so that way, if someone comes in and is like, I like her, no judgment. No judgment for if anyone uses she pronouns, she, they, all the way. I'm gonna go no piercings because apparently there's no like ring. Eyes, let's go. Oh, hello. These eyes are so cool. Excuse you? This is so freaking cool. What the hex? What the hex? Oh, I love it so much. I am gonna go on the more like natural reds. Also gonna make you look tired AF because this is just the vibe. Everyone's just fucking tired. Everyone's just fucking tired. What the heck's already a character? Exactly.
This is fantastic.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome on in. Feel free to lurk and free to say hi. No stress either way. Hope you're having an amazing day today. Talik, kind of like there. Sudden outbreak. Look. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. But there we go. It's like just tired vibes. Tired vibes. Hair. Let's check horns real quick. I was thinking of ones that kind of go back instead of full loop. But I kind of am enjoying these ones, like how it is a gentle loop. Maybe, oh, wait, the splayed are, wait, splayed. I kind of like the splayed. The splayed, that's actually really nice. It's actually really, really nice. Oh my god, they're such freaking coyotes! Stop. Okay, wait. Wait, letters. I'm definitely thinking darker hair, kind of going with the. Oh wait. Oh. Oh, maybe going towards the orange. Wait, going towards the orange vibes and then kind of coming up to like that dark with the red. Is there a better orange? Not a lighter orange, a kind of like where it's... I don't like it. It's too neutral feeling. Like there's no, like there's so many reds, but there's not really any oranges. So we might go more on the red, purpley red train. The streaming category is like the opposite of Dark Souls because everyone is hot as hell instead of some kind of mutant Nigel Thornberry Smurf. 100%, definitely, yes, 100. And I'm here for it. And a little bit of graying with orange. Tiefling mommy, yes please. Yep. Zombie. Yes, zombie. So I did put in pronouns she, they, non-binary zombie queen. That way, if any, like, no stress on pronoun usage, just so that we don't have to worry about it for streams and kind of explaining all the time. Alien, yep, alien and DBD. Alien and DB. Isn't that crazy? I understand, like, it's more for convenience than anything else. I'm sorry. What was that? I'm sorry. Hello. Wait, hi. Anyway, what? Yeah, Debita. It's look, it's fine.
Follow your instincts. Don't. Remarkable. Truly.
All right. Look how much faster that was. See, 4 hours and we have both characters done. It's totally fine. Anyway, this is our guardian. Okay, they're really, really cute. I mean, so look at this. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and venture forth. I think I need a guardian. This is fine. We just started. Time for the cutscene. By the way, if you missed it, we have a bug in our eye. Don't touch the tentacles. Don't touch the tentacles. I don't want to be touched by those tentacles. Oh fuck, it's all going down. Oh fuck, it's going down. Sound the alarms! Oh fuck. Wait! Stop! It's all coming down! Oh, they're transported. I was like, oh my god, they got turned into freaking bugs, full on disintegrated. Okay, so why is that one passed out? Ride into the wind, bullseye! Oh my god, wait, I want to be a dragon rider. No, I chose forest. I chose forest gnome. Okay, so this is... So are the tentacles part of the machine? Like it's basically magic machine then? Oh, nice. Nice catch. Well done. Well done. Yeah, tear into... like... Okay. Don't make the tentacles touch. It's a... See, I don't know what mind flayers look like. I don't know what they are. Not the dragons! No! Come on, get out! Hi, dragon! Help me out! Well, that's not me. Explosions! Oh, well done not crashing into the mountain. Nice. Nice. First cutscene. Well, second cutscene. Oh, so it's me! Hi, I'm waking up. Give me a second. I might be broken. Just give me a hot minute. Yeah, we just finished character creation. It's fine. I'm just a little... Oh, hello? I like her outfit. Are we in hell? Oh, in Baldur's Gate. Yeah, makes sense. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, yeah, we finished our character creation. We just finished our character creation. It's a lot at once. It's a lot at once. So the game's if you missed it, the initial cutscene trapped first person only, right before the character creation. We have a bug in her eye, and so does our friend. Also has a bug in her eye. Yeah, we're just a teeny bit infernal. Teeny bit infernal. Oh my god, look, it's me! I gotta see how short I am compared to all the other characters. All the hair is fucked. It's a little bit too long on the front. Autosave successful.
My head.
Oh, my head. Okay, real quick pause. Heritage the 13th. So we finished the character creation. Okay. Oh no. We crashed. Saving the title for that. All right. So we just finished the character creation. We're just gonna go ahead and get into the game for the first time. What happened with the cutscene? Our ship crashed, right? Our ship has crashed, or the ship we were captured on, right? Where we just popped out of the egg. We know we have a bug in our eye. There's another person that's obviously going to be an NPC companion that we need to talk to. Also has a bug in her eye. Humans and everything were kidnapped. So this is a mind flayer. So chat, tell me if I'm wrong. So this ship utilizes a mind flayer to teleport and move around. So it's the utilization of a mind flayer. No worries. I hope you have a good one. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, check your progress. Do all your things. It's so good. Don't even worry about it. But now we have to kind of walk around and I guess figure out where we are. The Mind Flayer is in control. It's a Mind Flayer ship. Thank you. Like I said, I know what a Mind Flayer kind of does. I know that it's not necessarily the best, but I also don't know the specifics of it, right? Like I don't know the specifics of it. So definitely information with like D&D lore and background always going to be appreciated in chat. Like don't worry if it's not like a spoil. If it's just like stuff, if like you played a lot of D&D, you would know. Feel free to let me know. That's totally a vibe in chat, right? This is completely a vibe. But we're gonna do a save. We're gonna do a save, not just an auto save, of the start. Just so I have it. It's not just an auto save. It's a save. So, oh, okay. So we move around like this. Again, F5 is the auto save, right? I was told that Alt is important. So holding Alt lights up what you can click, I guess, or what you should click on. You can always refocus the camera using the left mouse. Double click portrait.
Looking ahead.
To set. F5 often, yep. Okay, so that's kind of a fight. But I'm assuming
Anything of use?
Click. So this is my so that's the dead Mind Flayer. Picked up a topaz.
Good.
So, real quick before we continue, if you hover over the stream, thank you, Thumper. Thank you. That is perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. If you hover over the stream, you should now have the overlay and the integration being active. So you should be able to see all of my spells, any items that I pick up, my party, all that kind of stuff. Ooh, middle mouse button. Thank you, Zondia. I appreciate it. Is it Zondia or Zandia? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wait. I'm gonna get into that. You may need to connect it to the options. Ooh, thank you. Options. Let me go into chatting just in case. Interface. But how are you today? Welcome on in. Yeah, I appreciate especially any game mechanic things. Where would it? Twitch integration. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, it should be there. It should be there now.
This is the pool that thing came from. The parasite now writhing behind you.
I'm a horrible person. I'm sorry. I chose a different ending. Oh, nice. Yeah, I only have 9 HP, and this is after like adding a bunch, like literally increased my constitution, spell slots and stuff. Oh, I know a little bit with spell slots and everything. Again, I've never utilized it myself. Everything is from me listening to different D&D games and stuff like that. I'm gonna hide my knee. So there's going to be a lot of information that I don't know innately. It's going to be things like, I think I understand how this works. But yeah, level 1s are real squishy unless you're a barbarian. Yeah. The integration is really cool, right? The integration is really cool. So yeah, you can see tons of stuff. And like I said, I think can you guys vote right now? I don't think so, because I think it might only be for dialogue or something important, like, you know, a little bit more. I'm assuming that there's, like, I'm not sure if there's a 1, 2, or 3 above on the screen or anything like that. Yeah, we got past character creation. Long story short, when you cast a spell... Oh yeah, I want to investigate, but I was just wondering if there was anything for it. When you cast a spell at, say, level 1, you burn a spell slot. So you have 2 level 1 spell slots. You can cast 2 level 1 spells before needing to rest. Thank you. Not saying anything. I think it's only with dialogue, so let's continue on and then we'll figure that out. Skill checks, general tutorials. Some dialogue options require a skill check, a dice roll that must meet or exceed a target number. Your character skills add a bonus to this roll. +1 with intelligence, so let's try. Nice. 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 It's fine. Failure.
You notice nothing more than meets the eye.
Check here since you have the opportunity. Exactly. Should I touch it? I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch it. You should touch it. So I lost 3 out of 9. So that didn't go very well, but I can use...
Here goes nothing.
The restoration pod, is what it said, to recover.
Someone else got out.
So...
Might still be stuck inside if we hadn't been attacked.
Okay. So the scroll in and out zooms in and out. Blue tentacle. Oh, the blue tentacles. Restoration. Thank you. I'm gonna go touch it. Look, sometimes you just gotta touch stuff, you know? So that mind flayer is empty.
I feel better.
So we have inventory and equipment. So it looks like nothing on our keychain, nothing in our pouch, nothing in our camp supply stack. Yeah, I actually started the game. I feel like I needed to make an announcement on Discord. It's like, hey guys, so it's been 4 hours. Are you ready to start the game? Oh, I think I gotta touch the sphincter. I think I gotta touch the sphincter. Because I think the only thing in here was the mind flayer. The names of the I just gotta touch the sphincter. Touch. I'll squeeze you. Yeah. Just take a look at all the different buttons of what they do. Interfacing with objects as well as... Oh, so what you're saying is I should check my controls to see what they do.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I'm not gonna do that. All right, so we have a goblin over here. Goblin D's nuts. Gold! I got gold. A brain jar. Navigating through a giant tentacle ship, like literally, right? Literally. Looks like there's a tablet over here. I do love that you can kind of move around a little bit. There's so many options, you know, at least one things you can do. Yeah. I do appreciate...
Humans and more flash behind your eyes.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I'm so sorry.
1,000 years of humanoid history. Elves,
Oh.
dwarves, humans, and more flash behind your eyes.
Brain. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
You? Are you the one talking to me? So I do appreciate... Yes, exactly, Thumper. I was told Alt will be my friend.
We are trapped.
fuck is talking to me? Is it you? You humanoid? Oh, what are these that I can... Okay, hold on. Alt. Apparently... neural apparatus. I'm assuming I should touch this. I just... Maybe. 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 It is this! It is this. A Mirinth. Mirinth. Mirror. Under operation. The radius from your character, it won't show. Oh. I kind of appreciate that we did green right now. Like, she's really contrasted with the initial cutscenes. Like, she really stands out.
Yes, you've come to save us from this place. From this place, you'll free us. Please. Before they return.
Save failed.
They return.
Guys, my perception failed. Psionic presence, please. Before they return, they return. Who am I talking to? A man or a brain? 2, I think you're past the point of saving. Tell me what to do. 3, you sound afraid. Why? 4, leave. Oh. Oh, I have to start a poll. Okay, there should be a poll. You should be able to vote to what you think I should do. That's cool. I like that. Okay. It should be on the screen. I'll take a second for it to pop. Yeah. It should be, it will be on the screen. It won't be in chat. I clicked off it for a hot second, just so that way I can head. Are usually a bit delayed. So it's kind of like if you go into a dialogue, you want to choose it right away. You want to choose it right away, so that way you have as much time as possible, right? The Twitch player up and I don't see the vote. But you see character stuff. Interesting. Are aware of it and working on a fix, yeah. So I just went to my page and it did come up. Leave! Also doesn't see vote. Just got it, just popped. There it is. Okay, so there definitely is a delay. It's nice that they know and they're working on it. Honestly, if it's a Twitch integration that's one of your bigger bugs versus actual bug things in the game, that's really freaking good. Like, that's fine. I can deal with that. So all I need to know is if there's a dialogue option, I click that and then I can read aloud. I'll go ahead and do that from now on, and that way we have that kind of as we go along. Wasn't working at all. Yeah, exactly. It's not that, for a bug, it's not that big of a deal for a game bug on first release. So most people want number 2. I think you're past the point of saving. Tell me what to do.
Remove us from this body, from this case. Free us, please.
Okay, so if I do start a poll. Psionic presence. Remove us from this body. Free us from this case, please. 1. Who am I talking to? A man or a brain? So the same one that we had before. 2. Investigation. Inspect the exposed brain. 3. Strength. Break the skull. 4. Dexterity. Gently prise the brain from the skull. 5. Leave. I have a dex bonus. Just so you are aware. I do not have a strength bonus. I have -1 to strength. Okay? If you choose strength, that's not gonna well. Yeah, so turbo, it might take about 30 seconds, we figured out. I will not have a strength. Investigation, I think I might have a +1, depending. If you hover over things, I'll tell you all the bonuses. Oh! Yeah, +1 from intelligence, -1 from strength, +1 from dex. We could, of course, just ask more questions, right? We can, of course, ask more questions. So who am I talking to? We can, of course, do that instead. I think you can actually change your dialogue, by the way. Liam, if you choose the life path in this game, there's an alternate ending. Plus, they all making the second one. Oh, very cool, Liam. I'm not sure if you can you change your choice when you vote? You don't have to if you don't want to, but if anyone wants to try and change to like 1 or 3 or 5, apparently we're choosing investigation, but if anyone wants to try to change it, I would love to know. We can see your active quests. Yes, isn't it so cool? Like the integration might not be perfect right now, but the fact that they're working on it and it doesn't let you change, it's locked in. Good to know, right? Good to know. Leave, change mine from 1 to 4. It looks like it's all pretty much set. It looks like it's pretty much set, right? So we'll do investigation. Expect the exposed brain. Now, we could... Can we add a bonus? We could Tides of... I don't think Tides of Chaos would be good to add to this right now. But we do have that option for this. Change your... Yeah, one is still at 0%, so maybe it worked. Maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, there's so much that you can see from the overlay. I fucking love it. Like, I'm definitely very excited to keep testing it out for sure. But I don't think we need to Tides of Chaos this at the moment, so I'm just gonna go ahead and roll. In this house, we do science. Okay, it was a success. Oh my god, I am rolling low today. Oh my god, I am rolling low. That squeaked through. Holy shit. Oh my god, continue.
You notice edema, a swelling of the brain causing pressure where it strains against the shell of the skull.
Oh. Okay. Again, we're gonna go ahead and start a poll because why the fuck not? Like literally, we squeaked through on that one. So we can still ask the question, who am I talking to, a man or a brain? 2, break the skull. Again, -1. 3, dexterity, gently prise the brain from the skull. 4, medicine, attempt a cerebral extraction, staying mindful of the swelling. Medicine, I have an advantage on medicine. I do have, so I don't have any bonuses, but I do have an advantage on medicine. Just so you know. First 2 out of your 3 rolls were 1s. Oh my god. So yeah, strength I will have a -1, dex I will have a +1. Medicine I can roll with advantage. Advantage, like that's fucking good. I'm pumped about that. Plus, whoever says +1 isn't enough to make a difference can eat it seriously, straight up. And of course we can still leave. I don't want to leave. I honestly, like, I would say either dex or medicine is what I would want to do. Or ask more questions, but really not that big of a deal. Advantage is crazily good situational mechanic. It's awesome. Yeah, because then it goes with whoever is the best one, right? Goes with whichever's the best one. That would be advantage. And then of course rolling with disadvantage is you'd still have to roll 2, but then you have to go with the lower one, right? I mean, you could still get, you know, 1 and 1. Rolled a 1 so far. Oh no, blue. You get the best of 2 rolls. Exactly. Which is honestly freaking amazing. And I'm pumped about it. Totally pumped about it. All right, if you get a pop-up, what are you thinking? Like I said, I'm either here for dex or medicine. If you don't get a pop-up, well, shit. No confirm. I don't think you have to confirm. You voted 3 and it's 0. It might be broken. It might be broken. It might be broken. Again, apparently they do know that there are some bugs with it. I might have to like refresh. 4, 4, 4. I'm here with 4. We can of course just do it in chat. Like that is 100%. Like the most that I see in chat, we can just do it that way instead of the poll. That's totally fine. Zadia, there's a setting for dice rolls. It's called... Yes, I was talking about this with my partner. I think it's enabled by default, but you can disable to get pure RNG. Do we want karmic dice or do we want pure RNG? Because I don't mind either way. But it definitely, like, if you want this to be an RNG base, you probably want karmic. You disabled karmic, whatever makes you have more fun. I mean, karmic would definitely make for more story, right? Like, because it will depend on what you're doing. All right, we're rolling with advantage. Let's go. I love rolling with advantage. Oh my god, we got his brain. Nat 20! Nat 20! Are you kidding me? Fucking streamer luck!
The brain lifts from the skull, but you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient, should it prove a threat.
In chat, we're not going to do the poll because it doesn't seem to be working at the moment. Yeah, it's so gross. It's fine. We're just, just extracting brains. So in the chat, 1, Dex, mutilate the brain. We will have an advantage. 2 is spare the creature. Any injuries may weaken it. 2, 2, 2. Looks like we're sparing the creature. Solid 2. I'm here with it. I'm here with it. There's XCOM where the game will forcibly break streaks if it's from... Ooh, okay. All right, let's go ahead with 2. We're going to spare. The fuck did you guys do to me?
Free. Our freedom is ours, friend.
Okay, friend.
The creature pauses.
Brain dog.
Listening.
It's a brain dog.
Behind your eyes seizes in recognition.
We must go to the helm. At the helm, we are needed.
Oh, we're needed. You must go to the helm. All right, let's go. What's at the helm? I helped you once, but that's all I can do. I'll go, but not with you. What should I call you? Attack the brain. I don't want to attack the brain. I would say either 1 or 5 for me, but we can also ask questions. Like, I definitely wouldn't mind 2 just to ask a question, because I'm assuming that it's just going to answer things, right? 5, we get to know what to call it. Brain friend! Brain friend! Brain friend! It's very exciting. We have a couple 2s, a couple 1s, a 5. We have 3 2s, so, and 3 1s. 1. All right, let's go. Just fuck it. We don't need to know what to call it. We don't need to know what's at the helm. We're just gonna go. Fuck it.
To the helm we go.
I love making you guys make choices for me. We don't need to know what's there. We just have a dog friend. Some allies may temporarily join you. You can directly control their movements and actions. Click a follower's portrait to take control of them. Oh my god, conditions a newborn! Stop! Stop! It's a newborn! Call it Brian. It's Brian the Brain! Wait! Potentially do you for question stuff. Maybe chat votes. Ooh, that's actually really good. That's a really good choice as well, Thumper. That's a really good, yeah. So if there's gonna be a skill check involved, then I'll ask you guys for a vote. Otherwise, we can just go ahead and kind of it's just questions. Oh my god. Wait, it's no longer newborn. Oh my god, it grew up. Guys, it grew up. Wait, it grew up. It's no longer a newborn. It's an adult.
Let's get going.
It has higher health than me. And they mentioned something swelling. Look, sometimes there's swelling involved. Okay, so map. General map of your surroundings. You can view quest locations, place custom markers. You can also teleport to waypoints if you discovered them by selecting I need to save. I need to save. So it looks like we need to reach the helm here, and we're over here. So not sure on the direction of that right now, but that's fine. Literally no bones, still more durable, right? No bones, still more durable than me. So F5 is a save. Quick save successful. Awesome. Just as fast as baby Groot to teenage Groot. What if we touch this one?
Doesn't do anything.
Oh. Do we touch this one? No, friend! Friend? Can you get down here, friend? Okay, friend can get down here. The custom marker kept breaking. Oh no. So this way is the quest. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's great. Really gold icon. Yeah, it's behind my head. We might have to adjust the camera for this game. Let me know if we need to figure it out. All right, we might have to figure it out. I do want to touch this one as well.
Doesn't do anything.
Aw, can't adjust anything else. Come on, guys, let's go this way. Yep. Wait, the ship is still flying? Pardon? Are you serious? We haven't even crashed yet. Might need to the cam in between the right edge and the action bar. Yeah, I'm thinking we might need to like down a little bit. Underneath the map. Let's actually do that right now while I'm thinking about it. We'll go ahead and decrease just a bit. and kind of go here just to kind of give more of the map. We don't need to see the whole map necessarily, but just so that way there's more, right? Kraken! I spent 4 hours on character creation. How are you doing, Kraken? What's going on? I hope you're well. How are you enjoying love? What's going on? We're fine. We're fine. All right, so we've got fire. This is fine. Okay, cutscene. Great. I need to get my green wig. I want to match her. Are you kidding me? Oh, this is the girl with the cute cheeks.
Abomination.
No.
This is your end.
No. Why you hurt me? I'm so
Your
short.
head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword,
I'm so short.
and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
My head.
My head.
What is this? Skvar. You are no
I'm Mayo.
fool.
No.
Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
I'm so short. All right, we decided questions. I'm asking roles. I'm gonna ask you guys. But Mayo, how are you doing? You're completely understanding character creation's great. I mean, look how cute my little gnome is. She's adorable. She's so short. All right. Who made you think I was a thrall? Who are you? We need to figure out where we are. What do you? Who are you?
Who am I? Your only chance of survival.
What made you think I was a thrall?
We carry mind flayer parasites. Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed.
I mean, this is good to know.
Bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted.
Okay.
Within days,
Good to
we
know.
will be
Information.
dead.
But you've been
Mindfulness.
playing as well, Kraken, right? That doesn't answer the question. We're turning into mind flayers? There must be something we can do.
Nothing until we escape. That must be our priority.
She's so cute. Any
First,
tiefling going to be lucky,
we
right?
exterminate the imps.
Exterminate the
Then
imps.
we find the helm and
Find the
take
helm.
control of the ship.
Take control of ship. Got
As
it.
for that thing, it will remain tame as long as it believes we are thralls. It may be of use in the fight to come.
10 out of 10. Amazing. That doesn't answer the question, right? Who are you? Get away from me with your glowy eyeballs! Ah! Oh, our initiative? We rolled a 2 on initiative. Wait, oh, because we're on our brain. We're a brain. You're closer, 90%, not enough movement. So I'm assuming it's click to attack. Created a gnome as well. His name is Kraz, Deep Gnome Bard, loves to rock. Kara? The AE symbol, how do you say it aloud? How do we pronounce it? I forgot to mention this. Is a forest gnome. I know you can check though with the overlay. Fucking love this overlay. Forest gnome, wild magic sorcerer. I'm fucking pumped about it. Keira. Perfect. All right, so we currently have claws. No, we don't want to hide, dash, jump, disengage. So we want claws. Fight. So gonna. Oh my god! You fucking beast! So we can move a little bit closer, so that we were closer to the fight. Freaking headshot, right? All right, we're gonna end. I mean, I can move like what? Like a little bit more, like that much. Right. We're not here to fight these hoes. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and end turn. We're gonna go ahead and end turn. Examine. Ooh. Because it's an opportunity attack. So Brian rolled low, but has an opportunity attack, so they can go ahead and first start. Brain Puppy's the best puppy. I'm so pumped about it. Brain's a fucking monster. Played the early access. Saved me, my friend, so many times. Nice. Bonus attack each turn as well. Okay. But not for this guy, right? So, but I mean, like, that's it. That's this guy's moves. I'm pretty sure they're done. Orange triangle. This guy? This guy? This guy? This guy? This guy? This guy? Top OG action bar. My brain. Oh, this guy. Okay. Okay. So at the moment we have no bonus actions available because it's just jump. It's just jump. So that would have been probably good to use right here if we still had that. Okay.
I will ascend.
Oh, I get to play her as well. Lae'zel. Lae'zel. Attacks order to near a core mechanic. Doing certain things or moving through the space controlled by a combatant will let them attack. Yes. Right. So we can go ahead and attack. And that's going to be with the main hand. I think that would be a lot of rush attack, ranged attack, pommel strike. I kind of want her to go in, but she does have mage hand and astral knowledge. I kind of just want her to go in. Lazy for people who don't respect her. How dare, how dare. I'm just going to go have her attack. Miss! Oh shit, but let's check the bonus now that we have bonus. Pommel strike, make a non-lethal attack against the enemy and possibly daze them. Dip a weapon into the surface, alter the surface, enhance the weapon. Potion of healing, second wind, shove, jump. I'm gonna go ahead for the pommel. Dazed! Fuck yes. Thank you so much, Zandia, for the bonus action. Notice it says short rest. Oh, do I have to take a short rest to bring it back now? See, didn't see that. It's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and just move a little bit away because you're dazed. Combat casting feat, but a player argues there shouldn't be. Not sure if you've experimented with it yet, but the controller works nicely with this game. Completely changes the UI. I have not experimented at all. I was talking about this with my partner because he said, left alt's your friend. And it's like, mate. You're asking me to move my fingers around a keyboard? I'm not good at that. Can I do controller? It's fine.
The only way out is through.
All right, so let's look. We have Bone Chill. We can do that up to 18 meters. So we could do Bone Chill. Chromatic Orb. That's going to be our level 1 spell slot versus a attack roll. Got nothing else to play. Oh no, might depend on the class. Oh, I kind of want. No target. Okay. I just want to try. Oh my god, I fucking love it so much. Pinky small, not good at moving. Look, my keyboard is too big. I'm gonna go behind my little dude. We're gonna like pop over here so we're closer to the next baddie. But it's fine. Obviate your own table, you determine the rules. Video game where we're sinners in the hands of an angry DM. I think doing range attacks close to the enemy gives some kind of penalty. Oh, interesting. That's actually really good to know. So it might have been better to go for this guy instead. Okay. No, Brian! Brian, get this guy! Suck it! Okay, jump. I just want to test out all the things. Oh, he had an attack. Oh, because we're just gonna end. We're just gonna end. Look, I'm learning. Okay, we're learning. Not enough movement. Lacerate, hamstring shot. We're learning. Not enough movement to do that one. Is there enough movement? So yeah, we can't really do. We can do a rush attack. Fuck yes!
Surprisingly adequate in battle. Now, to the helm.
Surprisingly adequate. That's what they tell me. Best crowd control in the game is a dead enemy. Yes. All right, so time to loot. Take off.
No traps, please.
Time to loot. We gonna loot. Oh, what are you? A void bulb. Take off. Another imp. Unlimited attack spell. Best defense is a strong offense. Best offense is a strong defense. Best, wait. Oh, like crossbow. Wait. I have proficiency with this. Yes. Okay. So that's actually really good to know. Melee weapon, ranged weapon set. F. So can I, if I were to click on my character, toggle lock, Tides of Chaos, void, high initiative, yeah, wait, toggle group mode, toggle hide. Okay, so, question. Excited to stream this game. I'm having so much fucking fun. I'm like super like, I'm getting all like gamey mode and I'm not wearing the right pants for it though. These are very wishy pants, so I need to like cover up my legs every so often. So wait. So items, common, all the things. I'm having so much fun. And Kraken, I'm glad that you're enjoying it as well. So we picked up the crossbow, right? I don't necessarily want to put it on, but is that something I just can't do right now because we're in like the beginning part of the game? We're in the beginning part of the game, or is it like that I'm not supposed to necessarily touch that right now? Oh, nice, there's tentacles. Only Brian got damage. Only Brian got damage, but I'm assuming Brian, empty. Is this imp not empty? I thought we took everything. Indeed, gnomes for the fucking win. Huh. I think it heals the whole party. Thank you. I was assuming that it did.
Let's see.
So I definitely want Brian healed up because Brian fucking kicked booty. Yes, it did. It did. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Moving in.
Cradle. Oh, I don't. Okay, never mind. I don't want that. Dead Thrall. Oh, it's like this is so freaking neat.
Be able to take another dragon attack.
Simple robe, short sword, potion of healing. Hell yes. Let's climb up. Touch more dead bodies. And I'm assuming that we have to go this way, right? This is where the thingy. Can I not go this way? Oh, we have to climb this. Resto here. Grabby hands. Oh, is that what the pod was? The resto pod? Oh, look, it's another sphincter. Gotta touch it. Autosave. Oh. I'm very glad that I saved it. Guys, I need reminders for the save. We need it. We need a save. All right, so there is another pod here if we need to heal up. We have a bunch of sacrifice cultists. Oh, and buttons to push. We do have an exclamation point save, but it's literally just in the chat. Like it's just text.
Man isn't dead, but he's totally unresponsive.
Huh? That's the backpack. Possible gnome lore. Gnomes were abused, enslaved by the Netherese. Gnomes may be the key save. Save the forgotten. Ooh, gold. Take off. I'm out of my skull, and I'm covered in slime. Gonna go to the hill and find 2 new friends. Just a gnome and Gith, and a gnome and a Gith. Should I touch that? Tank? I feel like that's a bad life choice. Hi.
Get me out of this damn thing!
Okay.
We have no time for stragglers.
Oh, we'll be fine. Look for a latch that might open the lid. Saving often is a critical good call, right? There's no time. I need to get out of here. I'll go look around. There must be some way to get this thing open. We have roll a d20 plus 3. There's magic at work here. Determine what kind. Do you think a plus 3 would be enough? Do you think a plus 3 would be enough? I don't know, guys. I don't know, guys. I like the roll. I like it too. We'll go ahead and do this one. I know that we can do the plus 3 is fantastic, right? We decided that conversationally I was gonna choose and that rolling chat would choose, but I feel like we gotta do that since it's a plus 3. Oh, and the difficulty class is a 7? Hell yes. Brilliant. Oh yeah, no. I still want input. Please, feel free to keep giving me input, even in conversation. Even in conversation.
Ruins. You feel them drawing energy from the console near to the pod.
Okay.
Satisfied? We need to go.
There must be a way. This thing's magically linked to that console. Let me see what I can do.
Hurry! Please!
So, press J to view. J to view. We encountered a survivor trapped in one of the pods in the alarm. Perhaps we can find a way to free her. Find a way to lose the gate. Class-specific options. Ooh, okay. Get ready to fight! What? Fuck off. This console? We should touch it. Gnomes are definitely the key. Gnomes are the key to everything. Let's touch it.
The console appears dormant.
Appears. Sorcerer, inscribe the device with the glyphs you sensed from the pod's warding runes. And there's no roll. So this is just, we already did this and we succeeded. So let's inscribe the device with the glyphs we sensed from, yes.
The console hums to life.
Arcana. Place your hand on the console. Take a closer look at the powered up console. No, it didn't say it was a roll! We have a plus 3 though. Oh my god, yes. I give it the water. Oh my god, yes! 21 is definitely a success. Okay. I fucking love it. Continue.
Pulsing glow and organic lines of the device make it seem more like a beating heart than a machine.
Okay.
Perhaps it will open the nearby pod.
Do it. Let's touch it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Suddenly, you feel a hideous squirming in your head.
No, the bug!
Parasite. Then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
Oh shit, okay. I mean, I don't want to ignore it. We gotta go for the story, right? We gotta go for the story. You might not get any. Okay, difficulty. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Watch me get a 1. Oh, thank god. It's just, when it's like success, difficulty class 2, my brain just goes, oh, I'm gonna get something lower than that just for the memes.
The biomechanical brain of the console process your command.
Yeah.
And yield to it. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
Okay. Oh my god! No! I would have laughed too, Carta, for sure. We rescued! Okay, so then we can just... Wait, that's our J. We open the pod. We should speak to her. Hi! Shadowheart. Started a conversation.
I thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you.
Her mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness, because you have a gift with you.
You keep dangerous company.
Is it because we have the worm? Is it because we have the worm? Check the apply the add bonus. So my add bonus is wild magic, is the Tides of Chaos. So No, the woman, they're racist. Oh yeah, of course. Hot obvious. So my bonus is gonna be Tides of Chaos probably. So I can always add it, but you better be ready. You better be ready for it. Okay. So, dangerous company is what you need in a fight. Got a problem with the Githyanki. Did you feel that just now? We were in each other's heads. So we could be, look, we need this other person. 2, are you fucking racist? 3, ignore the issue completely and just be like, hey, so this magic that's going on, this other important stuff, like probably should focus on that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we were inside each other, exactly. Inside each other's head, want to be roommates. Like, hey, can you stop being a racist asshat? Like, that would be great.
I did. It must be because of those parasites.
Worm? Worm. Definitely worm.
Wait. I need to get off this ship alive first. Let me come with you. We can get off this ship and watch each other's backs along the way.
You better be ready to work with us. All right, let's get going. Yeah.
Shadowheart. One moment.
What? What are you doing? What are you doing? What was that?
It's nothing. Trust me.
Enough of this chatter. We need to get to the helm.
I don't trust her.
She's right.
Is it tequila? Fuck yeah, I like it. That's perfect. I want to be a tequila. Hands are dancing for us. They are. So great. We have a racist with a secret item that she doesn't want to tell us about. What do you think of the game so far? Cran, I am loving it. We have, I'm assuming this is the helm. I now have more people, right?
Life flickers in his eyes, but he seems
It's an option on the dice screen. There are a number of options to consider, and they'll change depending on your party situation. The additional modifiers have saved my ass many times. True. I should definitely make sure I do have a look at that more. We have that to hit. We also have the Dark Mind. We have that to hit. Party member underwear has lore. I don't doubt it whatsoever. I don't doubt it whatsoever. So we have a let's look at the manuscript first. I do love me a good manuscript.
Images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
Okay. Burnished necklace. I picked up a necklace. I open inventory. As I would not be kidding, but yeah, I definitely need to check things more often. This necklace was truly cherished by its previous owner. Okay. I'm worried about wearing it. You know what I'm saying? I'm worried about wearing it. I am not proficient with that, not proficient with that, not proficient with that. Nah. Okay. I'm just having a look. I'm just having a look. You know what I mean? I'm just having a look. I'm having a look. It's totally fine. We're just peeking. We're just peeking. We got, ooh, we have, okay, scroll, health. I mean, I could put on this random necklace that I found in the middle of a, like, freaking mind flayer machine thing, but I feel like that's not a good idea. You know what I'm saying?
A brain in a jar.
Okay. We're just grabbing brains in jars. Why not? Pre-ordered you special underwear. My partner did the early access. So I think I need to touch this. Did I push some of these buttons? I'm gonna push a button. Should I push a button?
Machine made them hostile.
Maybe I shouldn't have pushed the button. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed the button. You know what I mean? Maybe I shouldn't have done that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Bonus action. Jump. Wait, what? That happens? Apparently. And then... not enough movement. Damn. 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 Guidance, charm person, inflict wounds. Fireball the bitch! I do have firebolt. I do have a firebolt. Okay. That's gonna be her turn, I guess. Switch up your party members' equipment and spells, which could be critical. Yeah, that's definitely, there's a lot of stuff that it's gonna be like right now. I'm like, is this the tutorial? Like, should I be focused just on this? I cast fire. Look, it was firebolt. Oh yeah, he's dead. All right, so we're fine. We're gonna end turn.
Catch my breath.
Ranged. Seven. Nice. That's fine. I'm trying to keep it like low for now. All the fireball. God, if I didn't have a big upcoming trip by, it's so hard for co-op, right? Okay, so we definitely don't have enough movement, unfortunately, with you. I'm just gonna have you jump over here, and still not enough movement, which kind of stinks, but it's all good. Just gonna get you closer and then end the turn. So I don't think they have, I mean, I didn't really check. Sacrifice cultist cast Acid Splash. Needs a 10 to save. Fuck it, Tides of Chaos. Let's see if we can Tides of Chaos this bitch. I'm just putting, like, I literally rolled a 1. I rolled a crit fail. Fuck that shit. Let's Tides of Chaos. Saved. Aw, suck it. Hey, big guy. Miss. Co-op is oh, Sheriff Inventory. Oh, nice. Concentration. Oh, until long rest. Fuck it. Oh, from the target? So I can do myself, right? There we go. But it is concentration or okay. Got Shadow Heart. Yeah! Strike him! Oh shit, that was still ranged. Oh, I seem to do okay. 21, 9, 12, and 10. All right, so we're still full. We're still health. Still full health. Heck yeah. But yeah, we got to Shadow Heart. We got Shadow Heart out, and apparently we pushed the buttons and they became aggressive, which, you know, fine. It's totally fine. But we got them out using our sorcery and alchemy. We got all of the stuff from here, but there's still this thing.
Something good here, I hope.
So with it's locked, it needs a key. You need thieves' tools to pick a lock, or you can find its key. Well, I guess we need to check these dead bodies and see if there maybe one of them has a key.
Open up.
But nice. Okay, we killed that next group. We have a bronze ring crafted by a steady and practiced hand. So with the jewelry, does jewelry usually have stuff like bonuses or possible negative effects, and you won't find out until you like touch it? I don't know what that is. I'm very scared to find out, you know? I'm very scared to find out. I just want movement. I don't want spells. I just want my movement. What the hex? I just want my movement. It will show you when it's enchanted. Can we I don't want to fight anything. I just want to walk. The rest is for selling. You'll be able to see enchanted things upon just trying to read the description. Okay. Range set, melee set, inventory equipment. I don't want to target anything. How do I stop targeting stuff? Help, improvise, hide, throw, dash, disengage, escape. Escape, thank you. Aren't you still in a fight? Am I still in a fight? we still have to fight? No, no. Or give to your NPC because you're in love with them because of the movement. Oh, I accidentally clicked the attack. I clicked the weapon. Oh my god. I clicked the weapon. Just trying to move around. Okay. I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but I'm gonna go.
One day I'll catch a break.
We're gonna go check the next room. All right. So what do we have? We have the Mind Flayer pod here. We have viscous chairs.
The dazed woman is trapped inside the pod.
Oh.
She doesn't notice you.
Okay. Wait. Okay. What do you mean? What? Thing can potentially help given a situation. You can turn on turn-based mode even when... Ooh, that could... Yeah, okay. So that way you can kind of sneak... Oh, I'm so gonna totally fuck that up. So we've got a dead thrall. Oh, this is totally... This is... Let's touch this guy. This is fine. What do you mean? This is fine. This is fine. Gold bottle, Eldritch Rune. A strange energy buzzes through this alien object. You're sure you've never seen anything of the like, yet part of you recognizes a component of a bigger machine.
This might unlock those controls next to the pod.
Brilliant. Thank you for letting me know. Slave mind. Chest.
Another brain.
Another brain. Didn't learn that for a long time. Trying to sneak 4 things by normal mode is... It sounds like it would be difficult. More potions of healing. Amazing. We still have this button. I feel like I want to push the button, but I just want to check and see. So that person's dazed. I'm a little concerned about that. Let's touch it. I haven't saved! Place your hand on the console.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something.
I need to make a command. I need to make a command.
Connected to the pod, commanding the person inside to change.
Change her. Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
We need to get out of here before it's our turn.
I killed her! No! Oh no! Oh, I'm so sad. I turned her into a mind flayer. Oh my god. Oh, okay. So you want to command that? Okay, hold on. Wait. I feel like we need to make this a clip. I think you need to make like a clip. What do we want? Where it to say like, have you saved recently? Or do you want it where it's like, save, bitch? Or do you want something along the lines of, oh my god, I haven't saved? Which one do you want? I feel like we need to do one of those. Also, if you make a clip right now, I would be eternally thankful because then I can turn that into a sound clip for you. I'm a murderer. It's fine. It's fine. The bitch one, Octa, the bitch one.
Newborn mind flayer stares at
a little more screaming. Hi, Pop. Hi, Zillion. Open office soon. I think you got the name down. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Wait. So a little bit more screamy. When the fuck did I last save? Oh my god, Becky, look at that save. That is so... No. Calling it the crack house. Girl, oh my, wait, okay, hold on. Like, oh my god. Girly Pop, save before you die. Oh my god. I haven't played Diablo Cran. I don't like, visually it is a little bit, but I don't think it is. No. Serious question. Are you gonna be living with your decisions or resetting saves if something doesn't go the way you wanted? We are living with our decisions. We are living with our decisions, I think. I think we have to just, we're living with our choices, right? We have to live with our choices. I understand I probably could have not killed that girl and she might have, you know, been important but we have to live with our decisions. Right? I have a key now. Yeah, I think it's different. It's supposed to be different, Cran. Okay, we take this. Way more fun that way. Right, that's the point of the game! Unless I die, because then we can go back to whatever save I want. Okay, so we now have that key. We went into this room, we killed this girl. However, we got the key for that box, right? But there was nothing else really in here. The console was is in a different room this way. I think we're acting if the dice don't go your way. Centuries of darkness. If it doesn't go our way, it doesn't go our way. And you know what? That's fine. I won't like it, but it's fine. Going this way. Forgot to save the link. Oh no, Joji! It does mean like it'd be good to kind of look into rooms and stuff, right? It looks like there's fire over here. Thing 3 of the save command things. I appreciate you. So we have a Healy. We do have a Healy. Does the Healy? So I know that there's some stuff that resets after a long rest. Are these Healies, the restoration pods, the same as the long rest, or it only does your health? Command for the clip from Until Dawn. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. Like, I might as well touch it, right? Health only. Okay. Then maybe I shouldn't have touched it. I figured it was like...
nearing the helm.
Okay.
Once inside, do as I say.
That's what she said.
Who put you in charge? I'll trust my own judgment.
Racist. Racist. I'll trust her judgment. What? I didn't say anything. Who was it? Wasn't me. What? Sorry. Okay.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Do it. We will deal with the Ghaik after we escape.
Connect the nerves. Nerves. We will connect them.
What is happening? Hi, Grizzer. Hi, Finn. What? What just? New save. Big fight. I thought we weren't thralls. We have the bug behind our eyes, so we are thralls. So want advice? Not advice on necessarily what to do, but mechanic advice, if necessary. Because, like, okay, so we have... This guy is green, so technically these guys are our enemies, right? And we have a bunch of dead bodies. So we have these guys as our enemies, and we need to touch the machine, which is all the way over here. But I feel like that's the wrong side, right? This fight's ridiculous. That's how I'm feeling currently. So we have an 85% chance of doing well on this fight. So I'm gonna go ahead and be like, have some fun. Why not? Big spoiler for this fight. I don't want a big spoiler, but I'm just like, I don't want to fight these guys. Like, I want to kill this guy, but I can't kill this guy because he's technically on our side because we've got the worm in our eyeballs right now. So can I, like, just move? Like, I don't want to touch those guys, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? That I don't want to touch them? Okay, I'm gonna end the turn. Hi, Nickel!
Where do I go from here?
Living with our we're living with our choices. Nickel, how are you right now?
Another step forward.
I'm just gonna try and walk around everyone. I feel like that's a vibe. And you know what? Mage armor. Can't target someone wearing, so I can only, can't have armor equipped 100%. Additional action this turn. Aw, fuck yeah, what? But you can... Oh yeah, I wanna, loot? I wanna loot all the things. Should I, wait. Been okay? Mom, it ain't easy lately. We got back from vacation. I hope that your vacation was good. I did hear that you're on vacation. I'm doing good. I'm trying to figure out this game. I don't know who's the fastest of our team. But how about Brian, you go do this. Okay, and I'm just gonna end your turn. And you're gonna shoot from far. I'm good. Wait. Suck it. Hellbore is very terrifying. If you want to loot, kill the picnic demon. Oh, this is so. It's just like I'm just like, oh, I just want to get to the thing and do the thing, but at the same time, I should probably loot the things, but at the same, like I don't know. The little guy's going over there because I don't like. Oh, Brian! Probably from movement just to guarantee they move the furthest as possible. Oh, like where it says not enough movement, that it just goes to the very end.
Got to press on.
Okay, understood. Understood. Can do firebolt, but it's probably not going to go very well on you. But fuck it. Oh, so 4 damage. That's pretty good. That's actually very helpful, Thumper. Thank you for that.
Nothing will stand in my way.
That's very helpful. Thank you for that. So we're gonna go all the way to our end of our movement. Again, we have some moves and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna try range. Again, just one less thing to fight, right? Like as much as I'm like, I don't want to, at the same time, we do have to worry a little bit about that. For sure. Like we don't want to have to fight all the things. You can do so much in this game. So many choices. So many choices. Lots of dead stuff. Lots of dead stuff. Lots of dead stuff. Let's go ahead and end that turn. Mini map, you have 15 turns for this part, so not infinite. So it's I just did 8 turns. Oh no, 14 turns remaining. Okay, I do see that. Thank you, Zandia. Yeah, I do see that. Reach the transponder before the dueler crashes, 14 turns remaining. So it's our party's turn. 14 turns for our party, or 15 turns for our party. It's a whole round. Okay. That is completely valid in every way. High defense, 30%. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy a new game, go for it. I'm gonna have you go here, fuck it. Miss, awesome, great. And I don't really have anything that I want to use right now. So we're gonna go ahead and end turn. Buff the mind flip. Why would I want to buff him?
Need to find a way forward.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do that. And I guess range. Ranged attack on Commander Zalka needs 18 to hit. They rolled a 14. It's fine. We missed. It's fine. We missed, right? I'm okay with missing right now. I don't want to use Tides of Chaos to try again when it was like already a 14. So I'm not going to react. Her little crossbow, her little crossbow. All right, that's fine. I don't mind. Not enough movement, but we're going to go ahead and get nice and close. Gonna go ahead and get nice and close. We just got a little bit of movement. All right, end turn. We're gonna go a little bit closer as well. I think I want to change to sword. Pommel strike. Bonus action, short rest. So it looks like we still have the so even though we used this previously, so I don't know Widow Crossbow doing damage. Oh yeah, so much damage. So the little so it looks like those machines at least did a small rest or a short rest because we have the access to use the pommel because we definitely utilized that before. So that is very good to know. I'm miss sounds about accurate. At least at the very least that I can tell, right? I'm not 100% sure, but at the very least that I can tell, I'm gonna have my character still run to the machine. Like we're just gonna have her. Oh.
Hurry before they strike.
Okay, I got her close enough that there's a cutscene for it. Excellent. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and end her turn. I mean, I could try and do Bone Chill. We have Bone Chill. How about Chromatic Orb? Cold damage? Awesome. I'm gonna end my turn. All right, I want you to slicey slice with your fisty fists. Damn, miss! End turn. And I want you to use your sword now. Lacerate, main hand attack. I also am just trying to protect my own character. Does that sound like a dick move? Pommel strike. Miss. Still miss. Main thing, shove his ass. See if he falls on the ice. Oh, I should have. Moving to the machine, but activating you can do at any point once you're in range. Why it's possibly, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. So I'm gonna end the turn. Save from the ice. I kind of. Oh, attack of opportunity. Oh, we had an attack of opportunity. I love it. Oh, should I heal this guy? There, and there's a little bit of extra health for you, I guess. Concussive smash. Got 2 damage on that.
Blood comes easy these days.
The next one. 40%. Why don't we just go ahead and move closer? Oh, there's fights up here. Oh, there's fights up here. Oh, there's fights. Fuck. Well, I should have realized. I should have looked ahead, guys. I didn't, because I'm a dumbass. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and move you closer to me because I need you to be. This is fine. Imps are easy peasy. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, we're not doing much on this guy anyway. Like, however, I'm gonna crit. Sorry, I got excited for a second. So we have do. I guess I'm gonna still heal this guy again. Gross. Okay, go ahead and end turn. Miss. All right. No! I'm too squishy for this! I'm too squishy for this! Doing much crit. Oh my god, exactly. I'm fine. Can I heal? Can I heal me? Thank God. Okay, that was a self heal. Why did she self? Oh, does she? Why did it self heal? What happened? Like, did I accidentally misclick that? All right, go ahead and end turn. Okay, I healed myself. Main attack 55%, but this is gonna turn my back on this guy, right? So it might give them an attack of opportunity. So I'm a little bit worried. Oh, but it's 55% versus 75%. And you're at 1, you're at 8. Brian is with us. Brian is with us. Fighter's second one is fighter ability. Self-heal. Ah. I'm too squishy. That makes sense. That makes sense. I misunderstood the healing. Attack only if you try and run. Okay, so I'm not trying to run. So that guy's dead. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for helping me with that. Yeah. That's perfect. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and end my turn. And Brian is going to slice. Die. Awesome. And get closer to this guy. Again, just distracting the imp because Brian is not as squishy as I am.
Victory awaits.
And we are going to smash. Miss again. Fuck, that sucks. That stinks. But end turn. And then... Why are you fiery bolting me? Are you kidding me?
It's your turn. Come a little closer.
Guys, I think I'm fucked. Guys, I think I might be fucked. Guys, I think I might be fucked. Mind Flayer would be dead. And Commander Zalk has 86 health left. Fuck it. Let's see how we do. Let's see how we do. End my turn.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Time
for some bloody work.
Yep, it's fine. Time to run. Yep, pretty much. Oh, okay. So, wait. So... could sort of disengage from melee combat by taking a free 5-foot step out of melee range and then retreating. What difficulty? Normal. I'm gonna shove you. End turn. Brian? Okay. Transponder. Brian can get to the transponder!
This creature can't activate the transponder.
Brian! This is fine. End turn. These two with their freaking dash. These two with their freaking guys, I'm really worried! I just need to get to the transponder. Oh, he missed! Oh my god, he missed. Oh, I'm so glad. I am so glad. I'm just trying to keep him distracted. Brian running up to the helm like, I'm helping! Wait, how do?
On my feet.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I'm just going to... Fuck balls! This is what I get for choosing a gnome with short legs! Damn! Guys, I shouldn't have my gnome come up to this. I shouldn't have had my gnome come up. Can you jump? Oh! Gotta run to that transponder.
Fury.
You know, box to reach? Yes. Use dash! Oh, fuck! These are things I constantly forget. Here, can I push you? Sorry, that was really funny.
Stop the intruders!
No! No! Oh my god. Oh my. Okay, miss. Downed. If a member of your adventuring party reaches 0 hit points, they are down. This is a state between life and death. They roll each turn. On 3 successful rolls, they become stable. On 3 failures, they die. Look, just let me get to the transponder. We'll save you in a second. Just give me a hot moment.
Made it in time.
Okay, just give me a moment. I don't want to touch it! Great. 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 Okay. The Elder stuff is so much fun. The hair, is not, however. Oh no. Okay, so we did the thing that we needed to do. We touched it. The hair! Stop! It's getting sucked in the machine. Let's go with my hair is getting sucked in the machine. Okay, climb. You can do it. This is fine. Squiddy go, neom, neom, neom. That's exactly what the sound it's making, by the way, as it like crashes through the air. 100% it. 100% the sound it's making. Oh my god, okay. So yeah, I figure, so with death saving throws, once the fight is over, it's no longer turn-based, right? So you kind of have a moment to do save, a heal, whatever you need for what it could be. A flaming greatsword, damn. Survived. Nautiloids feel joy. No, I don't think they do. Or maybe their own sense of joy. Okay. Wait, is this through like a... Yep, okay. Hi, I'm just crashing in. Coming to say hi. Don't worry about me. Why? She's smiling. She's like, what is happening? Oh, they're going to battle. They're ready for a fight. As I stand there, the leader of the wreckage. Surprised that the ship was just a peaceful space squid before the Mind Flayers hollowed out as pleasure centers to use as crew quarters. What movement is that? Full on, like, not T-posing, but... Right? T-pose fall! Sucked out of the squid just in a straight line, standing. Apparently I have no butt. Aww. We're up. We have a headache. I feel that. Looking around.
As you wake, the tadpole squirms
in
your skin.
God! Oh, sorry. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. An action figure just snatched out of the battle damage Nautiloid playset and put on a cardboard beach. It's fine. Right? It's totally fine. Did you save? If you'd like a tip, there is a way to get that flaming sword. Nah, it's okay. We decided that we're not gonna go back. Whatever happens, happens. It's all good. I did do a save, but it's fine. Oh my god, my limbs, guys, my limbs are all over the place. But we did decide whatever happens, happens. Oh, my limbs. Oh. Seen the Barbie movie? It's very good. I actually have not seen it yet. I don't want to see it in theaters. I just saw a couple movies in theaters recently, so I'm just waiting on it. All right, I'm gonna check myself for injuries first.
Other than the infection, you're more or less intact. A miracle, given everything you've been through.
To be fair, it's very true. It is a miracle.
Help soon. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
Find a cure. Right, so we have escaped. Autosave successful. All right. So we rescued the captive. We escaped the Nautiloid. So these are our completed quests. The next quest is find a way to remove the Mind Flayer parasite. We've escaped the hells. We've escaped the hells on the Nautiloid and crashed somewhere back in the material plane. We need to explore the area and find a healer. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I paused the sim redeem. I think I need to just get rid of it. I paused it because we're not playing Sims at the moment. Mind Shadowheart has a spell. Drop weapons. Oh shit. Nice. That's, I mean, I need to look at their spells and everything. My brain is just like, I just need to get through that part and get to like the world and everything. And I know that a lot of it's going to be like you figuring everything out. But yeah. Hi, Chromicus! I'm liking the game at the moment. I definitely enjoy the mechanics so far. The mechanics seem like a lot of fun. We're 5 hours into the game. 4 hours was character creation. So I honestly don't have a lot of in-game experience yet, but we're working on it. We are working on it. Gotta need to play when I get home. Yup. All right, so excellent. I'm not gonna lie, Chroma, because I know you just come in, and anyone that is here, I know you probably just got here or anything. I need to pee. So I'm gonna have a quick BRB and come right back. But I'll answer your question first. So character creation is lovely. There's a lot of different options and everything else. I do wish, even if you didn't, if you chose to not show nudity, I do wish you still had the option to choose your genitals. So you don't have the option to choose when you choose no, like don't show nudity, which is very frustrating. Because I kind of wish you could still choose, as most people are going to choose that for being safe for work, if they're streaming, terms of service, whatever it might be. So that's, I mean, I could still look at pictures and then decide which one I want and then choose which one. But I guess you don't really have that option when you're not showing anything in game. But otherwise, freaking awesome. I love it a lot. It's really good. The hairstyles are freaking awesome. There is a little bit of an issue with the hair that I chose. It is very, when you're in a cutscene, because of the length of the front pieces, there is a little bit of a glitch there. So hopefully they might fix that in the future. I'm assuming there might be some other hairs that have long front pieces, that money piece section, that might have the same little glitch. But otherwise, it's been really nice. There were so many choices that it took a lot of time. It's totally fine. Hair is so hard to get right. Like, it's no judgment. It just makes it funny every so often in a cutscene where it's like, there's a couple dramatics where she's falling back and you just go, the hair's going thick this. But like, otherwise it looks great. It's literally just that one piece. Okay, I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna put on a BRB and an ad. I will be right back. Use this time to stretch, grab a snack, whatever you may need, and hold on 1 second. Oh, but hold on. Let me check my commands. I have no idea if clips are being made. No clips are being made. Wait, hold on. Commands. Commands. It's meant to post in chat so that way I know it's working. Yeah, it should just be exclamation point clip, and it should be working. Hey, bitch! Your wife is here! You know what I mean? Okay! Ah! No! Stop. Holy crap. Holy crap. With the daily, so hey Tom, with the daily sub goal thing, one of the things that the marbles race is, that you can win is me. Classy. Now I got super scruff and Cassie. Oh my god. Can someone put out the fire? Stop staring at Logan's dead body. Please, 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 please. I beg of you. I beg. I need someone. I came back and it's just like, please put out the fire being yelled. Literally, please put out the fire. Please, please. It's just the clip of like the Sims chaos from Crowd Control. Totally fine. So let me just do a quick little quick check. How are we doing? How's it going? We finished the first section, which is a freaking awesome. Hold on, let me just pop. Let me check. Da 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 da. Okay, cool. So we just finished the, I guess, the intro section, the quote unquote tutorial. I know that there's still probably gonna be tutorial pop-ups as we continue the game and everything else, but we just finished that first introduction section. Our ship has crashed. I don't know where we are. I kind of decided to check myself versus checking where I might be, but to be fair, no information was really garnered in either direction. So that's fine. I guess that's the whole game. That's it. Completely done. Nope, no more. Absolutely nothing. But I'm really excited that we finished the introduction section. We did not kill the big beast boy, so we didn't get, apparently, according to chat, a flaming greatsword. However, like I said, we're not going to go back a save to change things. As long as we don't die, we are fine. We are on a path to success. Like, we killed a person accidentally. We didn't get the great sword, and we killed a bunch of other dudes, but you know what? It's fine. We have landed and we're alive. Our party is probably alive. So that's the important part, right? Easy peasy. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue the game. I'm just looking at the time and everything else. I'm trying to figure out if I should save this for tomorrow or if I should continue on, right? Because this is a very nice stopping point, and it has been about a 5.5 hour stream, which is fucking close to what I usually do, actually. So my brain is currently like, should we raid? We can raid some lovely people that are playing the same game. And because I have a lot of people that I follow that are playing the same game at the moment. We can bring our love over there. And like I said, I'm gonna be back to playing this tomorrow. I think on Friday, I am gonna play some Elden Ring. So Friday is gonna be the different day. I still need to finish that one boss in Elden Ring. So we'll see, but tomorrow I definitely want to play more. I am enjoying it immensely. I definitely think I need to have a play with the game mechanics. So what I might do off stream is I might make a second character for off stream, just to play a little bit to kind of until I get used to the mechanics a bit. If I have the time. I always say that I'm going to play the games off stream, and that I never do. So that's fine. Thank you for hanging out, Mayo. I really hope you're doing well today, by the way. Anyone in here doesn't have the game, but today made you want to play? Because it's fun. I'm sorry that, like, let's wait for it to go on sale if you need to wait for it to go on sale, but it's fun. I'm enjoying it. It's very frustrating. It's really, really good. So my plan is if you missed the character creation, if you missed the first section of the game, my plan is to post it on YouTube. If someone can yell at me to do so, if you don't see it soon, I'm gonna put the VOD up. I was thinking of starting a second YouTube channel just for VODs. So I was gonna put a VOD up on a VOD channel and then kind of do an edited version of it, so that way you don't have like 4 hours of character creation, maybe, and put it on YouTube if you missed it and wanted to see all of it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm really, really enjoying it. Thank you guys for hanging out today. I really appreciate it, and I hope you're doing good. We're gonna go ahead and raid. That's what I've decided. We're gonna go ahead and raid. It makes it easier. Hold on. Get in here. It makes it easier. Hey everyone! Get in here! Score. I'm gonna go ahead and stop recording. Perfect. So we're gonna go ahead and raid. I had, like I said, so much fun. It's such a good time. I like the integration. So if you look right now, you can look, if you haven't checked out the integration yet, if you hover over the screen, you can see Keira, Forest Gnome, level 1 Sorcerer. You can check out the abilities, the resistances. You can check out the outfits and everything. The damage, all that kind of stuff. And it's just so freaking cool. The cantrips, the spells, the weapon activities, all of my inventory, and you can see the quests that we have. It's so freaking cool. I love it. It was lovely to see you too. Like I said, I have a couple things that I'm working on in the background. I'm trying to figure out how to get this health bar thing to work. It doesn't seem to be working very well. Like I want there to be numbers showing, but it is a health bar that does follows and subs and bits and stuff. It's kind of like the experience bar, but it doesn't seem to be showing numbers, which is what I want. So we'll see. I'll fiddle with that a little bit. Anyway, let's go ahead and raid. Like I said, there's some amazing, incredible people playing this amazing, incredible game. I half want to look and see if there's someone, since we got raided by so many people today, maybe if we look at who's playing Baldur's, if there's someone that is like recommended to us that we haven't met before, if we would like to meet someone new, perhaps, that would be fun. Because there are some really, really cool people that are all playing this game, and I feel like we should check them out. But I hope everyone has a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for hanging out. So the main thing is if we raid someone else, there will be spoilers for me since I just started. So that is something to note, right? That is something to note. Have a good, thank you. I appreciate it. And seriously, thank you so much for hanging out. Let's have a look really quick and just see if there's a new, oh! Show is there. Okay, so Show came in with a raid before. So actually hung out for a little bit. Why don't we go say hi? Fuck yes, this is perfect. Thank you, Recommended, for linking up and putting hi on the roster when they came in to hang out. Sorry, I can't see them. Flip them off, love them out. So Show just started. Like I said, was in chat earlier. New Bean just met. Hi, Don. So they are actually behind where I am right now. So let's go say hi. This is absolutely perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Oh, I'm so excited. This is brilliant. Don, we're raiding. I'm sorry, you get here at me raid. So real quick, that is the raid messages. If you'd like to copy a raid message, please do. It just brings love to the channel when we're going into it. And I'm gonna do a quick shout out for Show. So let me see. I'm just checking out. Horror streamer from the US of A. Loud, chaotic person who talks about buttholes, sings terribly, and gets distracted way too easily. Holy shit nuggets, this person is great. Fucking love them already. Oh my god. Guys, this is perfection. Are you ready for this? Until next time. Like I said, tomorrow. If you would like to continue the Baldur's Gate series with us, I will be back playing it tomorrow here on Twitch. And like I said, if you missed the character creation or the first initial part, I am going to be trying to edit the videos and get them on YouTube. So look out for those. I do have my socials. I'm doing a lot of shorts on YouTube right now. I was trying to get my shorts on TikTok, but for some reason my authorization failed, I think. So I need to redo it. But Don, I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow. You can always hang out again. It's late for you. You need to take naps. Or, you know, sleep. Anyway, we're gonna raid a new bean. So get your booties in here. We're gonna raid a new bean. Like I said, name is Show Tiger, and came in and said hi earlier today. So this is absolutely perfect to meet a new person. What sleep? Who needs sleep? Well, you're never gonna get it. Who needs sleep? Tell me, what's that for? Who needs sleep? Anyway, let's go ahead and raid. Talk to you guys later. Join the Discord. I don't know. Let's go say hi.